Chapter 101, The Curse of the Witch. Suen heard this and said in a deep voice, "All right." Originally, he was just asking, not expecting to find a suitable one on the first try. Then the cloaked person handed over a box. Inside the box was a circle of silver hair. The person continued to introduce, "I don't know what kind of distorted creature this hair came from, maybe Mr. Hay knows its origin. But it is the most amazing thread I have ever seen, infused with dark spiritual power. You will understand why I say it's amazing. When encountering unfamiliar materials, the usual procedure is to have Mr. Hay identify them. But Suen didn't need to, he directly used the all-knowing eye to take a look at the material, and immediately displayed its name. Cursed Hair of the Morning Witch. Explanation: heartache of longing, longing grows, hair grows longer. This is a very special cursed material. It possesses the dual state characteristics of elementalization and solidification. It has super strong energy conductivity, super strong toughness, super strong controllability, super strong intermittence. Seeing the introduction, a hint of surprise flashed in Suen's expression. It seems very powerful. Since it was an inspection, he didn't hesitate and picked up the translucent silver hair with his fingers. With just a pinch, it felt like pinching a very thin needle, not soft at all. His fingertips clearly felt the extraordinary toughness of the thread. Then he infused it with dark spiritual power, and a magical scene happened. The originally solid hair gradually turned into a state of ethereal elements, and the more energy was infused, the more transparent it became, and it gradually lengthened. This 1 meter long hair visibly turned into 2 meters before stopping. Suen felt like he was holding a faint strand of light in his hand, feeling it disappear from his line of sight, but still firmly holding a small section. And the most amazing thing was, when his palm passed through, this transparent thread didn't break. As soon as the infusion of dark spiritual power stopped, it immediately returned to its original flexible solid state. Seeing Suen's attempt, the cloaked person who took out the thread also added, "You can pull it with confidence. This thickness, it is the toughest thread I have ever seen. I tested it before, even a normal blade couldn't cut it. If it is refined into a plant, it will be even stronger." Suen pulled it slightly, the thread tightened in his hand, but there was no sign of it breaking, so he didn't try any further. He said lightly, "Not bad." Suen saw this material, even though his mindset was good, he couldn't help but feel delighted. With just one glance, he determined that this was definitely the most suitable thread for a puppeteer among all the materials he knew. Currently, he controls puppets using steel wire, which not only has weak dark spiritual power conductivity, but also has many limitations. Using steel wire in battle makes the position of the puppet too obvious. Once the steel wire is cut, the puppet will immediately stop moving. And controlling multiple puppets, encountering special environments, and complex battles, all make it very easy for the steel wire to become tangled. There are also length limitations. The drawbacks of physical steel wire are too many. He was still wondering before, when he saw Pestoya controlling puppets at Storm Manor, even though she wasn't using physical wire, he thought it was some special secret technique. But he never thought that there would be such a magical cursed material in this world. This hair can freely transform between physical and elemental states, it can also lengthen and intermittently transmit energy. Even if it's not the same kind, it satisfies all of Suen's requirements for puppet threads. Oh, praise this magical and mysterious world. At this time, Mr. Hay looked at the characteristics tested from this thread and spoke, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be the hair of a distorted monster called the Morning Witch recorded in ancient books. That kind of monster is very special, seemingly a ghost species with physical attack methods, able to penetrate people's dreams." Suen heard this and also secretly admired this erudite scholar. He knows everything. However, it doesn't matter where it comes from, what he wants is this hair. This thing seems to only be useful for puppeteers. Hopefully, it won't be too expensive. Suen thought in his heart, feeling a bit anxious. This material is so amazing, he feels that the spoils he obtained from the gang fight last time may not be enough to buy it, at least not in large quantities. But Suen prayed in his heart that he wouldn't miss out on such a perfect thread because of the price. However, before he could inquire about the price, the cloaked person who took out the thread poured cold water on him. He said, "However, it's a pity, there are only 3 strands of this material." 3 strands? Suen frowned slightly as he listened. If there are only 3 strands, what's the use of it? I've even taken off my pants, and you're telling me this? The person seemed to realize that it was inappropriate to say this after teasing him, and explained, I extracted it from a corpse near a ruin when I led a team to the underground before. That monster used this hair to kill people, but I didn't actually see that distorted creature. Suen understood his meaning and asked directly, what price do I need to pay if I need specific information about the location of this material? The cloaked figure seemed unafraid of exposure and directly revealed his identity, this information can be given to you for free. I am Tuz from the Red Knight hunting team. If you have any future missions, I can also help you. After all, in his opinion, everyone here was a high-level professional, and there might be opportunities for future interactions. A piece of information for a good relationship, it was worth it. He was straightforward and wrote down an address with the quill on the table, then handed the note over. It's actually there. Suen glanced at the note and recognized that the address pointed to the underground ruins where he had traveled from. He couldn't help but furrow his brows and said, if you still have this material, I am still interested in purchasing it. Of course, if the hiring price is suitable, I would like to know what price I need to pay to obtain this material. Others didn't know what the ruins were about, but Suen did. He didn't know what the ruins meant when he first arrived in this world because he didn't have enough understanding of this world. But now he knew, those ruins meant extreme danger. Professional matters should be entrusted to professional hunting teams, and that was the most correct choice. Unfortunately, when the cloaked figure heard this, he shook his head, sorry, my team won't be going to that ruin in the near future. We lost 80% of our team this time and will need a long time to recover. Suen's eyes twitched when he heard this. The Red Knight hunting team was a well-known large hunting team in the outer city, with several second-tier professionals in the team. But if they suffered an 80% casualty rate, how dangerous must that ruin be? Now Suen was in a dilemma. If even a professional hunting team didn't want to go, what should he do to obtain the material he wanted? At this time, the people around the stone table became interested when they heard about the identity of the cloaked figure and the mention of the ruins. Someone asked, Captain Tuz, did you just return from Dawn City? I happen to need information about Dawn City, the more detailed the better. Name your price. Yes, I just returned from Dawn City. Tuz sighed slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant experience. After a pause, he continued, as for that ruin, I can give you all some information for free. After all, the news will naturally spread sooner or later. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads and listened attentively. After all, recently, the most talked about topic among them was the legendary ancient ruins. Tuz said, our team was one of the first to receive the news. As you all know, exploring ruins means great opportunities. We went with this mindset, and then the nightmare began. There are many ferocious and distorted monsters in the dungeons near the ruins. They constantly attack hunting teams. We lost a group of brothers, and it was not easy for us to reach the city. Only then did we discover that there are a lot of cursed spaces in the city, A level, S level, and even T level. As far as I know, our Red Knight team has relatively fewer casualties. The death rate of other teams entering the ruins has exceeded 90%, and some even suffered total annihilation. And this is just the outskirts of the ruins. Currently, no one can penetrate deep into the city. Tuz explained in detail, and the crisis between the lines made people's scalps tingle, as if they had experienced the nightmare-like hunting journey themselves. After listening, the people around the stone table fell into contemplation. Suen, on the other hand, didn't care about the ruins. Any wealth beyond his own abilities to control would only bring him trouble. He just felt more frustrated. He had discovered a very strong thread that would allow his puppet to make a qualitative leap in control. But now you're telling me that thing is in a ruin with a survival rate of less than 10%? Suen was in a dilemma. Tuz continued, most of the people still in the ruins are slave hunting teams from the inner city's major financial families. Those who have actually been there and returned probably don't want to go again. I even suspect that it was certain individuals from the inner city who discovered the ruins initially, but they found that their people couldn't handle it, so they deliberately leaked the information. Now a large-scale hunting camp is being built near the ruins, and it seems that it won't be long before the financial families organize a large-scale hunting operation to clean up the ruins. Some risk their lives to explore, while the financial families wait behind the city walls with money to buy. This was a normal routine. At this time, someone asked again. Captain Tuz, may I ask how your team's harvest was during the hunting trip? I can only say, it was worthy of the sacrifices made by those brothers. This statement was obviously modest. Anyone could imagine that the harvest from exploring the ruins must be astonishing. Everyone present had a sufficient understanding of the danger level of the ruins from the words of this experienced hunting team captain. But after all, those present were not ordinary people, but high-level professionals. After a moment of silence, someone spoke again. Captain Tuz, I need the detailed route and all the information from your team's last wilderness hunting expedition. Name your price. If possible, I would like to hire a few members from your team who have taken this route as guides. Tuz looked surprised. Are you planning to go? The man nodded. I've been stuck at the second order peak for a long time. The materials I need for advancement can't be found in the city. The discovery of Dawn City is probably my only chance. I must try my luck. Upon hearing this, the other cloaked figures also chimed in. Give me a copy of the information as well. I have a few slave teams under me, I'll send them to try their luck. Heh, danger means potential gains. Sell me a copy too. I plan to form a high-level professional wilderness hunting team. I will post it on the recruitment board of the hunting guild soon. Those who are interested can come and discuss. The existence of the cursed space implies the presence of a large number of ancient high-level cursed items, even forbidden items. This was no ordinary temptation. Even if it was a matter of life and death, it constantly stimulated people's gambling nerves. If they survived, it would be a huge profit. Upon hearing Tuz's words, the dozen or so people around the round table all asked to buy a copy of the information. Suen sighed slightly on the side. Hopefully, when they return, they can bring back some hair strands. He was also grateful that Mr. Hay had recommended him to this small circle, giving him access to high-level alchemical materials and knowledge. Before long, the small gathering ended. Suen rode back to Green Street from the black market, only to find a sneaky figure anxiously waiting at the door of his basement. He was surprised that someone had found his residence. Are you waiting for me? Chapter 102, The Origin of the Mysterious Pharmacist. Suen had always been careful about his whereabouts. Even Kay didn't know the location of the basement he rented. Moreover, now that he had obtained the skill of malicious perception, the possibility of being tracked was almost zero. Unless it was a high-level professional with special means to deceive perception, he should not be found. But unexpectedly, someone found his doorstep. He looked at the cloaked figure wandering near the basement and occasionally glancing at the street, and knew that this guy was probably looking for him. Suen looked around and didn't see anyone paying attention to him. He walked over and asked in a deep voice, "Are you waiting for me?" The sneaky guy was none other than the mysterious alchemist. Hearing Suen's cold tone, the cloaked figure apologized repeatedly, "I'm sorry, sir. I do have a very important matter to trouble you with, so I took the liberty to come to your door." His tone was full of sincerity and uneasiness, and it seemed that he really had an urgent matter. Anyone would have an unpleasant expression if someone inexplicably found their doorstep. But what Suen was more curious about was how this guy knew his place of residence. He didn't ask what Danny came for, but asked, "How did you know I live here?" In order to clarify some misunderstandings as soon as possible, Danny quickly explained in a fast pace, "My profession is debate pharmacist, and my awakened talent is D031 enhanced smell. Although I don't have much combat power, it makes me very sensitive to the smell of potions." Taking a breath, he hurriedly explained again, "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to track you. But because you took the potions I gave you, the smell on you is very special to me. Since we're not far apart, I followed the smell. I knocked on the door but you weren't there, so I took the liberty to wait here. I'm really sorry, sir." Perhaps due to guilt, his speech became incoherent. But Suen understood. This guy found him by smelling the potions on his body? Is the talent of enhanced smell really that powerful? The place where the alchemist lived was 2 or 3 kilometers away from Green Street. If he could smell the scent from such a distance, this talent would be the top tracking ability, not just a D-level talent. Suen felt that he was lying or hiding something, and coldly questioned, "Did your enhanced smell allow you to smell the scent of the potions on me?" Seeing Suen's displeased expression, Danny knew that he had been misunderstood and quickly explained, "No, others can't smell this scent. It's because. When he said this, it seemed that there were some words that were difficult to say. After weighing it for a moment, he seemed to have made a decision and said, "Because my body has undergone some changes, my smell talent awakened for the second time, which makes it more special." Second awakening of talent? Suen frowned as he listened. He instantly thought of the words semi-mutated human that were identified. It seemed that this guy wasn't lying. But at the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. If anyone could have such a strong tracking ability, it would be truly terrifying. At this moment, Danny seemed afraid that Suen wouldn't believe him. He gritted his teeth and, for the first time, revealed his face hidden by the cloak, revealing a distorted face full of pustules like toad skin. "Sorry, sir, I scared you. I just wanted to prove that I'm telling the truth." Uncovering the cloak, Danny's gaze dodged, as if he could already predict the surprised expression of the gentleman in front of him. However, to his surprise, Suen remained calm throughout the process, without any expression of surprise. "Follow me. This is not the place to talk." Seeing this, Suen said calmly and walked towards the alley behind the basement. Danny's appearance did not surprise him at all. This was consistent with the situation of being a semi-mutated individual. Suen walked to the depths of the alley and looked at Danny in front of him. Then he got to the point and asked, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Danny anxiously said, "My friends were just captured. Beta, Brown, and Nancy. So I want to ask you to help me rescue them." Pausing for a moment, he seemed to feel that he didn't specify clearly and added, "They are the ones who traded with me and you before. They are good people. Half an hour ago, several people got off a black truck from another block and took them away. I heard that it was done by the gang that has been hunting down homeless people and orphans in Green Street recently." Suen listened but didn't respond. His first reaction was that the person who came to trouble Danny in the inner city had arrived at his doorstep. After all, being able to produce so many advanced potions must mean that the person had a remarkable background. Danny seemed to realize this as well and said directly, "Sir, I can guarantee that Beta and the others being captured has nothing to do with my identity. After all, in the eyes of those people, I died in that laboratory accident. No one will come looking for me again. I'm sorry, sir, the only solution I can think of right now is you. Please, help me." Suen listened and roughly understood the cause of the matter. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "I think you should first tell me about your background before I consider whether to help you with this favor." If it involved Danny's mysterious background and the person who took action was from the inner city, then he would definitely not choose to get involved in this trouble. But if it was just some human traffickers, Suen thought the matter was simple. After all, this was not uncommon in the underworld, and it wouldn't take much effort to solve it. Listening to Danny's words, he thought that Green Street had become a neutral area recently, without the restraint of the Cross Society, and people from other blocks were crossing the line to capture people involved in illegal human trafficking. Danny knew that in order to gain people's trust, he had to disclose some information, so he didn't hide it and said, "My name is Danny Banks, I am a researcher at the No. 7 Research Institute in the inner city. It is a secret research institute directly under the Black Tower. I don't think you have heard of it." Surin listened without expressing any opinion. He had already guessed these news, which were irrelevant. The key information, Danny didn't reveal anything. He asked directly, "I think if you really want someone to help you, it's best to be more honest. For example, talk about the laboratory leak you mentioned before, and also about your own physical condition and why you came to the outer city." This. Danny hesitated. He knew that once his identity was exposed, it would definitely cause big trouble, but now he had no choice. In the end, he chose to trust this person who had traded potions with him twice. He said, "Sir, you probably guessed it. The place where the leak accident happened was actually the No. 7 Research Institute where I am. The distorted monsters in the sewer were caused by a special potion we were researching that exploded and leaked 3 years ago, which led to the mutations. As for myself, because my parents were in charge of that project, they died in the accident. Unfortunately, I was also infected and then used an unfinished distortion suppressant, which is why I look like this." Danny looked like a bookworm, without much social experience, and he didn't know how to divert attention from the important points when making up stories. He didn't lie, but he did hide some key things. Surin had lost patience listening to him. "If that's all you have to say, I'm sorry, I can't help you." With that, he turned to leave. This story shouldn't be so simple. How could a laboratory accident that caused so many monsters to mutate in the sewer be described so casually? He wasn't interested in helping someone who wasn't honest. "Sir, wait." Seeing Surin about to leave, Danny panicked. He also realized his concealment and quickly said, I have something else to say. Suren glanced at him. Danny knew he wasn't good at lying, so in his anxiety, he decided to tell the whole truth. He said, the project is called the X Serum Plan. It is a top-level medical research project deciphered from ancient documents found in a certain relic by the high-level members of the Black Tower. Its purpose is to study the ultimate mystery of life. The X Serum has very strong activity, it can prolong a person's life and greatly enhance their physical abilities. However, the serum also has very strong side effects, which is that it will 100% cause biological distortion. The No. 7 Research Institute where I am is responsible for developing the distortion suppressant. This secret project has been going on for many years and has already achieved some research results. But later, my parents discovered that the high-level members of the Black Tower conducted a large number of live experiments for certain undisclosed secrets. At least tens of thousands of people died because of this project, and if the research continues, more innocent people will die. My parents felt that this violated the original intention of medical research, so they chose to detonate the laboratory and destroy all the research results. And at that time, I was also infected in the laboratory and injected with the unfinished distortion suppressant. Although I survived, I ended up like this. Danny finished telling the story in one breath, heaved a long sigh, and felt relieved. Suren listened with a slightly furrowed brow, becoming more and more puzzled. Danny was born into a medical family, and Suren had guessed that. But at the beginning of the story, he felt strangely familiar, and when he heard the name X Serum without any change, he immediately realized that this was the research mentioned in the zombie research diary before. And considering that the current development of the entire Old Lingdun city is actually archaeology, it is not surprising. Now listening to Danny's story, in order to confirm his guess, he asked, where did the X Serum come from? Danny replied, I don't know either. This is a very large project with a very high level of confidentiality. Our research institute is only responsible for a part of it, which is the research on the distortion suppressant. Upon hearing this, Suren asked again, how did you escape? Danny said, the laboratory explosion opened the exclusive water pipe for handling experimental wastewater, connecting it to the city's sewer network. I was affected by the explosion and fell into the water pipe, which allowed me to survive by chance. Then I escaped to the outer city through the pipeline, and Aunt Susan and my friends took me in. That's how I didn't starve to death. As he spoke, he glanced at Suren. Sir, I didn't intentionally hide anything before, I just didn't want to trouble you. I don't have much time left to live now. If you think you can get a reward by taking me to the inner city, I won't resist. I beg you to help rescue my friends. Even if this guy had a bounty, which Suren doubted, he had no intention of doing so. But he said unexpectedly, you're going to die. Danny nodded, although I survived the accident, the unfinished distortion suppressant has a great side effect, which is that it greatly shortens lifespan. I estimate that I can live for at most 2 more years. Suren listened and realized that his superhuman sense of smell was obtained by squeezing out his life force. But he remembered that the solution to the distortion in the zombie research diary had no side effects. After listening to the story, Suren's concerns were basically dispelled. He thought for a moment and asked, besides you, does anyone else know my place of residence? Danny said, don't worry, no one knows your place of residence except me. I have never sold potions before, so no one would notice that I am still alive. As a reward, you can take me to exchange for a bounty, and I can also help you refine potions for free. I am a potion expert. As he spoke, he added somewhat embarrassedly, but I don't have money, so you need to provide the materials. Let's talk about this later. Suren responded indifferently. He had been interested in the X Serum project for a long time. The serum could dramatically enhance physical abilities and even create living dead. Its effects were extraordinary. However, due to a lack of clues, he hadn't given it much thought. Unexpectedly, someone in the real Old Lingdun had restarted this research. This meant that the conditions for restoring the research already existed in reality. Although the laboratory in the Black Tower that Danny mentioned had failed, the Living Dead research diary recorded the entire research process of the mad alchemist who had successfully studied the living dead back then. Although the part involving technical content hadn't been decrypted yet, the notebook was in his hands, and he would be able to decipher it sooner or later. Suren's current medical knowledge was far from enough for conducting research, but Danny could. In the future, this guy might even be able to help him greatly in deciphering the diary. If he could really produce the X serum, Suen thought it might bring him tremendous benefits. But now was not the time to think about this. Suen asked, I can try to help you rescue your friends, but I can't guarantee success. Can you use your sense of smell to determine their location? He planned to give it a try. If it wasn't too troublesome, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. Upon hearing this, Danny was overjoyed. Yes. At least for an hour, I can smell the scent on Nancy and the others. I can clearly distinguish that the car carrying them went to the west of the city. Chapter 103, Black Jazz. Pharmacist Danny truthfully explained his origin, and Suen also confirmed that this incident should have nothing to do with the inner city. He also asked a few familiar faces on Green Street and heard that there have been outsiders coming to this area recently to capture orphans and beggars. He agreed to help with this small favor. Suen wore a brown dirty braid wig, changed into a rock-style shiny leather jacket, and borrowed an inconspicuous steam motorcycle using his lock-picking skill. Then, he took Danny and followed the scent all the way to the West City District. It must be said that Danny's sense of smell was really extraordinary, as sensitive as a dog's nose. Even after half an hour, he could still guide Suen to the Night Street area more than 10 kilometers away based on the scent. Suen had suspected that the people capturing orphans on Green Street were members of the Steam Party, and now that he had arrived in the Night Street area, he knew who was most likely responsible. The anchor hand Park, whom he had killed in the conflict, used to be the patrol captain of the Steam Party in this area. And from that guy's memories, Suen also extracted some information. It seemed that they had always been capturing people for some kind of delivery mission. Suen took Danny for a stroll on the street and found the black truck that was used for capturing people in an inconspicuous alley. But there was no one on the truck anymore. After searching, Danny finally determined that the scent of his friends was a few hundred meters away from the truck, inside a building called Black Jazz in the West City District. Suen had heard of this entertainment club, which was quite famous in the West City District and very lively. He parked the motorcycle in a dilapidated building that went unnoticed and let Danny hide in the darkness. Then, he swaggered down Night Street. The West City District was the territory of the Steam Party and the place with the strongest steampunk elements in the entire outer city. Everywhere on the streets, one could see people with various modified mechanical arms and prosthetics. Most of the buildings on the street were either Saxon or Romanesque domed grey-black structures, with steel frames and steam boiler smokestacks on the exterior walls. The street was filled with complex train tracks, and there were multi-layered steel train bridges overhead. Steam trains passed by from time to time, emitting a burst of white smoke. It was a lively and bustling scene. This was Green Street in the West City District. Suen hadn't taken many steps when a man with a sharp face approached him mysteriously, saying, "Hey friend, do you want to modify your prosthetics? I have the cheapest goods from the outer city here, with a 1-year warranty." In the territory of the Steam Party, there was a shortage of everything except for shops that specialized in mechanical modifications. Suen, dressed in a rock style, didn't have any mechanical prosthetics installed on him. In the eyes of these local snakes, he was a potential customer. But these shops that needed to attract customers usually had mediocre modification skills, with a high possibility of infection, distortion, or malfunction. Although he hadn't been here before, because he had absorbed a large number of memory fragments from the gang last time, he was not unfamiliar with these tricks. Seeing that Suen ignored him, the guy approached again. "Friend, I also have high-end goods from the inner city. Do you want to take a look?" Suen didn't say a word, but showed the gun at his waist. Only then did the guy leave. He was familiar with the ways of the gang. The more polite you were to these persistent guys, the more troublesome it became. Suen walked straight to the Black Jazz Club. Then he encountered pimps, little girls selling flowers, and cigarette vendors. "Brother, do you want a girl? Just arrived from the inner city, only 3,000 lassuo for one night. Oh, you may not know, the skin of those noble ladies is so tender. Sir, do you need a rose? The best Berkeley brand cigarettes, Bacum Factory cigars. Would you like a box, sir?" Suen flicked a 10 lassuo coin to the little girl and took a rose, then walked into the club's entrance. Inside the entrance was a security area surrounded by iron fences, with a neat row of firearms hanging on the wall. Several well-built men in suits with sunglasses were standing with their hands inserted, scrutinizing the passing guests. These were the Steam Party's helpers responsible for security, just like Suen's previous job. These guys paid special attention to unfamiliar faces. Naturally, they noticed Suen, who was visiting for the first time. Entering the enemy gang's stronghold, Suen showed no signs of fear. He walked in confidently like an old regular customer and even handed the rose to the bunny girl in a sexy bunny costume at the entrance. He didn't know where he had extracted the memory from, but he happened to know this girl. "Hey, Moira, do you want to have a few drinks with me tonight?" The bunny girl looked at Suen and immediately approached him, saying, "Oh, sir, it's been a long time since you last came." The professionalism of the nightclub girls was such that even if they didn't remember you at all, they would still act as if they recognized you. Suen laughed and naturally wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the girl, entering the club. As a familiar customer of the club, the attention of those around instantly shifted away from him. Upon entering the club, there was a lobby with a dance floor and a large stage. The lights were dim, and the air was filled with the scent of hallucinogens and the intoxicating aroma of hormones. Suen had become numb to the entertainment scene on Green Street. There was nothing new here, just the same pole dancers and seductive showgirls on the runway. A band with zombie makeup was playing wildly on the stage, while men and women in the dance floor moved their bodies to the beat of heavy metal music. Suen sat with the bunny girl in a corner booth, drinking. With a tip of 1,000 miles, he enjoyed the gentle and enthusiastic service of this girl named Moila. After all, this was the territory of a rival gang. Suen's plan was simple: if a problem could be solved with money, he would try not to resort to violence. One could easily spend a lot of money here, and 3.5 kids wouldn't make much of a dent. By drinking in the nightclub, he could become familiar with the place and smoothly conduct business without seeming out of place. After a while, as they drank, the girl's face flushed, indicating that the timing was right. Suen casually clinked his glass and said to the girl, "Hey, Moila, is Golden Tooth Bali here?" Illegal human trafficking within the gang usually involved specialized slave traders, and Bali was the broker who operated in the Black Jazz Club. The girl took a sip of her drink and lazily replied, "Bali? Mr. Nicholas, are you looking to buy some slaves?" Suen said, "Yes. A nobleman in the inner city needs a group of children to train as household servants. I want to pick a few sensible ones to send over." As the girl listened, she became even more attached, coquettishly saying, "Oh, I almost forgot, Mr. Nicholas, your business is connected to the nobles in the inner city, right? Shall I inform Bali?" Suen smiled and said, "That would be great." Before long, a thin man with a gold tooth and a mechanical vest approached. "Sir, I heard that you need to buy some slaves. I heard that you have good merchandise. I'm looking for some younger ones." "Then you've come to the right person." After a brief conversation, Suen followed Bali out of the club through the back door. They descended the iron staircase to the basement, which looked like a prison cell. Inside the iron-barred cells were more than 10 young women in a panic, all of them young and attractive. They were topless, with only small pieces of cloth covering their private parts, and most of them had whip marks on their fair skin. Such illegal human trafficking was common in the outer city. Bali introduced with a flattering smile, "Sir, these are truly good merchandise. Some of them were recently sent from noble families in the inner city. Look at their grace and legs, they understand the true etiquette of nobility. If you buy them, they will serve you well." Suen was not here to buy female slaves, and since he didn't see those 3.5 kids, he showed his dissatisfaction, saying, "I say, Bali, is this all you have? I need young ones that can be trained as household servants." Pausing for a moment, he added provocatively, "I heard that you have the best merchandise on Night Street." Upon hearing this, Bali immediately patted his chest and said, "Of course. I guarantee that the merchandise in my hands is the best and most complete in the entire Night Street area." Suen glanced at him, meaning, "Is that all?" Bali explained with a troubled expression, "To be honest, these are all truly good merchandise. The ones that are slightly inferior, I didn't keep them." Hearing this, Suen said, "I say, Bali, I need a few young ones, preferably around 11 or 12 years old, both boys and girls. As long as the merchandise satisfies me, the price is negotiable." Since Danny confirmed that the person was in this building, there must be other places where slaves were held. Bali must know about it. Sure enough, when Suen mentioned the negotiable price, Bali immediately changed his tune, saying, "Please wait a moment, I'll bring a few for you to see." Suen waved his hand and said, "No need to trouble yourself, just take me to see them directly. As expected, there was another slave warehouse. But when Bali heard that Suen wanted to go, he looked hesitant and said, I'm sorry, it's not very convenient. Suen realized that it might be a secret base, but he didn't insist. He waved his hand impatiently and said, forget it, just hurry up. All right, please wait a moment, it won't take long. Bali left his two subordinates behind and walked out alone. There were people guarding nearby, but Suen didn't wander around. He sat on a chair with his legs crossed, seemingly careless but actually listening attentively. He listened to the sound of the iron staircase outside the door. After Bali went out, it seemed like he went upstairs and then came back down a few minutes later. Suen's ears twitched slightly, and he silently thought to himself, that guy went to the third room on the left on the third floor, then came down and walked at least 110 steps to the southwest. It should be in that building. What did he go up for? To report to the boss. Just by listening to the sound outside the door, Suen had already deduced Bali's walking path and was silently contemplating his backup plan. Before long, Bali came back again, followed by 8 half-sized children chained with iron. They were all dressed in tattered clothes, clearly just caught thieves and homeless orphans from the neighborhood. Some of them had resisted and were beaten up, with bruises on their faces. Suen took a look and indeed saw a familiar face. He remembered his name was Brown. But, weren't there 3 of them? There was only one here, which meant that the other 2 were still locked up. Suen looked at them and felt that things were getting a little troublesome. Bali looked at Suen without saying a word and asked, "Are you not satisfied?" Suen pursed his lips, pretending to be uninterested. These few were actually of good quality, even better than the other 2 he was looking for. But it would be meaningless to buy them all at once. If he were to be more selective, it would appear that his intentions were not so pure. Suen shook his head, took out a stack of tips and left them on the table, as if he had lost interest. They barely pass, but the boss needs the real deal. Bali, my friend, I'll trouble you to keep an eye out for me in the next few days. I'll come back to take a look. Although the deal didn't go through, Bali looked at the tips on the table and smiled happily. Don't worry, sir. In 3 to 5 days at most, I guarantee I can find what satisfies you. Suen returned to the private room in the hall, and the bunny girl was still waiting for him there. Mr. Nicholas, didn't you find a suitable one? Sigh, Bali doesn't have anything that satisfies me for now. I'll have to come back in a few days. That's a pity. Sir, would you like a drink? Suen picked up the glass, but in his mind, he was thinking that if the deal couldn't be made, he might have to resort to force. Fortunately, he already knew the location of the detention, so it wasn't too troublesome. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the person who flashed past in the dance floor seemed familiar. He said, "Hey, why do I feel like I've seen that person before?" He didn't look closely, so he couldn't remember who it was, but he guessed it was someone from his fragmented memories. The bunny girl accompanied Suen for another round of drinks. Suen felt that it was time to take action. He said, "Wait for me for a few minutes, I'll go to the restroom." The bunny girl seemed to misunderstand something and smiled ambiguously. "Sure, do you want me to accompany you?" In the nightclub, the restroom was not just a place to relieve oneself, it could also be a place for transactions. Suen took out some tips and stuffed them into her cleavage, wiped off the oil, and smiled, "Just wait for me." With that, he left the seat gracefully. Suen left the private room and went to the restroom. Avoiding the drunken customers, he directly climbed out of the restroom window and appeared in the back alley. He took off his coat and covered his face with a skull mask. Because of his excellent hearing ability, he could easily avoid others. 110 steps to the southwest, it should be that small building. There are 2 guys drinking on the 2nd floor, most likely undercover guards. Suen was very familiar with the habits of the gangsters, and he could easily distinguish between the customers and the Steam gang members. Taking advantage of the guards' distraction, Suen quickly approached the small building. Then he sneaked in and indeed saw a basement with a heavy iron door. There were 3 guards playing cards at the entrance. Suen walked over and, in the astonished gazes of the 3, pulled out a silenced pistol and took care of 2 of them with 2 shots. Then he pointed the gun at the last person's head and said coldly, "Open the door." The person was already trembling in fear. The key is with Boss Dam." "Where is Dam?" "On the 3rd floor. Room 303. Suen didn't waste any words. He shot the guy in the head. The lock on the heavy iron door was complex, not something that could be opened with mere technical skills. He turned around and left the basement. Suen had guessed that Barley had gone to the third floor earlier, probably to get the key. He didn't take the stairs guarded by the steam party, but instead went to the small alley outside the bathroom where bottles were piled up. In the shadows, he undid his plant suit, his spider-like arms firmly gripping the wall, easily climbing up. He didn't rush to go up, but instead listened carefully on the outer wall of the second floor. There's only one person's breathing, it must be Damu. Damu was the head of the slave traders in the night district, not a professional, and posed little threat to Suen. His original plan was to go in, kill the guy, get the key, and solve the problem within a minute. Unexpectedly, as soon as he showed his head at the window, his gaze froze. Inside the room, a naked fat man was tied to a chair, a woman with short purple hair was holding a knife to his throat, seemingly interrogating him. The man was naturally the slave trader Damu, and looking at the woman, Suen finally understood why he had found the fleeting figure in the dance floor strangely familiar. It was the mysterious woman who topped the black market bounty list with a reward of 3 million. Chapter 104, Do You Know Me? Suen didn't expect to see the scene inside the house from outside the window. A woman with a knife was interrogating the human trafficker, damn, that he was looking for. With spider legs fixed, he instinctively pulled out his gun, wanting to aim, but instantly lowered the muzzle. He knew very well that the woman in front of him was incredibly powerful, and even shooting wouldn't hurt her. What's more, he noticed that even if the woman discovered him, she didn't show any signs of attack or malice. The woman had shoulder-length purple hair and was wearing a tight bunny girl outfit. She wore a gothic-style short skirt with a left slit that reached her hip bone, black thigh-high stockings, and furry bunny ears. Coupled with her cold expression while holding the knife, she exuded a kind of cold-blooded sexiness all over her body. Judging from her attire, it seemed to be a disguise for infiltration. This was the first time Suen had seen this woman's figure, and a thought flashed through his mind. I remember the wanted notice said her hair color was silver white, and wasn't she called a mechanical warrior? Doesn't seem like it. Because of the bikini-like bodysuit, her graceful figure was fully revealed, with a high hip line, which was a sign of strong gluteal and leg muscle explosiveness. She also wore black high-heeled boots, making her legs look very slender. It was precisely because of this perfect proportion that it felt somewhat unreal, as if she had been artificially crafted according to the golden ratio. The woman with purple hair also didn't expect someone to suddenly appear outside the window, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The two locked eyes for a moment. One person held a knife to the human trafficker's neck, while the other was preparing to climb in through the window. Obviously, both sides realized that the other shouldn't be a member of the steam party. But why did this walking 3 million not find a place to hide and come here? Moreover, what Suen found strange was that when the woman saw him just now, there was obviously a sense of alertness in her eyes, as if she wanted to raise her knife, but it disappeared in an instant, and she put away her intention to attack. That look, as if she recognized someone? Both sides remained motionless in this tacit understanding. The woman with purple hair seemed to have obtained the information she needed. She didn't care that there were onlookers outside the window and casually swung her white coiled rope katana, ending Dam's life. Blood spilled onto the carpet, and the strong smell of blood permeated the air. Suen hung outside the window, witnessing this woman casually killing someone, suddenly not knowing what he should do. The other party didn't show any malice, but he didn't get the key either. It didn't feel right to go in, and leaving also seemed inappropriate. At this moment, the woman with purple hair extinguished her cigarette, sheathed her knife, and then turned her head to ask Suen, "What are you here for?" Suen said, "To get the key and save the slaves in the basement." Upon hearing this, the woman gave him another look. She thought for a moment, bent down, and expressionlessly pulled a bunch of keys from the waist of the corpse, throwing them to Suen. She added, "I'll stay in the house for another 5 minutes." Although her words were brief, Suen understood. He only had 5 minutes to save the people. Or maybe in 5 minutes, she was preparing to make a big move? "Thank you." But Suen didn't bother with her business. He was here to save people, and he wasn't interested in what this woman wanted to do. He turned around and prepared to leave, but before he left, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you know me?" The woman was very indifferent and completely ignored his question. Suen waited for a second, didn't get an answer, and climbed down the wall along the wall. But he understood the expression of the woman just now. She must know him. No, to be precise, she knew the original host. The transcendent abilities in this world were varied, and there might be the ability of high-precision facial recognition, such as eyes, skull contours, and teeth, which were not easily changed by disguise. This woman obviously recognized the original host, but it seemed that they didn't have any relationship. Who was she, and who was the original host? Suen didn't think too much about it and went down the wall with the key. He put away the equipment and went straight to the basement. Opening the heavy iron door, a foul smell rushed over. Inside were about 50 or 60 ragged people, young and old, clearly impoverished people struggling to survive. They crouched in various corners of the cell, trembling as they looked at the masked Suen. Suen didn't waste time and said directly, go out and go upstairs. Remember not to make any noise. Jump over the wall from the second floor window and you'll be on the main street outside. Whether you can escape or not depends on your luck. If he could help, he didn't mind lending a hand, but he knew very well that he couldn't take away so many people alone. The people in the cell were initially afraid, but after seeing the body of the guard on the ground, they knew that the masked person in front of them was not a human trafficker. One person tried to walk towards the door and found that Suen didn't stop him, so he quickly escaped. Seeing this, the people in the house rushed out in a panic. Suen acted quickly and caught 3.5 children at the door. The others didn't pay attention to him catching people and quickly fled the large basement. Nancy and the other 3 people were caught, their faces full of fear, thinking that this masked person was going to trouble them. But Suen didn't waste words and directly took out 3 sets of new clothes and boots from his storage ring, saying, "Danny entrusted me to save you. After jumping over the wall, immediately change into these clothes and remember to throw away your dirty clothes in the sewer. Then, don't run around, walk slowly south along the street, and don't look around." They orphan thieves of the night district had been cleaned out. If these guys were to escape to the streets, they would easily be recognized and captured by the steam party. Suen didn't want to go through the trouble of rescuing them again. Upon hearing the name Danny, the 3 faces lit up with excitement. Beta, Big Brother Danny is coming to save us. Brown, I told you, Big Brother Danny will definitely find a way to save us. The little girl named Nancy looked at Suen and timidly said, "Thank you, sir." Suen interrupted the excitement of these little brats, and coldly shouted, "Get moving." The 3 youngsters were startled and didn't dare to delay, they quickly went upstairs. Suen, however, walked straight out of the small building. Now that the people had been rescued, his job was to buy them some more time. After waiting a few seconds, Suen listened carefully. It seemed that 2 members of the steam party had heard the noise and were heading towards the small building. Then in the darkness, there were 2 muffled gunshots, and the bodies fell directly onto the road. Suen walked out of the small building and stood in the open space. The 2 sentries drinking on the second floor iron staircase also noticed him, but before they could sound the alarm, their heads exploded like snowflakes, and their bodies fell from the iron staircase. While killing, Suen also noticed a gaze from the 3rd floor window watching him. Looking up, the purple-haired woman was watching everything indifferently. Suen glanced at her and then withdrew his gaze. He killed all the members of the steam party near the small building, then calmly walked towards the bathroom window and climbed back in. He put on his coat, removed the skull scarf covering his face, and like a normal patron using the restroom, returned to the club's main hall. The entire rescue process took less than 8 minutes. In the booth, he was greeted by the seductive smile of a bunny girl. Suen didn't rush to leave, but instead sat drinking with the girl. He had been worried about being suspected, but now it seemed that this walking 3 million would probably take the blame for everything tonight. However, a few gang members dying wasn't a big deal. Revenge, turf wars, conflicts, people died every day. What he cared more about was, why was this woman here? And why did she know the original owner? Darm is a slave trader, what does she want with him? She's now an S-class fugitive, instead of hiding, she's taking such a big risk to commit a crime, her purpose must not be simple. Just as this thought popped into Suen's head, he estimated that the 5 minutes the purple-haired woman mentioned should be almost up. At that moment, the lights in the entire club suddenly dimmed, and thick smoke began to billow from the ceiling. Someone shouted, "Fire!" Something flammable must have been ignited upstairs, the fire spread very quickly, and the thick smoke filled the entire Black Jazz Club in an instant. Seeing the ceiling on fire, Suen's eyebrows raised slightly, realizing it was arson to cover their tracks. With that shout, Chaotic footsteps came from upstairs, and the thousands of people on the first floor dance floor began to panic and rush towards the exit. Suen calmly retreated with the bunny girl in his arms. As they were leaving, they saw a group of Steam Party members checking everyone at the door, seemingly guessing that someone with ill intentions might be trying to escape in the crowd. The bunny girl clung to Suen's hand in panic, as a regular he naturally wasn't suspected, and they smoothly exited the door. Oh my god, it's so scary, how could it suddenly catch fire? Oh, what a letdown. Moira, I'll come find you another day. Mr. Nicholas, see you next time. Suen didn't linger, hailed a steam taxi, and got in. The motorcycle was heading south along the street, just as Nancy and the three youngsters were walking along the roadside, pretending to be casual. Suen called them over to get in the car, then picked up Danny at the corner, and the group headed back to the South District. Chapter 105, Let's go and do something big. Suen saved Danny's three friends. They got off in a neighborhood far from Green Street and started walking. Along the way, both Danny and Nancy's three kids were excited. But Suen remained expressionless, replaying tonight's actions in his mind. Although the illegally captured people in the basement were released, not many of them could escape. The control of the gang in the area far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Those who looked like homeless people and orphans couldn't run far with just their legs. Even if they hid, they were easily discovered because they were unfamiliar with the area. Suen was not sure if the Steam Party would exclude those who were not caught, and remembered Nancy and the others, then traced back to Green Street where the arrests were made, and looked for clues. Although the possibility was small, Suen knew it was best not to leave any hidden dangers. After all, this incident also involved that S-class wanted criminal. If only a few gang members died and a few captured orphans escaped, the Steam Party might not go to great lengths to pursue the culprit. But if the inner-city umbrella organization discovered that woman had been there, things would become complicated. Before Suen came, he also thought that the Steam Party was only involved in illegal human trafficking, but now he realized there were some problems. The batch of illegally captured people were meant to be delivered, but delivered to whom? Who would accept such a batch of low-quality slaves? After all, half-grown children and homeless people were not as valuable as young women. Moreover, judging from the memories Suen extracted from those bodies, this delivery had been going on for a long time. This indicated that the recipient had a great demand for people. Ordinary slave business couldn't handle so many low-quality people. When Suen thought about that S-class wanted criminal, he felt that the situation might involve some other hidden issues. I was so scared. I thought we were going to be sold to the meat factory and turned into canned food. The person I was captured with before said that the people in the inner city would raise some deformed monsters as pets, and they would feed us to the pets. Along the way, the three kids chattered and shared their terrifying experiences of being captured with Danny, as well as the exaggerated legends they had heard. Oh, we can finally go home. Susan's mom must be worried sick knowing we were captured. We owe it to Danny this time, otherwise we wouldn't be able to come back. When Danny heard this, he quickly looked at Suen next to him and corrected them. You should thank this gentleman. He saved you. But he knew that Suen probably didn't want to reveal too much information, so he didn't introduce how he had called for help. Thank you, sir. The three kids were overjoyed and bowed to Suen. But Suen shook his head and didn't pay attention to their gratitude. He poured cold water on them directly. You can't go back to your place now, at least not for the next few months. The three of them were stunned. Ah? Sir, why? Suen felt it necessary to explain the seriousness of the situation to them, so he said, when I saved you, I killed several gang members. The people who captured you might remember that you came from Green Street. If they see you again when you go back, it will not only harm yourselves but also your other companions. Ah! As soon as he said this, the three of them were instantly at a loss. Thinking of the horror of those people before, they seemed to be really scared. They stood in place, looking at Danny, and then at Suen, then, sir, where can we go now? Suen thought for a moment and took out a stack of banknotes. Here is some money, enough for you to live in another place for a few months. I suggest you take the intercity train to the Marshall Street area in the East City District. It's the territory of the Crow Gang, and the Steam Party's reach doesn't extend that far. Looking at the stack of green bills handed over by Suen, the three of them simultaneously withdrew their hands and no one dared to take it. No, no, no. Sir, we don't need money to survive. Yeah, sir, we can earn money ourselves. I can steal bread, I won't go hungry. The three of them looked at Suen timidly. This large sum of money made them feel fearful. The lives of orphans in the slums were cheap. Even if they searched for food in the garbage cans, they could still survive tenaciously. Suen shook his head and explained calmly, "This money is for you to avoid wandering on the streets for the time being. Otherwise, it's easy for people to see that you are outsiders. But take it." Before the three of them could say anything else, Suen had already stuffed the money into the hands of the girl named Nancy. And at this moment, a distant woo-woo sound came from the train approaching. With a threatening tone, Suen said in a deep voice, "You take this train and leave. You can't come back for at least 3 months, otherwise, you might harm your companions." He knew that scaring them would make it less likely for things to go wrong. The three of them listened to Suen's serious tone and had completely lost their attention. They could only turn their heads and look at Danny helplessly. Danny knew the seriousness of the situation and also persuaded them, "Listen to this gentleman. He's right, you can't go back to Green Street now." By this time, the steam train had already arrived at the platform. Feeling sad, but helpless, the three of them turned back reluctantly to look again. Beta weakly asked, "Danny, will we see each other again in the future?" Danny thought for a moment and didn't dare to answer immediately, but in the end, he looked at the expectant eyes of the three and smiled, "We will." The girl Nancy timidly asked Suen, "Sir, can we know your name? I will pay you back the money in the future." "No need." Suen shook his head. Thinking about it, he took out 2 pistols and a dagger and handed them to the three of them, "Keep these for self-defense." "Oh." They. Train doors opened, leaving no time for further farewells. The three of them carefully concealed their weapons and money under their robes, boarded the train, and journeyed into the distance. 2 people stood on the platform, watching the three depart. Suen felt relieved, as if he had just sent away 3 little troubles. Tears shimmered in Danny's eyes. He knew he might never see these friends again in his lifetime. He was well aware that Nancy and the others couldn't go home, and neither could he. Danny turned to Suen and asked, "Sir, where are we going now?" Suen led him towards Green Street. "I'll rent another house for you near Green Street. You should stay indoors for a while." "Okay." Danny nodded, "What do you need me to do?" After all, saving people was a transaction, and he hadn't forgotten to pay the price. Suen didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "You should prepare some emergency potions for the time being. Make a list of what materials you need, and I'll bring them back for you the next time I go to the black market. After a while, I might need your help with some things." Danny nodded, already prepared to work long hours. "Okay." The two of them walked back towards Green Street. Suen also asked about the X-Serum project and some details about the inner city. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "By the way, Danny, last time you went to the black market, did you notice the top bounty on the list, the S-class fugitive from the inner city? Do you know her?" He thought that since they were both from the inner city, Danny might know her. To his surprise, Danny did know. "Sir, are you talking about the silver-haired woman?" "Yes. I don't know her, but I saw her once in the lab." "Was she a member of the research institute?" "I'm not sure, but she wasn't a researcher, she seemed to be a combatant. Once when I was at home, I overheard my parents mentioning another top-secret project that our medical research department and mechanical department were working on together, which seemed to be related to her." "Do your parents know her?" "They probably do." Listening to this, Suen instinctively had a thought. Danny's parents blew up the lab, and this woman happened to steal some research results and defected. Could these two events, separated by more than 3 years, be somehow connected? They chatted casually along the way, and soon they were back on Green Street. Suen was always efficient. Not long after they returned to Green Street, he rented a basement for Danny through a housing agency not far from his own rental. This distance could avoid some trouble and they could also look after each other. Because Danny's deformed appearance was too conspicuous, and it was inconvenient for him to go out wearing a cloak, Suen prepared plenty of food and water for him. Fortunately, alchemists are real homebodies. As long as they have something to do, they can stay in the lab forever. After waiting for a few days without any trouble, Suen knew that the trouble at the Black Baron Club had probably passed. Suen's life returned to normal. Since he got a complete set of textbooks from Mr. Black, he plunged into the study of theoretical knowledge and became busy. Not only textbooks, but also the vice principal's teaching plans and annotations, filled a storage ring. The textbook content was easy to understand and progressive. As long as he followed the order of beginner, intermediate, and advanced reading, it was not difficult to understand. Moreover, Suen could read the textbooks very quickly because many knowledge fragments had been stripped from his mind. Many pieces of knowledge in his mind felt strangely familiar when he saw them in the textbooks. By understanding some transitional content, he could connect the pieces of knowledge. These textbooks were like a thread, stringing together the beads of knowledge. Stringing beads into chains gradually became a systematic discipline. Potions, enchantments, implants, runes, alchemy spells, mechanics, forging, mysticism, medicine. Suen was immersed in the ocean of knowledge of this fantasy world, absorbing it like a whale. His progress was rapid. Especially in the field of mechanical knowledge, his progress was simply incomparable to before. The problem with the spider bomb that had always failed before was found. With theoretical support, he could even improve the previous design drawings and create a more perfect spider bomb. The Iron Man Mark II also had many technological innovations. Through systematic learning, his rune drawing skills and forging skills also improved significantly. Because of the more perfect skills, the rune puppets he made now were much more powerful than before. He could also slowly start to try to make those high-difficulty intermediate puppets. The same was true for alchemy spells and mysticism. Once the principle is understood, everything else follows. Suen spent every day in the basement, planning a detailed and regular schedule for himself. Exercising, studying, tinkering with machinery and puppets, occasionally going to the shooting range. He strictly followed the schedule every day, and the data on the panel visibly increased. The peaceful and fulfilling days passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, a month had passed. Suen originally wanted to continue staying at home, but Kay came to find him. The former boss of Green Street, who was bored as a commander without a territory, seemed to have nothing to do every day. In the end, he couldn't stand the loneliness and found Suen. "Let's go, brother, let's pull off a big job." On this dark and windy night, Kay had an excited expression on his face, as if he was taking his brother to make a fortune. He said mysteriously, "I got a secret tip. The steam party will be transporting a batch of top-grade mechanical equipment from the inner city tonight." Chapter 106, A Highly Confidential Escort. After the last battle between the steam party and the Cross Society, both sides were seriously injured. Suen also heard some news in the high-level professional exchange circle of the black market, saying that the backer behind the Cross Society, Lady Fanove, has been having a hard time lately, which has also led to the poor economic situation within the Cross Society. Although the Cross Society seems to be no different from before and is still the dominant gang in the southern city, Suen has noticed some signs. The high-level members have become more low-key, and the most obvious manifestation is that the expansion of the gang has almost stagnated. The treatment of the elderly has not changed, but the number of new recruits has decreased significantly. K, the captain with only one team member, has been idle during this period. Because of this guy who has nothing to do all day is always thinking of causing trouble for the steam party. It was a dark and windy night. On a secluded abandoned overpass in the West City district, two armed masked men were quietly ambushing. Suen held a sniper rifle, aiming at the end of the nearby road. Kay had a mouthful of grass roots and was also observing with a telescope. When Suen first heard Kay's idea of doing something big, he actually refused in his heart. He wanted to develop sneakily, and he needed a lot of time to digest the knowledge in his hands. But the reality is that the money in his pocket is running out, so he has to find a way to make some money. Suen is now in great need of money. The bonus and spoils from the gang battle last time have consumed most of it. Whether it is his mechanical research, puppet making, or the potion making from Danny, they all burn a lot of money. The higher the level of materials, the more money they burn. Can potions be made with just a few materials? Only amateurs would say that. Low-level potions are fine, but high-level potions are difficult. Just the precise instruments needed to make potions are diverse. The more advanced the potion, the more demanding the equipment. Even second-hand goods bought from the black market are not cheap. They cost tens or hundreds of thousands, not to mention the maintenance and repair costs. And if you want to ensure a high success rate and obtain low-impurity potions, you need a sterile laboratory. According to Danny, a standard ordinary laboratory equipped according to the standards of the inner city laboratory would cost billions. Not to mention those specially developed special instruments. The production yield of a small workshop-style potion is extremely low, and you can try your luck with a few potions. But if Suen wants to make this a long-term source of income, some investment is necessary. In the end, he managed to set up a low-end version of a potion laboratory, which cost several million. Then there are the attempts at advanced puppet making. If a failure occurs, the material waste can be tens or even hundreds of thousands. This is also a necessary expense for becoming stronger. And there are also mechanical research projects like the Iron Man second generation. Suen calculated that he still needs to keep a large sum of money to prepare for purchasing the things he needs from the hunters who bring back items from ruins. Mental power secret techniques, the curse hair of the Morning Witch, or in case he encounters suitable curse materials for his advancement to the second rank. These are the real big expenses. He doesn't want to miss opportunities because of a lack of money. No windfall, no wealth. This is even more true in this different world. If you want to make money, there is no faster way than robbing enemy gangs. Kay said excitedly, hee. I've always heard that the Steam Party has a channel to obtain mechanical equipment from the inner city, and this time I actually caught it. This time, I heard that they transported a batch of military-grade mechanical equipment that was just replaced by the city guard. There are quite a few of them, and I estimate that they are worth several tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. It is not a secret that the backer behind the Steam Party has a channel to obtain regulated mechanical equipment from the inner city. Otherwise, relying solely on some underground mechanics in the gang, it would be impossible to support such a large gang's limb modification and development business, let alone the truly cutting-edge mechanical limbs of the Steam Party. Captain, you've said it for the 8th time. Suen joked with a smile. Listening to this, he also had some expectations at first. If what Kay said is true, and this batch of goods is worth hundreds of millions, it really is worth robbing. But the two of them have been squatting here for nearly 2 days and nights, and they haven't seen a single ghost. Kay's information is very limited except for knowing that the Steam Party's convoy will pass through this road. The rest, such as the transport time, quantity of goods, and personnel configuration, are all speculations. But it is precisely because of the uncertainty of this information that the two of them have patiently waited for so long. As members of the gang, they are well aware that the higher the level of confidentiality, the more valuable the transported goods. I say, Captain, could your information be wrong? This route is so remote, and the deserted park is just ahead. Even if it is mechanical equipment, it should be sent to the Steam Party's various strongholds. It's not reliable to send it to this wilderness. Suen is not impatient to wait, he is just joking when he says this. This road is overgrown with weeds and doesn't look like a legitimate transportation route. However, except for the slightly remote route, everything else fits the situation of secret transportation. Kay is a bit bored and has a nonchalant expression, who cares? We're just killing time here. If they don't come, we won't lose anything, if they do come, we'll make a profit. Hehe, you don't even know the situation of the enemy's transport force, but you think you can succeed for sure. Suen also felt that it was only. Kay dismissed it, saying, the standard convoy configuration is just a team leader leading the team. With your excellent marksmanship and me, the two of us are more than enough to take them down. Hat. Suen chuckled noncommittally. Coincidentally, at that moment, he spotted something in his sniper scope and exclaimed, they're coming. He observed carefully and added, 3 vehicles in total. 1 truck and 2 jeeps, drivers and convoy personnel included. I see 12 people. This was a standard convoy configuration. Holy shit, they're really coming. Kay was also delighted. He looked through his high-powered telescope and clearly saw the faces of the people in the vehicles. He shared the information he knew. The convoy leader is Barbarian Buck Bista, a veteran from the Steam faction. His talent is D003 Bloodthirsty Berserk, which allows him to block pain and enhance strength after going berserk. His prosthetic modification is a honeycomb firearm arm. Are you confident? No problem. Suen squinted and nodded. He remembered this man, who was indeed quite strong. But any first-order mechanical warrior didn't pose much of a threat in his eyes. However, Suen didn't let his guard down, his gaze swept over the other 11 people in the vehicle. Most of them looked familiar, and the fact that Barbarian Buck was sitting in the front passenger seat meant that there probably wasn't anyone in the convoy with a higher status than him. Having confirmed that the enemy's convoy strength was just a regular 12-man elite team, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. As the convoy slowly approached, Kay licked his lips, ha, then brother Suen, you stay here and snipe, I'll go to the ambush point. Suen nodded, be careful. Stick to the plan, and if anything unexpected happens, retreat immediately. Okay. Kay disengaged his implants and quietly slipped away. Since it was an ambush, Suen and Kay had already planted anti-tank mines in advance. Just as the convoy entered the ambush circle, the leading jeep drove over a mine and instantly turned into a ball of fire, being blown several meters into the air. Seeing the attack, the convoy showed no signs of wanting to fight and immediately tried to turn around and flee. But on the ground behind them, there were also mechanical mines modified by Suen. As soon as they turned around, they triggered the mines that could only be activated by reverse crushing, and another steam jeep was blown over. Suen wasn't idle either. He aimed at the truck driver through the scope of his sniper rifle and pulled the trigger when he found the opportunity. Unexpectedly, the alchemical bullet didn't penetrate the glass. Bulletproof glass. Suen frowned, suddenly feeling something was off. If such a large windshield could withstand alchemical bullets, it wouldn't be cheap. The modification cost would be equivalent to the price of a regular truck. At least, it's definitely not something this rusty-looking convoy truck would normally install. He immediately informed Kay of the anomaly through the communicator. Captain, the truck has bulletproof glass, be careful. Roger that. With the lead and tail vehicles already blown up, and the successful robbery seemingly imminent, Kay naturally wouldn't give up. Seeing the truck trying to escape, he agilely darted under the vehicle from the roadside, only to find that the bottom of the vehicle was also fitted with an explosion-proof plate, with no place to grab onto. Good thing I was prepared. Kay muttered to himself, took out a suction cup to attach himself to the bottom of the vehicle, and then installed Suen's modified suction alchemical bomb on the pipe. After activating the detonator, he rolled out from under the vehicle. The truck tried to escape like a madman, but suddenly there was a loud explosion. Although the vehicle wasn't flipped over, the alchemical bomb blasted through the bulletproof plate under the vehicle, disabling the truck completely. Chapter 107, How Come You Know Everything? Suen looked at the sniper rifle that didn't break the glass. To prevent any accidents, he put away the sniper rifle and immediately rushed down. Although the truck had already overturned, the driver's cabin was bulletproofed, and no one inside was foolish enough to open the door. Suen stopped Kay from wasting another alchemical bomb to blow up the front of the truck. Instead, he used a ricochet shot to penetrate the glass and kill 2 people. Oh, there was one unexpected thing. The barbarian buck surprisingly survived the explosion and jumped out of the flames. He fired his honeycomb flamethrower from his right arm, almost causing Kay to get injured. But after all, he was only a first-tier professional, a mechanical gunner with limited ammunition. Suen and Kay, 2 professionals working together, quickly killed him on the spot. With that, all 12 members of the escort team on the 3 vehicles were killed. Kay looked at the steam party members who were wiped out in front of him, a smile on his face. Hehe, the whole truck is bulletproofed. This batch of goods may be more valuable than expected, and thanks to you, Suen, for preparing the alchemical bomb. Otherwise, they would have almost escaped. Suen felt that Kay was right. The truck was obviously intentionally made to look old, and the cargo they were escorting was also very valuable, as proven from the side of the truck. He said, let's get to work quickly. They should have already sent out a distress signal. If we delay any longer, there may be trouble. Okay. Kay nodded as well. The reason they chose this ambush point was not only because it was remote but also because they considered the time it would take for the steam party reinforcements to arrive. Now that they had dealt with the enemies so smoothly, they had enough time to unload the cargo. Suen didn't dare to be careless. He walked to the side of the carriage and pressed his ear against it, listening carefully. The carriage wall was thick, and he didn't hear any movement. Meanwhile, Kay was fiddling with the lock on the door. He quickly discovered that this mechanical lock, called the Colt's alloy lock, was impossible to open without a key. He turned to Suen for help and said, Suen, this lock seems to be a Colt's alloy lock. We can't open it without a key. Should we use an alchemical bomb to blow it open? Suen shook his head and said, the individual cost of an alchemical bomb is 600,000. It's too extravagant to use a bomb just to open a lock. And what if there are valuable things inside and they get damaged by the explosion? It's that expensive. Kay's hand immediately shrank back. Even as the captain of the Cross Society, he felt his hands trembling at that price. In an instant, he looked at Suen with an expression of a nouveau riche and exaggeratedly said, "Brother, you're so rich." Suen didn't explain much and gave him a disdainful look. The anti-tank mine from earlier wasn't cheap either. Robbery also required costs. Without proper equipment, it was impossible to deal with this escort team. Kay knew it wasn't the time to gossip and said helplessly, "Then what should we do?" "Of course, we'll use a cheaper method." Suen walked over and took out some materials. With the lock as the center, he drew a hexagram alchemical array. Kay looked at the alchemical array drawn by Suen curiously and asked, "What is this?" He was purely a melee professional and knew almost nothing about alchemy except for unlocking alchemical arrays. This was also a common problem for most outer city professionals. They could fight and kill, but their theoretical knowledge was lacking. Suen skillfully drew the alchemical array and explained casually, "First-tier alchemy, melting alchemy, a very practical auxiliary alchemy. The main materials for drawing the array are a mixture of magnesium powder and mithril powder. When activated, it produces extremely high temperatures and can melt most known metals. It should be enough to deal with this lock." Kay felt his knowledge greatly expand as he listened. But then he asked, "Aren't you a gunner? How do you know alchemy?" "And alchemy knowledge is expensive and not easy to learn. I bought it from the black market." Suen didn't explain much either. This spell was indeed obtained from the black market, but it was a basic spell from the textbook that Mr. Black gave him. In the eyes of people from the outer city, it was an expensive spell, but in the inner city, it was just an example in the textbooks of noble students. Fortunately, he had some basic knowledge from the memories of the two assistant teachers he had previously separated from, so it was easy to pick up. He said to Kay, "Step back a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, Suen formed several magician seals with his hands and pressed them onto the alchemical array. Immediately, the hexagram array lit up with a dazzling white light. Even from a distance, one could feel the scorching heat on their skin. Then a magical scene appeared. The high temperature generated after the alchemical array was activated instantly melted the entire metal lock, turning the alloy into red fluid like magma that dripped onto the ground. Kay, who was watching from a distance, was filled with surprise and muttered, "Why do I feel like you know everything?" It was acceptable for a gunner to make alchemical bombs, but to know alchemy as well, it was strange. Alchemy was not something that could be easily achieved just by drawing a hexagram alchemical array. It required learning spells, forming seals, and matching materials, a complete set of casting procedures. Under normal circumstances, even if a mage had good talent, it would be impossible to become so proficient without 1 or 2 months of hard practice. Which gunner would have so much free time and spend so much time learning an auxiliary spell? Suen didn't explain much to him. "Captain, get ready to work." The lock was destroyed, and the door to the truck carriage was successfully opened. Kay didn't dwell on why Suen knew alchemy and instead looked forward with anticipation to see what valuable goods were inside. But just at that moment, Suen's ear moved, and he heard some movement inside the carriage. Suddenly, his face changed drastically. "Get back quickly." Kay hadn't figured out what was happening yet, but hearing Suen's urgent warning, he didn't hesitate at all and quickly retreated. In just an instant, a huge black shadow burst out from the carriage. It leaped out and slammed its heavy fist into the spot where Kay had been standing, creating a half-meter deep pit on the ground. Kay exclaimed, "What the hell is this thing?" Suen's gaze also froze as he looked at the sudden appearance of the monster. Hateful warrior. Explanation: a first-order semi-distorted monster created by X Serum. They have lost their rationality but can still execute simple killing commands through special conditioned reflex training. The potion enhancement has given them super strong physical bodies, fast movement speed, high recovery, high strength, high physical resistance, and medium magic resistance. This is a nearly 3-meter tall, ugly blue-skinned humanoid monster. Conditioned reflex? It seems that the way to open the carriage was wrong, activating this monster. Suen looked at the identification content displayed on the monster's head and immediately guessed what it was. It turned out that there was not only a reorganized escort team from the Steam Party, but also a monster guarding it. What kind of cargo was in this carriage that required such cautious handling? The blue skin is somewhat similar to a living corpse. A thought flashed through Suen's mind, and his actions were not slow at all. He immediately raised his hand and fired 2 shots at the monster. Crack! Crack! The alchemical bullets successfully penetrated the back of the monster's head, but they didn't go deep. And strangely, the bullet slowly squeezed out of the muscle, and the wound visibly wriggled and recovered. Such resilience! Suen looked at his 2 shots that didn't even hurt the monster and was greatly surprised. Alchemical bullets could create a bloody hole in an ordinary professional with 1 shot, but when used against this thing, it only left a bullet hole the size of a little finger. The monster's recovery ability was even more terrifying, making it hard to believe. On the other hand, Kay's reaction was not slow either. After dodging the monster's punch, he rushed forward, his arm transformed into a blade, and he slashed at the unprotected thigh of the monster. The blade flashed with a cold light, and under this slash, the normal flesh and blood would undoubtedly be cut apart. But just as he made his move, Kay's expression suddenly changed. It was as if a blunt knife had hit the bark, almost causing his blade to get stuck in the monster's flesh. Upon closer inspection, this slash only left a superficial mark and did not cause any substantial damage. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, the scratch had already returned to its original state. And because of this momentary delay caused by the slash, Kay just wanted to avoid it when a fist the size of a sand pot smashed into his abdomen. Even if he tried his best to dodge, it felt like he had been hit by a rhino's horn on his ribs. Poof! He couldn't hold back the surge of dark blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. With just 1 encounter, Kay fell into a dangerous situation. Seeing that the monster was still chasing after Kay, Suen fired several shots in a row, trying to attract the monster's attention. As he watched various alchemical bullets explode on the monster's vital points, Suen also confirmed one thing: the monster had extremely high physical defense, but its magic defense was not too high. However, it was difficult for the double-shot armor-piercing bullets to penetrate its defense. Ammunition like anti-magic bullets had some killing power, but if they didn't penetrate the surface, they wouldn't cause much damage. Suen successfully attracted the monster's attention with these shots. The towering body of over 3 meters looked burly and clumsy, but its speed was extremely fast. The monster turned its head and charged forward, cracking the ground. Its whole body was like a cannonball crashing over. So fast! This monster's speed has reached the level of a second-order professional. Suen felt the tremendous pressure coming towards him and was already prepared. His muscles all over his body had contracted to the extreme, and with a pull of the steel wire in his hand, he used the collision force of brushing past to spin rapidly in the air before landing. Although he looked a bit disheveled, Suen calmly analyzed many things in his mind. Very fast in a straight line, but the ability is somewhat lacking. Purely physical attacks, no implants, no spell casting, low intelligence. This was a monster with some attributes surpassing a second-order professional but also obvious weaknesses. He instantly judged that he could fight. Seeing Suen being knocked away, Kay suppressed the discomfort in his chest and swiftly rushed over. He felt that as a melee assassin, he might not win, but he could temporarily withstand a few blows. As for Suen, with his weak physical body as a gunman, it was hard to say. Once the monster got close, a single punch could take his life. Kay urgently said, "This guy's strength has reached the level of a second-order professional. We are no match for him. Get ready to retreat." Suen seemed indifferent, showing no intention of running away. He continued to fire his guns. He knew very well that without alternating cover from both of them, Kay would definitely not be able to hold on for long. He urgently said, "You can't outrun it, don't run, use your skills to dodge." And if they chose to simply run away, the terrifying speed of the monster could catch up to either of them in an instant. Once it stuck to them, with a single mistake, they would immediately die on the spot. That was the tricky part about this monster. It couldn't be killed, couldn't be worn down, and couldn't be escaped. The monster was mighty, its punches and kicks shattering gold and breaking stones. Kay's figure was agile, darting around the armored truck. Sometimes he would dive under the carriage, sometimes he would go around the back, barely able to protect himself. But no matter how he attacked, the monster remained unscathed. If they continued to drag it out, they would eventually run into trouble. Not to mention being killed by the monster. If they were delayed, it would be enough for the steam party's reinforcements to arrive. Damn it! How could there be such a monster in the carriage? Kay cursed angrily. He saw the cargo right in front of them, but they had to give up. He understood Suen's battle plan. It seemed like they were trying to kite the monster, alternating and drawing its attention to find an opportunity to retreat. He urgently shouted, "Suen, I'll hold it off first. You snipe from a distance. We might still have a chance." He wanted to persuade Suen to leave first, to create enough distance for a kill shot, and then both of them could escape. But Suen's battle plan was clearly not about escaping. He vaguely guessed what was in this batch of goods and decided to go all out. Help me hold it off for a moment, prepare for a counterattack. Kay's thoughts stalled. Before he could finish speaking, he saw from the corner of his eye that Suen had already put away his twin guns. His hands were quickly forming seals, and a pentagram formation had already lit up under his feet. Such a fast seal formation speed! Astonishment flashed through Kay's mind, but he still couldn't figure out what Suen was trying to do. Was he going to unleash his implant and fight head-on? But, this monster couldn't be killed. In that instant, his puzzled thoughts hadn't yet shown on his face when Kay's gaze suddenly froze. That familiar feeling from the battlefield had returned. Suen completed the seal formation expressionlessly and lightly shouted, "Implant, release." After the pentagram formation fully lit up, a dark golden, ferocious 8-armed spider lance was revealed behind him. Chapter 108, Do You Call Yourself a Gunman? Suen, why did you take off your alchemical armor? To escape? In the previous second, Kay hadn't reacted yet, but in the next second, his expression became very strange. At this moment, he wasn't just feeling that something was wrong with Suen's behavior, but also that there was something off about the dark golden and ferocious 8-armed spider spear. What the hell is this? Seeing this bizarre alchemical armor, it surprised him even more than when a monster suddenly appeared in the carriage earlier. If it weren't for the pentagram formation on the ground, would I believe that this is alchemical armor? The spider-shaped alchemical armor is not only unique in the outer city, but probably also rare in the inner city. In a moment of thought, Kay seemed to realize that he had never seen Suen's alchemical armor before. He had asked before, hoping to help him get a suitable gunslinger's armor. But Suen said he already had a decent set of armor, so Kay didn't ask further. But, is this it? You call this kind of armor decent? Also, is this the kind of armor a proper gunslinger should have? What's the deal with those 8 spider spears? Are they for running faster? But you also need to be able to control them. Although he didn't understand what Suen was doing, looking at that familiar dead fish face, Kay felt an inexplicable trust in his heart. The familiar feeling of the battlefield had returned. If this guy says he can fight back, then he definitely can. After taking off the alchemical armor, it's not over yet. Suen knew very well that simple physical damage would be difficult to penetrate the abomination warrior's skin. Even though the spider spears were sharp, they didn't penetrate deep enough, so the damage they caused to the monster was extremely limited. Just as he took off the armor, Suen didn't stop. His hands quickly changed into the gestures of a sorcerer. The alchemical formation lit up again, and his gaze became sharper and sharper. With the final sorcerer's gesture, he softly chanted, "Alchemical secret technique, unbound servant." In that instant, a faint blue cold flame appeared on his entire body. The 8 spider spears were covered in cold fire, resembling 8 fiery spears, with a strange and ferocious style. When this cold flame spell appeared, Kay, who was far away, was no longer surprised, but completely shocked. The rank of alchemical spells often corresponds to the intensity of their display. This cold flame, filled with a chilling aura, didn't look simple at all. This was definitely not an ordinary alchemical spell. However, the higher the rank of alchemical spells, the longer the learning time required, and more importantly, this high-ranking alchemical knowledge couldn't be bought. Previously, Suen had already shown him the gold fusion technique, which was already unbelievable. And now, he had this flame protective spell that he couldn't understand. With just this, you still call yourself a gunslinger? Now is not the time to hesitate. Once the reinforcements from the steam party arrive, they will face more than just a monster. After Suen took off the armor, he didn't hesitate at all. He raised his hands, dual-wielding pistols, and instantly attracted the monster's attention. The monster charged forward, its 8 spider arms moving together, and its 8 legs supporting its body. It dodged at a strange angle. And in that moment of passing by, Suen's hands grabbed the air, and several strands of cosmic threads formed a lead grey puppet. As the threads were pulled, the puppet, like a magnet, firmly grabbed the monster's right side. Almost at the same time, Suen shouted, "Release!" The runes on the puppet immediately lit up. In an instant, the monster's legs became unbalanced, and it stumbled and fell to the ground. This was the intermediate puppet, lead weight doll, engraved with the earth-based mountain rune. When the doll stepped on the ground, it was like a magnet attracting iron sand, and earth elements would continuously attach to the doll, making it heavier and heavier until it reached its limit. Originally a light wooden doll, it could generate a pulling force of over 1,000 kilograms. The monster fell heavily to the ground, and Suen knew that this wouldn't cause it any harm. Almost at the same time, the 8 spider legs pulled at the same time, and 2 more puppets, one black and one red, made a crisp sound as their wooden joints moved. They rushed forward. When they approached the abomination warrior, the black-faced puppet's jaw split open, and a black tube emerged, spraying a dark liquid like oil towards the monster. At the same time, the red-faced puppet opened its mouth and sprayed a flame with a special phosphorescent glow that was over 10 meters long. When the fuel met the flame, it immediately became like a flamethrower, igniting the entire body of the monster. These 2 puppets were Suen's latest mastery of 2 types of runic puppets, the oil-devouring doll and the phosphorus fire doll. The red-faced doll was engraved with an alchemical formation and spewed a first-level alchemical spell called Indestructible Phosphorus Fire. The black-faced doll didn't spray ordinary fuel, but a specially formulated combustion-enhancing material called refined phosphorus oil. The fuel was extremely sticky and couldn't be shaken off once it stuck to something. And when phosphorus fire encountered water, it was difficult to extinguish unless it burned out. Strong defense and strong recovery, so what? If it were an alchemist who knew magic, they might have other means to extinguish the flames. But for a physically attacking and low-intelligence abomination warrior, this burn would be enough to give it a hard time. The monster seemed to have no sense of pain. It had flames burning on its back, but it seemed completely unaware. It stood up, slapped and shattered the lead-weight doll clinging to its leg, and turned its head towards Suen. But this time, the monster made a shaking motion with its head, as if trying to shake off the phosphorus blocking its vision. It was precisely this shaking motion that delayed it for a second, allowing it to charge towards Suen. Suen caught the monster's subtle head movement and immediately judged in his heart, as expected. This monster also relies on visual perception to locate its target. The burning flames have greatly limited its perception. The hateful warrior charged furiously, running and dripping phosphorus fire all the way. A gust of wind carrying a bone-piercing heat wave brushed past him. This time, Suen skillfully avoided the monster's charge by using his spider spear to support his body. And this time, it was much easier than the last. The monster, with its limited perception, had a noticeably weaker reaction. For Suen, the crisis was significantly reduced in an instant. He could just watch the monster burn. Although it probably wouldn't burn to death, it could be severely damaged. Killing it would be much easier then. But Suen knew he couldn't wait any longer. This monster had an extraordinary vitality. If he didn't fight quickly, it might hold out until the reinforcements from the steam party arrived. So, he had to take the initiative to attack. As he brushed past the flaming monster, it collided with the steel wire. This pull caused Suen to whoosh and fly out. But, this was exactly what he wanted. Suen's body flew backward, like a javelin thrower's inertia sprint, giving him an extra acceleration. At this moment, he had already set up 8 spider spears vertically in front of him. With a crack sound, the sharp ends of the spider spears shot out sharp black spikes. The monster, failing to hit its target, also sensed something and abruptly stopped. In that instant, Suen was catapulted out by a huge inertia. The 8 spider spears, wrapped in a cold, blue flame, fearlessly pierced towards the monster's body, aiming for its vital points. 4 spears targeted the monster's back of the head, chest, and waist. Not knowing if it finally felt pain, the monster's movements noticeably slowed. Suen didn't stop. He pulled the steel wire, and his whole body was fixed in mid-air. The spider spears were flexible at the joints, not only capable of straight stabs, but also able to attack lateral points. With a hiss sound, 2 spears pierced into the monster's ears. The spider spears even had better penetration than alchemical bullets, with 6 spikes penetrating half a foot into the flesh. The 8-armed spider spear, permanently engraved with the sharp rune, was not only sharp, but also carried the toxic properties of the cursed material itself. The corrosive toxin gave the spider spear a remarkable armor-piercing effect. After piercing, it instantly released the blood corruption toxin that slowed wound healing. The double toxins made the spear penetrate deeper, causing massive damage to the monster. Suen was like a giant mosquito, with 8 spider legs acting like mouthparts, firmly attached to the monster's back. Because of the multiple legs, he had enough support points to calmly avoid the monster's swinging arms, repeatedly stabbing and creating new wounds. In an instant, the monster's body was like a punctured water bag, with blue blood spurting out. Roar! The remote wilderness echoed with the monster's angry roar. The monster instinctively sensed danger and tried to shake Suen off its back. After several unsuccessful attempts, it accelerated and charged towards the bulletproof transport vehicle. With a thud, the massive impact force shifted the heavy vehicle several meters. Suen, however, was quick and pulled the steel wire in his hand, separating himself from the monster's body before he could be crushed. Chapter 109, Goods Beyond Expectations. Several meters away, 8 spider arms landed steadily. Suen shook his dizzy head, looking at the lively flame monster in front of him. The seriousness on his brow finally eased a bit. Because he found that the monster's defense had been broken. The previous gunshot damage, before it could attack again, the previous wounds had already healed. But now, with the burning of phosphorus fire and the dozens of holes pierced by the 8-armed spider spear, tons of damage was dealt. The wounds were healing with obvious difficulty, which meant that the monster's self-healing ability had reached its limit. Although it was still healing, as long as he continued to output damage that exceeded the healing amount, the monster would become weaker and weaker. Moreover, self-healing was not without cost. In the field of alchemy, energy was conserved. Even though this monster had terrifying self-healing ability, it still needed to consume biological energy to heal itself. The more wounds, the greater the consumption, which would cause it to become weaker and weaker. Because of its weakness, the monster's strength, perception, and reaction abilities would all decrease. The pressure of Suen's battle would become smaller and smaller. Moreover, this abomination warrior had a major weakness, which was low intelligence. Reality only gave him a moment to catch his breath. Just as Suen landed, he saw the monster charging towards him again. However, he remained calm and used the same technique again, using both the oil-devouring doll and the phosphorus fire doll to cover the flames that the monster was trying to extinguish, causing the flames to burn fiercely once again. Without intelligence, only the instinct to kill, just like fighting a boss in a game, he could attract hatred and choose a fixed routine of attack methods. After burning it, Suen found another opportunity and jumped onto the monster's back, stabbing it with the spider spear. The blue blood sprayed more and more violently, the monster became weaker and weaker, its movements slower and less threatening. Not far away, Kay watched the battle in silence. Originally, he wanted to rush up to help. Even if he couldn't harm the monster, he could at least distract it and share some of the pressure with Suen. But before he could do anything, he found that the plot had unexpectedly taken a different direction. Alchemy was one thing. Spider armor was one thing. Being covered in ghostly fire was one thing. And now there were several incomprehensible runic puppets? He thought those spider legs were for running away, but it turns out. His eyes told him that Suen was actually a puppeteer? But in the end, Suen had the upper hand. Kay looked at him with shining eyes and felt a surge of excitement in his heart. What quality is this spider armor? And he can control it so flexibly. A monster with close combat abilities of a second-tier professional, a monster with abnormal defense and recovery, was actually being suppressed by Suen? Alchemy bullets couldn't break through the monster's defense, but the spider spear could pierce through it. He now knew that the alchemical quality of this armor must be terrifying. It definitely wasn't black iron. Even Kay felt that the silver armor wasn't as strong. After all, he was also a professional and knew the prerequisites for fusing armor. Suen's ability to fuse high-quality alchemical armor meant that his dark spiritual power far exceeded his peers when he joined. And to be able to control these 8 spider legs so flexibly was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. So he wasn't joking on the battlefield before, he was serious. Thinking of this, Kay muttered with a deep gaze, "Damn, if it weren't for encountering this monster today, I wouldn't have known that this guy is so powerful." Usually, he always protected Suen as the team leader, but it turns out that he was the clown. But as he watched the balance of victory tilt towards Suen, Kay's tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed. His friend had become stronger, and he felt a genuine happiness from the bottom of his heart. From the moment Suen found the opening in the abomination warrior, the outcome of the battle was already determined. Before long, the monster covered in flames finally weakened due to continuous injuries, and after being pierced by the spider spear once again, it let out a reluctant howl and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Suen looked at the corpse and finally let out a long breath. Although the entire battle process seemed to be repeating the same few routines, tripping, spraying oil and burning, and then stabbing. In reality, it was a constant dance of life and death. The strength of the monster did not allow him to make any mistakes. You could hit the monster 100 times and it wouldn't feel a thing, but if you made one mistake, the monster could seize the opportunity to kill you instantly. Because of his constant state of calmness, Suen minimized the probability of making mistakes. However, there were also many gains from the battle. This was his first time using all his skills to kill a powerful enemy. Although he had trained many times in the basement before, it was not the same as actual combat. Fighting against this abomination warrior gave him a lot of inspiration. He also realized that the puppeteer profession was strong, but its strength was not only in the various magical effects of the puppets. It was also strong in the operability of this profession. If various puppets with different effects were used well, the combat power could almost double, and one person could achieve the effect of a whole team. This battle gradually made Suen understand the future planning of his profession. Tank, DPS, healer, control, support. All these abilities could be completely replaced by various functional oddities. He didn't need anyone to form a team with, he was a team himself. Suen retracted his implant, slowly calming his breath. At this moment, Kay quickly walked over, looking at Suen as if he was looking at a monster, excitedly asked, "Bro, when did you become so powerful? What's with your implant, what spell is that cold flame, and that puppet?" Suen felt there was nothing to hide about these, but it wasn't the time to explain. He shook his head with a smile, "Now is not the time to talk about this, let's move the stuff, we don't have much time." Kay pursed his lips, finally suppressing his curiosity, "Right." The two didn't delay any longer and quickly walked to the back of the truck. They looked at the densely packed alloy boxes in the truck, their eyes full of anticipation. "Haha! Let me see, what kind of treasures could be guarded by this monster?" Kay said, casually opening a mechanical box. Suddenly, a chill hit their faces. Both of them were taken aback, because they saw a set of brand new, high-tech armor in the box. This. Kay looked at the armor, then at Suen. Wasn't it supposed to be second-hand mechanical equipment? This didn't look like it. Gently touching it, a frosty chill could be felt on his palm. Helmet, armor, mechanical gloves, frost cannon, power boiler. Each part had high-level runes and enchanted coatings. Where would Kay, who was born in the slums, have seen such a thing? Looking at the armor, he was surprised and puzzled. The loot was too high-end, making him feel somewhat unreal. It was like they had come to steal some scrap metal, but ended up with bars of shining gold. He turned his head to look at Suen, his voice trembling slightly, uncertainly asking, "Brother Suen, what kind of armor is this?" "Refurbished." Suen's eyes narrowed slightly, he actually recognized the origin of this armor. His eyes showed a hint of contemplation, and he slowly uttered a few words, "The latest mechanical equipment of the Inner City Guard Frost Giant Battle Armor." Upon hearing this, Kay's mind went blank. Looking again, there were dozens of large and small mechanical boxes in the truck, and they didn't know what treasures were inside. The two immediately realized that this batch of goods was completely different from the information they had received. It seemed like they had hit the jackpot. Chapter 110, X Serum. When Suen saw the mechanical box they casually opened, he immediately realized that the contents were not second-hand mechanical equipment bought by the Steam Party from the inner city. This kind of mechanical battle armor with top-level technological content is not sold to the outer city gangs as they are not fully equipped with the elite forces of the inner city. Without looking at the other boxes, Suen knew that the goods in this truck far exceeded expectations and were of immeasurable value. Not long ago, he heard in the high-level professional circle of the black market that someone was demanding to buy this type of battle armor for a unit price of over 15 million Lesuo. The most crucial thing is that the configuration of this escort team feels strange to Suen. A normal transport team wouldn't be escorting something so valuable, would they? But with a little thought, it seemed reasonable. The Steam Party's escort team has always been active. Who would think that a shop that sells bread every day would occasionally have something other than flour in their supplies? In the outer city, second-tier professionals are all important figures and generally wouldn't stoop down to rob a batch of second-hand mechanical equipment. But in fact, the escort team led by the barbarian Buck is simply a decoy to deceive others. They may not even know what they are escorting. Special armored vehicles and abomination warriors are the real guarantee for this batch of goods. Even if normal bandits were to rob this transport team, not to mention whether they could intercept this special armored truck, even if they did, once they opened the carriage and faced the abomination warriors, it would be almost impossible for a normal first-tier professional team to survive. Even if there were second-tier professional bandits, without means to restrain the monsters, they could be entangled and killed, or they could be delayed until the steam party reinforcements arrived. Even if they managed to escape, they would definitely not be able to take the goods. With this in mind, this low-profile escort method is not only not outrageous but rather clever. Moreover, when Suen fully understood what these goods were, he understood even more why the owner of the goods chose this low-key escort method. Kay looked at the frost giant armor and suddenly felt a little at a loss. In his life, he had never seen something so good. He looked at Suen and asked, "What should we do now? What else can we do? Since we've already robbed it, of course, we take it with us." Suen smiled indifferently and said, "We'll clean up the scene later." With people and monsters killed, even if they stopped now, the mastermind behind these goods would definitely investigate to the end. Kay's face lit up when he heard this. "Haha, that's what I was thinking too." As a member of the gang, he still had some courage. That's what he had in mind, but he was worried that his greed would cause fatal trouble for the gang and for Suen. After all, the greater the value, the greater the price the mastermind behind the goods would pay to investigate. There were many bandits who had fallen into such situations. Now that he heard Suen thinking the same way, he felt relieved. No pain, no gain. What's there to be afraid of? The two of them happily started unpacking and then packed everything up. The storage ring is a simple application of spatial rules in alchemy. Because it is a secondary space, it cannot be too large. The larger it is, the easier it is to collapse, and the cost increases exponentially. A normal storage ring has a storage space of only 1/8 of a cubic meter, and a larger one is only half a cubic meter. Even in Suen's hands, he only had a storage ring of about 1 cubic meter, which he obtained after killing the noble student Jack in the underground dungeon. It was barely enough to hold the puppets, but it was not enough to hold these relatively large mechanical equipment. So the two of them had to take out all the mechanical equipment from the boxes. If they could be disassembled or folded, they were stuffed into the storage ring. The larger unremovable items were gathered together. The people from the inner city used an iron box over 2 meters long to transport this set of frost giant armor, but in reality, the space occupied by the contents inside was less than 1/3. It was probably to prevent any scratches or damage to the enchanted coating, affecting its appearance. But these bandits like Suen naturally didn't have such concerns. The two of them treated the equipment like firewood, roughly tying the mechanical arms and legs together, and packing them with the canvas they brought, making it convenient to take them away on the motorcycle later. The two of them worked quickly, and in no time, they had unpacked most of the boxes. 5 sets of armor, 10 individual artillery, several light/heavy external mechanical skeletal components, 50 runic pistols, 20 mechanical rifles, 15 alchemical bullets, and several ordinary ammunition grenades. In addition to the astonishingly valuable armor and ammunition supplies in the truck, there were also various types of protective clothing, gas masks, instrument accessories, and other things. When Suen saw the ammunition supplies, he began to suspect who in the outer city could use such advanced equipment. When he saw these laboratory equipment, a strange thought immediately came to his mind: could this batch of equipment be sent from the inner city to a secret experimental base in the outer city? These high-quality biochemical equipment is of no use to people in the outer city, only places like laboratories would have them. And to confirm his speculation, a small accident happened at this moment. Crack! A crisp sound like the shattering of glass echoed clearly in the carriage. Suen turned around and saw Kay looking at him innocently. Kay also didn't understand what had happened and pointed to the broken storage ring and the box on the ground, and said truthfully, I saw that there were potions in this box, so I put them in the storage ring. I didn't expect the storage ring to crack. Kay had never encountered this situation before and didn't understand what it meant. But Suen immediately thought of something and his expression froze slightly. The storage ring cracked? He immediately opened that box and appraised it. As expected, inside were neatly arranged 5 potions, X serum raw fluid. Explanation: an active substance extracted from the body of a supercognitive abyssal creature. After injection, it significantly enhances physical attributes, raises the limit of rank advancement, and modifies bloodline. Effect: after injection into the body will gain a large amount of enhancement in the following months. The tolerance limit for dark spirit power increases by 230%, 570%, strength increases by 270, 350%, toughness increases by 220–325%, cell activity growth by 881,100%, and the limit of cell division increases by 50%. The values fluctuate due to uncontrollable mutation factors. After blood modification, the abyssal bloodline inheritance is obtained, gaining related growth potential. With each advancement in rank, all attributes additionally increase by 310%. Side effects: the serum is extremely violent. If injected into a human whose bloodline rank is not higher than that of the abyssal bloodline, it will 100% cause mutation. After mutation, attributes will undergo non-directional mutation, gaining a large increase in attributes. It will turn your skin blue for a long period of time. X serum. Suen's gaze faltered, and he instantly fell into thought. He never expected to find 5 vials of the legendary X serum in this batch of goods. He had guessed when he saw that abhorrent warrior that those guys in the inner city hadn't given up on researching that project. But seeing this batch of potions, he realized that the experiment was so close, even in the West District. He also knew that he had guessed right. This batch of goods was indeed a supply for a secret laboratory set up by the inner city in the outer city. Things are getting a bit complicated, Suen murmured to himself. However, now that he had the goods in hand, any trouble was a matter for the future. He was more interested in the value of this potion. After all, the string of data identified was too eye-catching. Even with 10 times the cell activity, it can't reach that exaggerated recovery ability. That abhorrent warrior must have undergone some mutations after the mutation. Cell activity and division times are attributes directly linked to lifespan. No wonder the big shots in the inner city can't forget about it. And it can gain some bloodline growth. If it doesn't mutate, it's simply a miracle drug. Just talking about the body's enhancement, this X serum is ridiculously non-human. Dark spirit power, strength, toughness, cell activity. It's simply a doubling of all dimensions. It's even more exaggerated than the attribute increase of a first-rank job. It gives the feeling that with one injection, you can immediately have a superhuman physique. But that 100% mutation is too eye-catching. Suen looked at the information identified from the potion, and many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. X serum plus mutation suppression drug equals zombie, right? That zombie research diary recorded the detailed method of making zombies. Now it seems like all the hardware conditions are met. Before he knew the whereabouts of the X serum, Suen didn't pay much attention to the contents of the diary. But now that he had a few real potions in his hand, his thoughts immediately became active. Now that he had the X serum, although the mutation suppression formula was still in the research stage for the Black Tower, it wasn't a big problem for Suen. Because the diary had a detailed formula. Suen had always guessed that zombies could use that forbidden object, the Black Scythe. If he could really create zombies, it might give him an extra trump card. Moreover, if the X drug could be used on zombies, could it also be used on humans? If the mutation on a living body could also be suppressed, wouldn't he take off immediately? Thinking of this, Suen felt that he should go back and take a good look at that zombie research diary. Chapter 111, PX 911 Artificial Mechanical Limb. Suen's thoughts drifted away for a moment, then returned to reality. Beside him, Kay muttered in confusion, "Strange, could it be that my storage ring is too old and has collapsed?" If Suen didn't have the all-knowing eye, he would probably be just as confused. But now he could guess that the reason the storage ring collapsed was probably because the source of this serum was identified as an unrecognized creature. The secondary space cannot store items with rules that are too high. That creature may represent some kind of indescribable high-level being. Suen even speculated that the main cargo that the owner of this batch really wanted to transport was this batch of potions, and everything else was just extras. These potions cannot be placed in the storage space and can only be transported by the transport team. The cargo cannot see the light, and the destination cannot see the light either. The Steam Party, the snakehead of the West City, is the best partner. Suen searched through the other boxes and found more. In addition to these 5 bottles of X Serum Original Solution, there were also 100 bottles of second-generation X Serum in another large box next to it, which had a distortion rate of 100% but only had 1/10 of the effect. There was also a note left in the box, which said, "Dr. Victor's personal letter." Suen glanced at the contents and roughly understood that a person named number 19 had not been caught yet, the items had not been retrieved, and the stock of serum was running low, so the doctor should use it carefully. For some reason, when Suen looked at this number 19, the image of the woman with a 3 million reward immediately came to his mind. She was connected to the X-Serum plan and had escaped from the inner city laboratory without being caught. Her conditions almost completely matched the conditions on the note. It seemed that the items she stole from the laboratory were the key to making the serum. However, it was obviously not the time to think about this question now. Suen felt that this robbery was getting more and more unexpected. If not handled properly, it would definitely cause big trouble. And these potions were too special. They couldn't be put in the storage ring and could only be carried on the body. Suen was also worried that there might be some tracking marks on the boxes. After thinking about it, he took out all the potions, sprayed them with odorless potion and interference powder, and then put these more than 100 potions into the prepared potion bag. Kay, who was beside him, looked at him being so cautious and asked, "Suen, do you know about these potions? Do you need to be so careful?" Suen didn't explain in detail and said, "I roughly know what these potions are. They may cause big trouble, so it's better to be cautious." But Kay didn't seem to be interested in the potions either. He just casually asked, "You understand potions too?" "Suen, a little." Kay rolled his eyes when he heard this, as if he was used to this guy knowing everything. He didn't ask much and continued to search for other things. While Suen was still dealing with the potions, Kay opened the last few boxes and found something. He exclaimed, "Suen, come and see what this is." Suen glanced over and saw that in the box at the bottom, there was actually a set of incomprehensible machinery. Kay took out a shiny silver metal arm and looked at it repeatedly, uncertainly saying, "This is, mechanical skeleton? No, it seems to be a mechanical limb." Suen was also surprised when he looked at it. In this world, there is only a physical control system, so the core of all machinery control is actually a person. Whether it's a mechanical skeleton or a battle armor, they are essentially a mechanical shell worn by a person. But this thing engraved with PX 911 artificial mechanical limb on the inscription was very strange. It was not an external attachment, but a real mechanical limb with hands, legs, and even an energy conversion boiler in the chest. However, it was missing some connecting parts. But to completely assemble a robot, it still lacked some linkage devices and a head. Suen's knowledge of machinery was already quite good now. Even if he didn't understand the principles, he had a general idea of its origin. But when he looked at this set of mechanical limbs, he was completely puzzled. How does this thing work? It's not an external attachment, is it directly replacing the human skeletal system? But how can nerves directly manipulate machinery? Is it some kind of special alchemical prosthetic? In an instant, countless doubts filled Suen's mind. And at this moment, Kay, who was holding the mechanical arm, accidentally touched some mechanism. With a click sound, a sharp blade suddenly popped out of the mechanical palm. Kay was startled, his hand trembled, and the arm fell off. Then the sharp blade easily cut a smooth slit on the metal box next to it. Kay looked incredulous. This dagger is so sharp." Suen squinted and looked for identification, which showed that the metal used to make this dagger was almond metal, an extremely rare natural metal described in the Black Tower Academy textbook as being used to forge artifacts in ancient times. It has super hardness and magic conductivity. Seeing this, he also became very interested and picked up another arm to observe. It felt smooth in his hand, but he didn't see any seams where a dagger could be embedded. Seeing this, Suen murmured. Not only was it sharp, but the precision of this set of mechanical arms was what truly shocked him. This was a true laboratory-level technology, not to mention the outer city, even the military enterprises in the inner city probably couldn't produce this level of precision machining. Just this piece of mechanical limb alone was many levels more technologically advanced than the frost giant battle armor they had seen before. Upon seeing a piece of machinery he couldn't understand, Suen felt a desire to disassemble it and understand its structure and principles. But now was obviously not the time to examine it closely. He said to Kay, "Let's pack it up together, we don't have much time. I'll clean up the traces of the battle." "Okay." Kay didn't dare to delay, and the two of them packed up everything. Kay rode over on the hidden motorcycle, then stuffed these tattered canvas bags full on both motorcycles. Now that they knew this batch of goods was not the second-hand mechanical equipment they had originally thought, Suen had to be even more careful. They had originally thought they were robbing the steam party, but now it seemed they had stolen materials from a secret laboratory in the inner city. Suen carefully dealt with the traces they had left at the scene, including the traces they had made from 2 days of ambush. Then he set up incendiary bombs near the truck. After everything was dealt with, the two of them rode on their motorcycles and found a small road to leave the scene of the robbery. Not far away, the truck exploded in a blaze, and all traces were engulfed in the sea of fire. Because they were carrying heavy things, the two of them didn't ride fast. Kay was still immersed in the huge surprise of their harvest, riding the motorcycle and asking, "Hey, Brother Suen, how much do you think we can sell our spoils for this time?" 100 million at least, right? More than that." Suen shook his head. 5 sets of frost giant battle armor alone were worth 75 million, not to mention other advanced firearms, ammunition and research equipment. Especially the X-Serum and PX-911 artificial mechanical limbs, these two items were the real priceless treasures. Hearing this, the smile on Kay's face became even brighter. He was from the slums and had never seen so much money before. "Hehe, once we sell this, we'll be rich overnight. I know a few reliable black market merchants, our goods are so good, we can definitely sell them for a good price." It wasn't that Kay was careless, but that he didn't know the true value of these goods and what they involved. If it was ordinary second-hand mechanical equipment, it wouldn't matter who the owner was, there were plenty of people in the black market who would dare to buy it. But he didn't know about the X-Serum inside, which was related to the inner city's top-secret plan. If they casually sold this batch of goods, there would definitely be problems. Suen solemnly denied his idea, saying, "No. These goods cannot enter the market for the time being, otherwise there will be big trouble." He felt that if he were the owner of the goods, and they were lost, the first reaction would be to look for the place where they were sold. The black market in the outer city would definitely be a place of focus. Mr. Black had told him that there were spies from the umbrella organization in the black market, and if they really went to sell the goods, they would probably be delivering themselves to the door. "Why?" Kay asked, puzzled. Suen didn't explain in detail, only saying, "There are some very sensitive things in this batch of goods, they absolutely cannot be sold through normal channels." After a pause, he added, "No one can know about us robbing the Steam Party's transport team this time. If it gets out, it will be a huge problem for anyone." "Okay." Kay frowned. Actually, when he saw the battle armor and mechanical limbs, he had realized the seriousness of the situation. Although he didn't understand where these things came from, he chose to believe Suen's words. There was enough trust between the two of them. He didn't say much, just asked, "So, how do we deal with these goods? Hide them for now?" "Yes." Suen had the same idea, and added, "I have a safe channel to sell the goods, but I need to observe for a while. The goods may not be able to be sold immediately. Ordinary merchants definitely wouldn't work, but Mr. Black was trustworthy. That defector who was being hunted by the umbrella organization would definitely not have any connection with the owner of these goods." The only thing Suen needed to worry about was how to sell the goods in batches without arousing suspicion that they had intercepted this batch of goods. Hearing this, Kay nodded, "Okay." Chapter 112, Laboratory Explosion. Suen and Kay followed the predetermined route on their motorcycles, and halfway through, they switched to another motorcycle and continued on. The fact that no one had caught up with them for so long meant that their cleanup work had been done well. There were no major flaws in the first stage of the robbery. However, as they rode, Kay felt that the motorcycle was a bit unstable. He muttered, "Hey! Suen, why do I feel like the motorcycle is swaying today? Did something heavy break it?" Suen had actually noticed the abnormality earlier. The feeling came very quickly, and before Kay finished speaking, Suen's face changed instantly. "Get off quickly." Without explaining further, he took out a folding bulletproof board and they both held it up. In the next instant, a 1,000-meter-high mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the direction of the desolate park several kilometers behind them. It felt like something was about to emerge from underground, rolling violently and making it difficult to stand. After a moment, a thunderous explosion rang in their ears, deafening. Boom boom boom. The shockwave came crashing like a landslide and tidal wave, compressing the air and momentarily making it difficult to breathe. A tremendous force bang hit the bulletproof board, almost sending the two of them flying. Fortunately, they were far enough away. After the shockwave passed, although they were a bit dusty, they were not injured. Kay brushed off the dust on his body and looked at the direction of the explosion, his expression full of disbelief. Could it be that the few incendiary bombs we lost set off an underground gas tank? There didn't seem to be a better explanation. It shouldn't be. The distance is too far. Suen stared at the rising mushroom cloud and responded. Suddenly, he realized something. The transport team they had just encountered was heading towards the secret laboratory. And the explosion happened to be in that direction. Could it be? The secret laboratory exploded? The explosion came suddenly. The outer city was large in area, but usually only places with buildings had human gatherings. This desolate park in the western city seemed to have been an ancient park, now desolate and rarely visited. Now that he thought about it, wasn't this the best location for a secret laboratory? Although it was uncertain whether it was deliberately detonated or an accidental explosion, Suen's first reaction was, could it have been bombed by someone? Moreover, because of the explosion, a series of clues in his mind instantly connected, and a cold and beautiful face appeared in his mind. It was the S-class female wanted criminal with a 3 million reward. It couldn't really be her, right? Thoughts flashed through Suen's mind, but the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed to be her. When he went to the night district to save Danny's 3 friends, he encountered that woman. At that time, Suen hadn't figured out why she would commit crimes against the wind and cause trouble for a human trafficker. Now that he intercepted this batch of goods, he also learned that the steam party would transport supplies to a certain laboratory. And this laboratory was researching the X serum and was located in a certain position in the western city. With this association, he immediately guessed why the steam party was capturing vagrants and orphans. Because he had learned from Danny that the upper levels of the Black Tower had conducted a large number of live experiments for the X serum project in order to progress. And since the research was still ongoing, it made sense that they would need a large number of people for experiments. Such a live experiment laboratory couldn't be set up in the inner city, so the outer city, where human life was cheap, was the most suitable. And that woman going to find a human trafficker was very likely to be trying to lock down the location of the laboratory through the clue of human trafficking. So, was it really her who caused the explosion? That woman stole important items for extracting the X potion. If she really blew up the outer city laboratory now, the upper levels of the Black Tower would probably be furious. Suen suddenly became interested in that woman. A person with conviction, it would be a pity if they died. Suen guessed the reason for the explosion, but he wasn't interested in staying longer. After all, it wasn't his home that was blown up. He called out to Kay, "Let's go. There will probably be a lot of people coming to watch the excitement later." A relaxed smile appeared on Kay's face as well. This explosion actually helped us a lot. The traces of the robbery scene should be almost destroyed now. Yeah, indeed. Suen also raised an eyebrow, feeling that they were lucky. Since it was guessed to be deliberate, the timing of the explosion coinciding with the day of their robbery was probably not a coincidence. That kind of secret laboratory couldn't be entered and exited like a market, so it was highly likely that today was a day of concentrated resupply. It's possible that Suen and the others intercepted not only this batch of goods, but also other supply convoys, such as the ones used for experiments. That woman probably infiltrated through other means. However, they have nothing to do with it. They are just ordinary small bandits. Suen and the other person did not bring the goods back to their residence on Green Street. Instead, they searched for some dilapidated buildings and secluded places in the sewers along the way, and hid the items in batches. After setting up some warning devices, the two of them burned the clothes they wore during the crime and got rid of any traces that could be tracked, before returning to Green Street. The news of the explosion in the West City district quickly spread throughout the entire outer city. Even the higher-ups of the Cross Society sent people to inquire about what had happened. But the rumor circulating among the ordinary members was that it was a methane explosion. It seemed that the steam party also deliberately controlled the information and there was no mention of the laboratory. As for the robbery that Suen and the other person participated in, it is unknown whether the steam party intended to secretly investigate or if it was all considered part of the explosion. At least for now, there was no news of anyone looking for that batch of goods or the bandits. But the calmer it was, the bigger the situation seemed to be. Because Suen discovered, the reward for that S-class wanted criminal in the black market had increased again. This time, there was no specified price. It stated, for those who provide valuable information, depending on the value of the information, they can obtain permanent residency in the inner city, hereditary noble title, and any cursed materials currently recorded by the Alchemy Guild. It can be seen that the person offering the reward was already desperate. This unprecedented reward price was enough to tempt almost anyone. Permanent residency in the inner city, for almost anyone in the outer city, was a welfare that they would fight for even if it meant breaking their heads. Hereditary noble title, even the major families in the inner city would probably dig 3 feet into the ground to find the person. And the reward of any cursed materials, it was enough to tempt even the second and third tier professionals who were not interested in fame and fortune. And this was just the reward for providing information. Moreover, this wanted notice not only included the original photo of the woman, but also various disguise photos, as well as detailed data on height, bone structure, dimensions, and more. The pink-haired bunny girl outfit that Suen had seen before was also among them. In other words, even if she covered her head, anyone with a keen eye could recognize her through her figure. Suen felt that with such a reward, it would be difficult for the walking treasure trove to avoid being caught. Thinking about the next gathering of high-level professionals in the black market, he planned to inquire about the news and also ask Mr. Black if he was interested in that batch of goods. And at the moment, Suen had another important task. That was deciphering the zombie research diary. Previously, Suen didn't pay much attention to the zombie research diary because he thought it was meaningless to study it. At least for now, it was not useful. Translating those ancient cryptograms would waste a lot of his time and energy, and the research content was too advanced to be of any use even if translated. Most importantly, the key ingredient, the X serum, was missing, so it was impossible to successfully study the zombies. But now, things were different. Suen had a finished X serum in his hands. If he could successfully translate the diary and create a potion that suppressed distortions, not only could he attempt to create zombies, but if the serum could be used on humans, it would be great to give himself an injection. After returning from the robbery, Suen didn't go around everywhere. He stayed in the basement and started researching the cryptograms in the zombie diary. The ancient alchemists' manuscripts were mostly encrypted. The higher the level of content, the higher the encryption level. It was almost impossible to decipher an unknown ancient cipher with just one's own strength. But there was a shortcut for modern people to learn how to decipher codes, and that was cryptography, which was now a fully developed discipline at the Black Tower Academy. A bunch of cryptography experts and archaeologists studied it daily, deciphering the patterns of many ancient cryptograms and compiling various cryptography into textbooks. This made it easier and easier for modern people to decipher ancient alchemy scrolls. Most ordinary people had ready-made formulas to apply to the dazzling encryption methods. As long as they knew the type of encryption and the key, many cryptograms could be cracked easily. And Suen had the most complete set of ancient cryptography deciphering encyclopedia in Old Ling Dun. The textbook recorded almost all the methods of encrypting and deciphering cryptograms on the market. This greatly reduced the time and difficulty of deciphering. And, Suen had a shortcut within the shortcut, which was the Eye of Omniscience. Before he had read the complete guide to ancient cipher decryption, when he saw those ciphers with specific patterns, the all-knowing eye might hint, this is a text with a 3-grid horizontal and vertical displacement encryption rule. But after reading it, it has now directly become a cipher text compiled by the RLI encryption method. This is also a pattern he gradually discovered after using the all-knowing eye for so long. That is, the information identified by the eye will appear in the form that is most easily understood and conforms to his cognition. The more knowledge Suen has, the easier it is to understand the content identified. Now when it comes to deciphering codes, when Suen reads the content in the diary, it will directly indicate the specific name of the encryption method. Then he just needs to look it up like a dictionary, find the relevant cipher content in the textbook, directly apply the formula, and he can decipher it. This has saved him a lot of time. Chapter 113, Deciphering a Diary. With this clever method, Suen spent several days burying himself in the basement, deciphering the contents of the diary. There were many encrypted contents in the diary, but he selectively studied the part about researching distortion suppression potions. Oh, not only encrypted text, but also language. Fortunately, he had previously mastered the ancient alchemists' written language, Gunid, when he separated his soul. Otherwise, it would have taken him several years just to become proficient in this ancient language. However, even so, the deciphering difficulty was still not small. The diary involved many obscure terms in ancient medicine. The worst part was that some ancient terms and modern references were fundamentally different. Suen relied on the convenience of the complete guide to codes and the all-knowing eye, stumbling through the translation for several days, and actually managed to decipher quite a bit. He was certain that the deciphered part was the complete method for distortion suppression potions. But he couldn't translate the remaining 30 to 40%, or the translations were inaccurate. For that part that required highly specialized medical knowledge, Suen handed it over to Danny, who was half a block away. And for the part that he couldn't translate, he planned to consult the knowledgeable Mr. Black. Coincidentally, in the newly arrived Old Lingdun Daily, he saw information about a gathering of the Black Market Circle. On this day, after spending several days at home, Suen finally emerged from the basement. There were no unfamiliar gazes from strangers on the street, which was a good sign. It meant that their robbery operation 2 days ago was clean, and no one had found their way to Green Street for the time being. He rode his motorcycle to the Black Market in Shadow Alley. Putting on his cloak, he arrived at the secret space in the lower level of the Black Market 5 minutes before the agreed time. The participants seemed to be very punctual. In the few minutes after he arrived, more than 10 people arrived one after another. This time, it was even more lively than last time. By the time Mr. Black arrived, there were already more than 20 people standing around the stone table. Then came the familiar process, starting with the exchange of information. Sure enough, as soon as they started, someone immediately asked about the explosion in West City. Does anyone know what happened at the abandoned park in West City a few days ago? I heard that even the Steam Party's cotters were not qualified to approach the explosion site, and many mysterious people from the inner city came to handle it. It seems to be the work of the Umbrella organization. I received some information saying that there was a secret laboratory there. I don't know why, but it suddenly exploded. Had the laboratory made it to the outer city? Could it be some highly dangerous research? Those who could advance to the second stage were not fools, especially in the outer city. Most of these cloaked people were influential figures, and they had a wide range of information sources. As soon as they heard that it was a laboratory explosion, they immediately speculated on a lot of information. Suen listened quietly as these big shots discussed, and their speculations were almost exactly the same as his. I received information a long time ago that the Steam Party had been secretly capturing vagrants for a long time. But I haven't heard of anyone in the inner or outer city who has received any of those goods. It seems that the disappearance of the population is closely related to that exploded laboratory. Live experiments? Those damn guys from the Black Tower really don't care about the lives of us outer city people. I'm not sure about anything else, but I'm sure the one who caused the explosion is the current #1 on the wanted list. By the way, I want to ask if any of you know any clues about her. Hehe. I'm very interested in that reward. I have some information, but it has already been exchanged for the reward. Someone saw her at the Black Night Club in West City. She killed Dam, the human trafficker in the night district, and then set the club on fire. Now that I think about it, she was probably asking about the whereabouts of the trafficked people. Oh? So that's why the Black Night suddenly caught fire. It was her doing. Ha ha ha, now that you mention it, I feel a bit satisfied with that explosion. I have the latest information. There was a big battle in the North City last night. The Umbrella organization somehow found her, and after a fierce battle, she was severely injured. So, was she captured? No. She managed to escape. When the topic reached this point, the person who provided the information seemed to have some concerns. After pondering for a moment, he continued, I heard that a third-party force intervened and broke through the Umbrella organization's encirclement, allowing her to escape. Listening to this, Suen realized that he had been blamed for trying to save people. But at the end, when the person mentioned the third-party force, everyone present was surprised. Suen also thought, who in Old Lingdun would dare to oppose the Umbrella organization? And then he realized that there was one right in front of him. Suen also noticed that no one continued the topic after this, as if they all had concerns. Mr. Black, as usual, remained calm and didn't speak. There was nothing noteworthy about the rest of the information exchange, and Suen also contributed some of his own speculative information. Then came the item trading session. The most discussed topic during this session was still the information about the Dawn City ruins. Recently, many ancient relics had been excavated and sent back to Old Lingdun. These big shots in the black market now had many high-level cursed items and materials to exchange. After a lively exchange, Suen also witnessed some strange and rare things. During this time, he also found an opportunity to inquire about the mental power secret technique and the cursed hair of the weeping witch, but no one responded. That was expected as well. However, towards the end, a cloaked person raised a purchasing request that caught his attention. I need a set of frost giant battle armor, and it must be in stock. I'm leaving the city in 3 days, and during this time, as long as someone can get it, I'm willing to pay 20 million or an equivalent value of cursed materials. Suen heard this and remained silent. In the batch of goods he and Kay had intercepted before, there were indeed 5 sets of finished battle armors. But this stuff was special. Once sold, there were only a few places it could have come from. He thought, this guy was very likely fishing for information. Moreover, the way the other party asked was very clever. They were in a hurry, offering above market price, and setting a time limit. If someone really had a channel and wanted to sell, they would definitely find a way to do so. After all, time waits for no one. And such goods were sensitive, it was not easy to find a buyer who dared to buy. Suen didn't speak, and the scene fell silent for a moment. At this time, another person spoke up, I can get it, but I'm not sure when. And it might not be a complete set. From the tone, it sounded a bit like the person who had a channel to get the battle armor last time. Upon hearing this, the buyer also wrote a note, replying, this is my contact information. But I can only wait for 3 days. If you can get it in time, the price can still be negotiated. The transaction was over, and this small gathering was nearing its end. Suen found Mr. Black, who was about to leave, and explained his purpose. Mr. Black, I've encountered some difficulties in ancient knowledge and need your advice. He didn't know if Mr. Black could see through this cloaking cloak, but he obviously recognized him. Mr. Black seemed to be very interested in ancient knowledge. Oh? Let's hear it. Suen took out the notes of sentences he didn't understand from the diary. Upon asking, this scholar really knew. He casually translated a few sentences. This sentence is a metaphor often used by ancient sorcerers. The wheat falls to the ground and dies means that mercury dies in saltpeter and sulfuric acid. The flowing living silver mercury becomes solid and dies, a pun. It is usually used when a certain material is being refined. The belly of the fire dragon hides magic steel. Take 4 parts of the fire dragon and 9 parts of the magnet. This sentence is a high-level alchemy process. The corresponding materials are. This one is very difficult. This is a professional term in the field of ancient medicine, using a double encryption method. I probably need some time to look through some materials to ensure accuracy. Listening to him casually translating those codes that he couldn't guess even after racking his brains, Suen's expression remained unchanged, but he was full of emotion. Mr. Black was truly knowledgeable, as if he knew everything. Thinking about his talent, Suen felt that being erudite and mind-reading was a perfect match. It seemed that without making a move, those wise eyes could see through everything about the enemy. After all, it involved too many professional terms in ancient medicine. Mr. Black couldn't translate some of the content accurately for a while, but he didn't refuse to help with this small favor. How about this? Give me the note, I should be able to decipher it in a few days at most. I'll leave the note in the usual place. Suen nodded and asked, Mr. Black, what kind of price do I need to pay? Mr. Black said nonchalantly, these precious ancient knowledge are the best reward you have already paid. After a pause, he smiled and said, translating ancient scrolls is one of my favorite jobs. If you have more similar knowledge in the future, you can come to me, I would be happy to help. As always, a gentleman. Even if he guessed that Suen must have more ancient scrolls in his hand, he hinted in the most unobtrusive way. Thank you for your generosity. Suen sincerely thanked him. He didn't rush to sell the stolen goods in his hand, planning to wait until the heat died down to ask. Chapter 114, Create Zombies. Half a month later. Basement of Green Street. Suen was tinkering with a new combat puppet in the basement of Green Street. He tried to use steel wires to manipulate its movements, but compared to the wooden puppets, it was too clumsy in both slashing and dodging. This puppet, which was almost the same height as him, was not made of wood, but a mechanical puppet assembled from dismantled parts of the PX-911 mechanical limbs. Suen also knew that it was not that the mechanical limbs were not sensitive enough, but that his approach was wrong. During this period of research, he had already figured out many functions of these mechanical limbs. The outer armor of the limbs was made of a special alloy that could not be dented even by alchemical bullets. There were also various weapons hidden inside the limbs, such as knives, guns, energy cannons, retractable metal ropes, and jet thrusters. Once disassembled, it was a collection of top-level technological weapons. There was also a mechanical heart with a blood-pumping function, and a mechanical lung for oxygen supply. And these were not the most amazing things. During this period of experimentation, Suen discovered that the most incomprehensible technology on these mechanical limbs was the high-sensitive mechanical contacts that could be triggered by bioelectricity. This was an extremely advanced laboratory-level technology, surpassing even steampunk, making Suen think that the technological tree of this world had reached the level of neuromechanics in cyberpunk. With these high-sensitive contacts, theoretically, connecting them to the human nervous system could directly control the movements of the mechanical limbs. Suen also thought that this limb might be the secret project Danny mentioned, the Super Mechanical Warrior Project, which was a collaboration between the Black Tower Medical Research Department and the Mechanical Department. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental to find it on a transport vehicle headed to the laboratory. After discovering this, Suen reconstructed the complete structure of this mechanical limb in his mind. The missing parts might be a complete human nervous system or some other driving organization made of alchemical prosthetics. There was no intelligent control system in this world, so they simply installed a human brain and created a semi-mechanical human. As long as they covered it with a layer of synthetic skin, they would look no different from humans. This was more thorough than those new-style alchemists in the outer city, who were still limited to modifying mechanical limbs. The top laboratories in the inner city had already developed warriors with almost fully mechanical limbs. Suen speculated that the wanted woman was probably such a mechanical warrior. However, the mechanical limbs involved too many laboratory-level cutting-edge technologies, which couldn't be thoroughly researched by one person. Suen had no intention of selling this thing, nor did he plan to cut off his own head and connect it. So, all he could do was dismantle the parts. He disassembled the indestructible dagger from the arm of the mechanical limb and attached it to his wooden puppet. He also removed the spring-like sharp blade from the mechanical leg and gave it to another puppet. As for the high-precision components, he didn't need them, so he dismantled the alloy outer plate and created a bulletproof puppet. As for the mechanical organs, they gave him a lot of inspiration for his Iron Man Mark III. Suen was busy tinkering with the mechanical puppet, completely absorbed in his work. But suddenly, his ears twitched slightly, and an unusual sound entered his ears. Suen stopped his work and turned his head sharply to look. He became more certain that there was the sound of breathing coming from the dissecting table in the corner of the basement, separated by a transparent curtain. Listening to the faint sound, he was not surprised, but rather delighted. It worked. Suen ignored the puppet in his hand and quickly walked over. At this moment, he looked at the body on the dissecting table with a slight rise and his eyes brightened. Half a month ago, Suen found Mr. Black in the black market and had him translate those profound cryptic texts. He successfully deciphered the formula for the distortion suppression potion developed by the insane alchemist who created the living corpses 1,000 years ago. It was also fortunate that Danny's original work at the No. 7 Research Institute was the study of distortion suppression. Although the ancient formula was very complex and had some incomprehensible parts, because many theoretical aspects were interconnected, he combined his own knowledge and tinkered with it, successfully producing the first batch of distortion suppression potion yesterday. The outer city was not lacking in corpses, and Suen immediately found a fresh corpse to try. After injecting the second-generation X serum in the appropriate dosage, the corpse slowly regained vitality. However, the effect of the second-generation serum was much worse than the original solution, and this was already the third injection. If there was no effect, he might consider injecting the fourth dose. Unexpectedly, the corpse suddenly started breathing. It looks like a sleeping human, but according to the diary, it is just a soulless shell. Even the features of the body are not from the corpse itself, but completely transformed by the active substance in the X serum, forcing the body tissues to revive. In a sense, this corpse is no longer a human corpse. After a moment of breathing, Suen looked at the gradually appearing dark red marks on the body, and the overall skin color gradually turned blue. He thought to himself, the skin is turning blue, and the marks are appearing. It's indeed starting to deform. The diary detailed the process of this deformation, and Suen was not surprised at all. Without delay, he took out a distortion suppression injection and injected it into the body. After a while, the speed at which the distorted marks spread began to slow down. Suen didn't waste any time and took out a rune pen to start drawing basic runes on the breathing corpse. Corpse Vitality Rune, Level 1 Dark Attribute Gathering Rune, Wind Element Circulation Condensation Rune, Level 1 Life Rune. The materials were prepared in advance, and Suen had been practicing rune drawing for days. He didn't need to research on his own, he just followed the drawing order recorded in the diary and drew layer by layer. These were all low-level runes, and the difficulty of drawing them was not high. As described in the diary, the person named Kakov used this set of low-level runes to create a useless active corpse. Suen knew that he definitely couldn't create the terrifying blue-skinned monster in the cursed space with these low-level runes, nor did he intend to. What he wanted was not the ultimate research of resurrecting corpses, but just a living corpse that could maintain normal life characteristics. 3 hours later, Suen had filled the body with various runes alternating between yellow, black, white, and red. The runes on the entire body contained the 4 basic elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, connected in a continuous cycle, giving life. The ancient sorcerer who created this combination of runes was truly talented. Suen put down the rune pen and looked at his work, feeling emotional. He could master these low-level runes proficiently, but he couldn't understand the principles behind them. By consuming a small amount of materials, he could make these runes continuously operate, which involved extremely profound rune skills. It would also be convenient to add more runes in the future. With the completion of the rune drawing, Suen finally relaxed. He had done everything he needed to do and began to check the state of deformation on the body. The X serum has changed the structure of the body's tissues, significantly enhancing muscle strength. But while the distortion suppression agent takes effect, it also suppresses some of the serum's effects. Suen was already satisfied with this result. Various signs indicated that the first active corpse he created was about to succeed. He didn't want to create a hateful warrior. The strength of the corpse didn't matter as long as it could replace him in bearing the backlash of the black scythe. Before long, the body's skin completely turned blue. It's done. Suen felt delighted. This meant that the serum transformed body had stabilized. Although there would be some enhancements to the subsequent active corpses, this could already be considered a successful rune active corpse. Creating the active corpse was just the first step. What was important was that Suen intended to use it to verify his conjecture. He used a steel wire to pull the body up and make it stand. The active corpse stood there like a sleepwalker, eyes closed, with a dull expression. It seemed alive yet not alive, appearing slightly eerie in this dark basement. The muscle strength is enough to support the body, and the joints are normal. It completely meets the conditions. Suen checked the state of the active corpse. He had already determined that using the black scythe required at least 2 necessary conditions, having life characteristics and infused with dark spiritual power. And the curse backlash was also highly likely to be directly related to these 2 conditions. The living corpse happened to meet both. After being transformed by the X serum, the body was filled with surging dark spiritual power, even surpassing that of ordinary professionals, faintly overflowing. This was perfect, as it saved Suen the trouble of finding another method to activate the release of dark spiritual power from the corpse. Suen fixed the black scythe in the hand of the active corpse. In an instant, the black flames emanating from the scythe seemed to be stimulated by the dark spiritual power, immediately surging up. Seeing this, Suen faintly felt that his conjecture was correct. Taking a deep breath, he tried pulling the arm of the corpse lightly with the steel wire, and as if hearing a tearing sound, a small spatial crack appeared near the tip of the scythe blade, mysteriously. Indeed, a spatial crack appeared. Seeing this, anticipation overflowed on Suen's face. This time, he didn't infuse any dark spirit power into his main body, yet he succeeded. He could now roughly confirm that his conjecture was correct. After making this cut, he didn't move anymore. He put down the puppet and began the long wait for the backlash. An hour later, Suen didn't feel anything unusual about himself, but at this moment, he saw a sudden gash appear on the right arm of the zombie in front of him. It worked. Suen knew that this was a sign of the scythe's curse backlash. My guess was indeed correct. As long as the conditions of a living body and dark spirit power are met, a spatial rift can be cut. Now, Suen's face was radiant, as if he saw a glimmer of light piercing through the foggy future. Where the scythe passed, it cut in 2. The night black scythe of Hypnos, which could only be used to gamble with enemies before, has now become a controllable weapon of mass destruction. The curse backlash won't be applied to his main body, which means he can control the zombie to swing without any hesitation. There was also a pleasant surprise. Because of the modification of the X serum, the zombie had a strong self-healing ability. The wound was slowly healing. This meant that as long as this zombie wasn't killed in one go, it could be reused. Humans would hesitate to use the scythe for fear of crippling themselves and affecting their combat power, but zombies were different. What Suen wanted was a puppet. As long as the zombie could cut a spatial rift, even if it was missing an arm or a leg, it didn't matter to him. He estimated that before the body backlash and death, it could probably swing 5 or 6 times in a row. One swing could kill a Lord-level Spider Queen. What was the concept of 5 or 6 swings? This meant that Suen now had the ability to kill high-level professionals. However, Suen wasn't too excited. This was a result he had anticipated. Next, he faced more problems. The experiment was successful, but to reach the level of actual combat, there were still many problems. He looked at the zombie on the dissecting table and pondered, the zombie is not flexible enough to control now. If it really fights, there are many areas that need to be improved. The muscle strength of the corpse is enough for it to stand and support its body, but it can't walk. What if I install a mechanical skeleton and add a steam power boiler? The current technology is not mature, and it's not convenient. As he thought, his thoughts began to diverge. The phenomenon of the zombie's dark spirit power overflowing also needs to be controlled, so that the intensity of the spatial rift can be controlled. The swing range and the infused dark spirit power value determine the size of the spatial rift, but accurate control still requires more attempts to get accurate data. Now that he had a zombie, he didn't need to risk his main body for such dangerous attempts. There were still 97 vials of second-generation X serum, enough for him to create more zombies and get the precise data he wanted. But looking at the 2-meter-long black scythe, Suen muttered in his heart, and, the biggest problem is that both the zombie and the scythe can't be stored in the storage ring, it's not convenient to carry around. Hey! Didn't Mr. Black say before that the second-tier profession of puppet master can choose spatial ability? Some high-quality spatial curse materials can give people the ability to create real folding space. Then, creating a folding space that can hold zombies and scythes would be perfect. However, it seems that such cursed items are not easy to find. Chapter 115, Haven't you noticed any changes in me? Suen successfully created a zombie. But he had another idea, which was whether he could inject himself with it. Suen carefully looked through the zombie research diary and found some experimental records of injecting X serum into living people, which made him hesitate. Even with the deformation inhibitor, the success rate of fusing the serum was only 80%. The remaining 20% meant unknown mutations, deformations, or even direct body explosion. Moreover, the side effect of the skin turning blue for a long time was also a big problem. It's not that he had any idle baggage, after all, he could accept the eyebrowless bald smoky style, and blue skin seemed no uglier. But ordinary people didn't know what the skin meant, but anyone with discerning eyes could tell that it was the side effect of the X serum. Once discovered by the people in the inner city, it would definitely be a big problem. He also didn't know how long the blue skin would last and didn't dare to try it rashly. Anyway, it seemed that there was no reason for him to take the risk of using the serum now. Suen planned to wait for a while and see if he could find other methods to increase the success rate. Suen stayed in the basement every day, tinkering with zombies, puppets, machinery, exercising his body, and studying alchemy knowledge. He felt busy, so busy that even with the help of his 8 spider arms, it still wasn't enough. It had been almost a month, and except for attending a small gathering of high-level professionals in the black market, he hardly went out. He also inquired about the progress of the investigation into the robbery he and Kay carried out, but there seemed to be no significant movement. After all, the laboratory had exploded, and who cared about a batch of lost supplies? In this way, Suen successfully sold a part of the stolen goods and exchanged them for some hard currency. But the more money he had, the more worried he became. Now, Suen not only wanted to buy the mental power secret method, but also the cursed hair of the Morning Witch, and now there was another second-tier advanced material that could awaken spatial abilities. According to Mr. Black, the first 2 could still be bought. After all, many people didn't recognize the value of the mental power secret method and didn't need it, so there were opportunities to pick up bargains. As for the hair, only puppet masters could use such material, and it could be bought at a reasonable price. As for the cursed material that could awaken spatial abilities, it was almost impossible. Such rare advanced materials that could awaken spatial abilities were in short supply, and there were no reports of them being stocked in the treasuries of the major financial magnates in the inner city. Even if they were found by a hunting team, would they be able to keep it internally? Even if they were sold, the wealthy magnates in the inner city were the best buyers. Suen felt that if he really wanted it, he could only try his luck in the wilderness. There were indeed more and more good things in the black market. With the gradual excavation of the Dawn City ruins, more and more people also participated in hunting outside the city. Of course, the casualty rate remained high, and many small hunting teams were wiped out on the way without even seeing the ruins. But the harvest was truly astonishing. According to the news that came back, the ruins were not empty cities, but seemed to have been destroyed by some terrifying disaster. The city preserved a large number of ancient artifacts, and there were also many S-level and T-level cursed spaces. Suen didn't feel anxious after hearing this news. After all, Mr. Black had evaluated that it would take at least 10 or 8 years to develop the ruins without sacrificing a large number of lives. But because the harvest was so tempting, the major financial magnates in the city organized hunting teams and daredevil squads to explore the underground. The 3 major gangs in the city also took action upon hearing the news. Within the Cross Society, multiple exploration hunting teams were organized, and they had already left the city to scout ahead. After hearing the news, Suen also had some thoughts. Now he had a zombie that could manipulate a sickle and a certain degree of self-defense ability. If the timing was right, he also planned to go and take a look. After all, they were members of the gang. Suen and Kay, the 2 loners from Green Street, would eventually have to do some work. Others might forget about these 2 slacking off for the past month, but Jiantiao knew very well about their talents. On this day, Suen rarely went out and rode his motorcycle to wait at Big Beard's mechanical repair shop. He chatted and exchanged experiences in mechanical repair with the boss, right, for a while. At 6:30, Kay arrived on time riding a bicycle. Kay greeted, "Let's go." Suen followed, "Captain, why did you call me out?" Kay said, "The new place on Norton Street is opening tonight, and Jiantiao wants us to go and check it out. According to Jiantiao, we might have to follow her in the future." Oh. Suen listened and suddenly realized. After Green Street was destroyed, the Cross Society had been planning to rebuild an entertainment district. It just so happened that the recent internal conflicts in the inner city seemed to have subsided. Mrs. Fino stood firm amidst the turmoil, and the Cross Society began to expand again. "I've been hearing about the preparation of a new entertainment street for a while, and I didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. And that new street is located in Norton District, one of the 1,000 districts." There was plenty of time, so the 2 of them didn't ride too fast. Kay seemed very excited, riding his motorcycle like a victorious rooster, puffing out his chest and raising his head. He asked with a smirk, "Brother Suen, haven't you noticed any changes in me?" Suen glanced at him and naturally noticed something. It had been half a month since he last saw this guy. Kay's physique had obviously grown a lot, his leather jacket was bulging. His arm, gripping the handlebar, was muscular and rolling, as if there were worms wriggling under his skin, creating a visually striking image. Seeing Kay's deliberately showy flexing, Suen pretended not to see and cooperated with him, asking, "Ah, what's up?" Kay let go of the motorcycle with one hand, showing off his massive biceps. "Look, what's this?" Suen looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He felt he should be shocked, but he just couldn't muster the surprise, and could only respond with an "oh." "Oh." Kay rolled his eyes, realizing he had chosen the wrong person to show off to, and seemed a bit deflated. But he also knew Suen's character, saying "oh" was already a good response. Even though his show-off attempt failed, it didn't affect Kay's mood. He excitedly said, "Brother, the body refining potion you got for me from the black market is simply divine. I feel like a month of training with it is equivalent to a year's worth of training in the past. I feel great now." "Oh, as long as it's useful." Suen responded with a slight smile. Of course, he knew what the potion was all about. The PTX Berserk Amplification Potion and the Lester 6th Generation Blood Cell Enhancer, he was using them himself. He bought so many second-hand instruments for Danny, making money was secondary, the first priority was to ensure his own potion needs. Now the initial investment has yielded returns, these 2 body refining potions are the top priority for production. Last time, under the pretext of sharing the money from the sale, he casually gave Kay a few. "Brother, I won't say anything else, this potion has really helped me a lot." Kay excitedly said, "If it wasn't for the fortune we made together last time, I wouldn't have been able to afford such an expensive potion." He was very clear that without Suen, they wouldn't have been able to intercept that batch of goods. After a pause, a hopeful gleam appeared in Kay's eyes. He sighed, "With such a good body refining potion, I see hope of advancing to a second-tier professional in my lifetime." Suen listened and smiled. Actually, professionals like Kay, who are ambitious and courageous, have always been working hard. But in reality, his strength is just average among professionals. The key difference is still the gap in resources. Whether it's breathing techniques, alchemical implants, or various martial arts training, they are all lacking. For close combat professionals, without enough high-quality supplements, the training efficiency will be low, and hidden injuries will accumulate. It may not matter in the short term, but in the long run, it will leave a lasting impact. This is the most important reason why it's difficult for outer city professionals to advance, and even more difficult to promote to the second tier. After all, body refining potions are a long-term need. The two types of potions that K is using now, each costing nearly $500,000, are not only controlled potions that can't be bought in the inner city, but even if they could be bought, he couldn't afford to use them. At this point, K added, "When I feel like I've hit a bottleneck, I plan to apply to join the guild's wilderness hunting team and go out of the city to hunt. I might even make a fortune." After a pause, he mysteriously added, "Hey, have you heard? They say they've found a large ancient ruin underground, it seems to be quite amazing." Suen knew he was probably talking about the Dawn City ruins. The information of the lower-level gang members was indeed much slower. He casually said, "Isn't that ruin said to be very dangerous? We have to go even if it's dangerous." Kay had an indifferent expression, not hiding his admiration as he recounted the legendary stories he heard in the guild. The boss angel became strong because he encountered danger while hunting in the wilderness outside the city, and that's how he successfully integrated the silver implant, 1000 kill feather wings. But when he got to this point, his words suddenly stopped. Kay seemed to remember something. He turned his head to look at Suen who was riding alongside him, and deflated his mouth in disappointment. The other members of the guild would be boiling with passion when they heard the story of Boss Angel, but he knew that Suen definitely wouldn't. Because he knew, this guy's implant must be more than just silver. But even though he thought about it, he never asked. At this point, seeing that Kay didn't continue, Suen also smiled and said, "You'll have it all in the future." Chapter 116, I Can Think of the Best Fate. Before long, Suen and Kay rode their motorcycles to Norton Street. It was completely different from the last time they came here. The customs museum, gambling stalls, taverns, and unique bathhouses. Various gorgeous neon lights illuminated the entire street. Suen and Kay felt a sense of familiarity with this scene. Crimson Fortress, Elephant Tavern, Emperor's Bathhouse, Musketeer Inn. The familiar signs were no different from the once prosperous Green Street. Kay looked a bit disappointed, feeling nostalgic. As the leader of Green Street, he had deep feelings for this place. Suen, on the other hand, didn't care at all. If he had to start patrolling the streets every night at 7 again, it wouldn't take much effort. He could just move here again. And with the arena open, he could harvest souls every night, which was a good thing. Today was the opening ceremony, and Norton Street was bustling with activity. The president of the Cross Society, Arbiter Chuck, and other officials were all present. They were all dressed in suits, looking very formal. Apart from the occasional aura of killing intent between their brows, it was hard to tell that they were a group of gang bosses who killed people like cutting grass. They looked more like successful entrepreneurs. Most of the major shareholders in the entertainment industry were wealthy people from the inner city. Today, many big shots from the inner city came to the opening ceremony, and various luxury cars lined the streets. The fat and wealthy gentlemen, the elegantly dressed ladies, the graceful and charming socialites. It was like walking on a red carpet, allowing Suen and the others from the outer city to see what the rich people from the inner city looked like. Suen and Kay, being nobodies, naturally didn't have the qualifications to show their faces on stage. Those who looked good went to the inner area to show off, while those who wore leather jackets, had tattoos, looked ugly, and had a fierce appearance stood on the outskirts to ensure security. Suen, with his bald head and smoky makeup, naturally stayed outside. He was quite relaxed. Kay and the other captains of the Cross Society were squatting on the side, chatting and joking. At this moment, a long luxury white car decorated with angel wings suddenly drove up to the red carpet. Someone exclaimed, "Look, there, a beauty." The experienced old birds perked up their ears upon hearing the word beauty and stretched their necks to look in the direction of the red carpet. Then, they saw a cold and glamorous woman in a flowing black dress step out of the car. Suen glanced at her and immediately recognized her as the patron of the Cross Society, Lady Philo. Most of the captains of the Cross Society were not high-ranking enough to know who the patron behind the Cross Society was. Even if they had heard the name, they had never seen her before. K, who was beside Suen, took a look and his gaze immediately became fixed. He suppressed the restlessness in his heart and calmly explained, "Don't be surprised. If you disturb Lady Philo, the president will definitely kick your asses." Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the legendary Lady Philo?" K, have you seen her before? K said, "Well, I have indeed had the honor of meeting that lady in person before. But it's not worth mentioning." His teasing tone, coupled with his show-off expression, was really asking for a beating. Tisk. The captains all hissed in unison, but it didn't affect their enthusiasm for looking at beautiful women. "My goodness, she's so damn beautiful." Oh, another person got out of the car. "K, do you know who the little beauty next to Lady Philo is?" "I don't know, but I think she must be the daughter of some big family." "Could it be Lady Philo's daughter?" "Bullshit. Where did that lady get such a big daughter?" The old bird started speculating about various gossip. The gossip about the love lives of the big shots in the inner city was the best topic for discussion in the outer city after a meal. Suen listened silently on the side because he had already recognized the person following Lady Philo as Rina. Although her face was covered with a black veil, Suen recognized her beautiful long black hair at a glance. Wasn't she that girl Rina? Why would the daughter of a top-tier family come to such an occasion? But seeing Lady Philo and Rina coming out of the city to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Suen thought that the internal turmoil of the Reyes family had probably subsided. He didn't think much about it. The protagonist had arrived, and now it was time for the boring ribbon-cutting ceremony. The big bosses from the inner city jointly cut the ribbon and made speeches. However, Lady Philo was very low-key. Apart from showing herself when she got out of the car, no one saw her again. Suen felt a bit bored and leaned against a lamp-post, playing with a flipping coin skillfully between his 10 fingers, from the palm of his hand to the back of his hand, and then back to the palm of his hand. Suddenly, he felt someone's gaze on him from behind, and the coin in his hand paused for a moment. But recognizing the familiar footsteps, he didn't pay much attention to it. The next moment, Suen felt his arm being enveloped in a softness, and a warm body boldly hugged his shoulder. Even without seeing the person, he had already heard the familiar tone of the big sister, "Hey, Suen, where have you been all this time? I didn't see you at the casino. I wanted to invite you to gamble, but you didn't show up." Suen knew it was Qiantiao as soon as he heard the footsteps and greeted her with a smile, "Big sister Qiantiao." When he turned his head, he saw that Qiantiao was dressed quite formally, probably because of the ribbon-cutting ceremony. She was wearing a body fusion blue and white kimono, her hair was tied up high, and her big arms were not exposed. She looked quite gentle. Qiantiao asked again, "Where's K?" Suen shrugged, "I don't know. It seems like he went to watch the excitement with the captains." Qiantiao patted Suen on the shoulder and said, "I've already talked to the president. You and K will come to Norton Street from now on. You're my people now." Suen didn't really care. "Oh." Qiantiao looked around in the crowd but couldn't find K. She grabbed Suen's shoulder and led him outside, saying, let's go soak in the hot springs. I'll introduce you to some people." "Hey? Today is the opening ceremony. Aren't you going to watch it?" Suen felt that something was off. The boss of Norton Street is just starting his business. "Do you really want to go soak in the hot springs?" Qiantiao had a look of annoyance on her face, "There are too many things to do at the venue today. I've left it to the captains." Suen thought that Qiantiao was being irresponsible. It's precisely because there are so many things to do for the opening that they need someone like her to manage the venue. At this moment, Kay appeared out of nowhere and greeted them from a distance, "Qiantiao. Here you are." Qiantiao greeted Kay and said, "Let's go to Akan bathhouse. I'll treat you guys to a hot spring." Kay's eyes lit up when he heard this, "Sounds good." It's hard to refuse when Qiantiao is treating. Although Suen wanted to go back and study the animated corpses, he had no choice but to go along. After soaking in the hot springs, they felt refreshed. In the late night, Suen accompanied Qiantiao to a newly opened arena. The arena was newly opened, and this gambling addict was eager to try her luck. Because it was the first day of the opening, there were skilled professional gladiators participating in the arena battles, and Suen gained some valuable experience. He stayed in Norton Street for the whole night and originally planned to return early the next day. But just as he came out of the gambling den in the early morning, Kay found him and said that the leaders had arranged for them to escort a batch of goods to the inner city. Later, Suen learned that it was because of the opening of the new arena, and the captains of the Cross Society were all busy. It seemed that only the two of them from Green Street were free, and since the leaders saw that they were free, they arranged for them to do the escorting. It wasn't a particularly special task, just following the convoy to deliver a valuable batch of goods to the inner city. The Cross Society had its own expedition team, so the guild's warehouse would accumulate a lot of advanced cursed materials and relics collected from outside the city. These things were of no use in the outer city and couldn't be sold for a good price. So every once in a while, they would be sent to the inner city and handed over to the business guild under the patronage of the main sponsor for processing. With the sponsor's pass, they didn't need to have their identities checked when entering the city. This was a rare opportunity for gang members to enter the inner city. The veterans of the Cross Society all liked this task. It was a rare opportunity to broaden their horizons. Kay also seemed excited. In the afternoon, Suen and Kay arrived at the warehouse of the Cross Society's headquarters, the Black Forest building. Kay checked the things loaded on the truck, signed on the inventory list, and prepared to set off. A standard escort team, 3 vehicles. 1 captain with 9 people, and 2 truck drivers. Just like the Steam Gang's escort team they intercepted a few days ago. Because they had studied in detail how to rob a transport team before, Suen and Kay felt a bit strange and didn't sit in the front and rear cars. Kay sent the driver to the small car and drove the truck himself, walking in the middle of the convoy with Suen. They were afraid that there might be some secret dealings between the Cross Society and the inner city, which would attract some inexplicable interceptions. Before getting on the car, Suen deliberately observed that this time the truck carrying the goods was not a special armored vehicle, and the goods were normal goods. After getting on the car, the two of them smiled at each other. But they thought they were being overly cautious. After all, they had several escort missions every year, and it was unlikely that they would encounter interceptions. They set off from the South City and drove for half an hour before approaching the inner city wall, which was several times more magnificent than the outer city wall. Suen recalled some vague memories and had some impressions of the structure of the inner city. Seeing the towering city wall in the distance, some images from his memories overlapped. The layout of the inner city was like a cake divided into 8 equal parts, which were the 1st to 8th city districts. In the center of the inner city was a black tower that couldn't be seen at the top, like a candle inserted into the cake. On the foot of the city wall, hundreds of meters high super chimneys were constantly emitting white smoke, which was the super steam boiler that powered the entire city. The inner city wall was about 200 meters high, but the buildings inside were even taller. The convoy got closer and closer to the inner city, and the city wall became more and more real in their sight. There was white spray paint on the front wall, with a huge number 5 marked on it. Below the city wall was the 5th city gate, and behind it was the 5th city district of the inner city. Kay was excited and pointed at the skyscrapers taller than the city wall from a distance, introducing and exclaiming, "Hey, brother, look! That's the famous sky garden in the inner city. Can you see the colorful ribbons in the sky? Hehe, that's the legendary rainbow, you can't see such a spectacle anywhere else." Yet, Suen had good eyesight and had already seen it. The lights in the inner city were as bright as daylight, giving a very bright feeling. It was like adding a layer of bright light filter to those buildings, clean and transparent. Even from a distance, he could see the upper levels of the inner city buildings covered in green, and white waterfalls flowing down from the tops of those buildings, with rainbows hanging between the buildings. In the rooftop garden with yellow-orange fruits, he could even see a lady in white leaning on the railing, enjoying the view as her skirt fluttered in the wind, a high-altitude swimming pool, lush rooftop greenery, and glass buildings as blue as the sea. From the glass corridor, one could see the blurry figures of people walking, chatting, and laughing in pairs. The architecture of the inner city was beautiful and filled with a sense of technology. The outer city was like a post-apocalyptic wasteland, full of gloom and filth. Separated by a wall, it was as if they were 2 different worlds. After his initial excitement, Kay's tone suddenly became a bit melancholic. "Hey, brother. I won't lie to you, I've never been to the inner city in my life." Suen smiled, "Neither have I. Haha, this time we can go and broaden our horizons." As he spoke, the reflection of the massive city was mirrored in Kay's clear eyes, revealing his longing for a better life. Just being able to visit the inner city was a dream that many people from the outer city could never reach in their lifetime. Kay suddenly became a bit melancholic. "I'm an orphan from a tube building, with no parents. Apart from fighting and killing, I don't know how to do anything else." I heard that the kids in the inner city learn to play instruments and do business from a young age. They go to school to learn knowledge. When they grow up, they can become lawyers, dentists, teachers. At this point, Kay laughed self-deprecatingly. Hat. Thinking about it, he continued slowly, brother, do you know? I used to fantasize that the best life I could fight for myself was to be lucky enough to advance to the second level, and then become a bodyguard for some big boss in the inner city. Haha, isn't that pathetic? Suen listened and glanced at him. The young gang leader, who could still be called a teenager, suddenly had a sparkle in his eyes, shining brightly. Everyone in the gang says I'm brave, that I'll definitely make something of myself. Kay had a smile on his face, but as he spoke, he couldn't laugh anymore. Actually, I'm not afraid to tell you, sometimes I'm very scared. Countless nights, I wake up from nightmares of fighting and killing, covered in cold sweat. I touch my still beating heart, and it takes a long time to realize that I'm still alive. Suen listened quietly, playing the role of a silent audience. His gaze was fixed on the city, which was gradually deepening. The journey was uneventful. Both Suen and Kay breathed a sigh of relief. The truck arrived at the foot of the city wall, like a mouse under an elephant's foot. Because they had a special pass, they were not checked and smoothly drove into the massive steel city gate. At this point, there was no trace of melancholy on Kay's face, and his carefree smile returned. As they approached their destination, Kay suddenly thought of something and said to Suen, I have a secret to tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone. Suen raised an eyebrow. Oh. Kay said mysteriously, before we set off, Boss Smoker told me that he would introduce me to a big shot from the inner city, and I might have a chance to enter the inner city early. Boss Smoker. Upon hearing this, Suen's brow furrowed, as if some thought flashed through his mind. Yet, Boss Smoker said that once I enter the city, that big shot will send someone to contact me. Kay nodded and laughed brightly. I tell you, if I make it big, I'll cover for you. Ha ha ha. Suen looked slightly startled, feeling that something was off, and asked, you mean? Boss Smoker asked you to keep it a secret? Yet. Kay said, he originally told me not to tell anyone, but I think we're brothers, and you'll definitely keep the secret for me. Why the need for secrecy? Introducing a benefactor wasn't something to be hidden. Suen instinctively felt alert and asked again, how will that person contact you? Kay, unaware of any problem, replied, I don't know. But Boss Smoker said that person will find a way to contact me. Chapter 117, Lost Manuscript. Boss, the convoy of the Cross Society has entered the city. They should arrive at the White Sail warehouse in 10 minutes. Has the list of escorts been confirmed? Yes, it has been confirmed. There are 12 people in total, 3 vehicles. They are all elderly members of the Cross Society listed on the roster, and there are no suspicious individuals. The leader is Blade K, and there is also someone named Suen on the list, who is quite skilled in marksmanship. Well, he's just a gunman, at most a first tier. No need to worry. Stick to the plan. Once we confirm that the item is in the cargo, eliminate everyone in the convoy. Yes. Oh, by the way, go and make contact with that kid named K. Give him a peripheral test first. If his abilities are good enough, recruit him. Understood. The convoy of the Cross Society transporting goods slowly entered the inner city through the 5th gate. After entering the city walls, it was like entering a steel forest. This was a very three-dimensional city. There were many skyscrapers that were 300 to 500 meters high, like towering trees, forming the main body of the city. And relying on these high-rise buildings as the framework, various steel frame bridges, suspended intercity train tracks, elevated pedestrian streets, and hanging steel frame layers were densely built, like a layered cake. These elevated buildings connected the buildings into one, and roughly divided the entire city into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The architectural styles were clearly distinct. The shorter buildings appeared slender, with exposed brick walls, large blocks of stone, pointed towers that clearly showed Gothic style, pointed arches, and large windows with colored stained glass, resembling architectural styles from 1,000 years ago. The middle level had steel frame structures, thick pipelines, steam boilers, and a rough industrial style reminiscent of steampunk. As one went higher, it became the futuristic technology style of the cyber world, with even sky gardens. The city's designers increased the number of residents that the inner city could accommodate several times within the limited space. Suen had a vague impression of the harvesting memories and knew that the people in the inner city were also divided into different classes. The higher one lived, the more prestigious their status. The lower level was the civilian area of the inner city. The cross society's convoy traveled on the ground, while intercity trains roared overhead like light rails. Along the streets, there were flower stands with colorful flowers. People of all ages, whether young or old, were dressed in vibrant clothes. Wow, so many cars! Are these guys in the inner city all so rich? It seems like everyone can afford luxury cars. Kay had never been to the inner city before. He looked at the completely different scenery from the outer city and couldn't help but exclaim. Each of these cars was shiny and had sleek lines. They were incomparable to the old goods assembled from scrap parts in the outer city. Seeing the cars on the road, Kay suddenly felt that the cool modified motorcycles in the gang were like mischievous children covered in mud compared to these cars. Suen rested his chin on his hand, leaning against the car window, looking at the bustling street full of cars, but his gaze seemed unfocused. Although the goods had been transported to the inner city, he couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. The destination for transporting the goods was the White Sail Warehouse, an inconspicuous warehouse located by the riverside in the 5th district. The glass roof resembled a white sail. The space inside was large, and the trucks drove directly into the warehouse. Kay called for Suen to get off the car. "Hey, bro, we're here. We've delivered the goods, and the mission is complete." Suen nodded but didn't rush to get off the car. He deliberately observed the people receiving the goods in the warehouse. There were a total of 7 people, all employees of the Chamber of Commerce under Lady Philov, and they seemed fine. Then he looked at the layout of the warehouse. It was spacious, about the size of a football field. But there was no place to hide except for a few thick spray-painted iron columns supporting the glass roof overhead. In that instant, Suen instinctively thought of a feasible escape route in case of danger. Kay had already gone down and greeted the people involved in the handover. Then he went to the back of the truck and opened the password-protected door, and the gang members began unloading the cargo according to the list. Suen observed this and didn't find anything unusual, so he also got off the car. "Jackson, the butler, here is the inventory list of the goods. We already checked it once before we set off, so there shouldn't be any problems. Sorry, we still have to go through the process." "Oh, counting is a time-consuming task. You must be working hard." "No, this is exactly why Lady Philov hired us." When Suen got off the car, he saw the members of the Cross Society unloading the items from the truck one by one, and the old butler named Jackson was responsible for counting. The people from the inner city seemed indifferent and didn't seem to want much interaction with the Cross Society from the outer city, even with Kay, the leader of the transport team. Kay seemed bored. Seeing Suen getting off the car, he walked over. "Suen, after we deliver the goods, shall we go around the city?" Seeing his enthusiasm, Suen nodded. "Sure." But at that moment, a bearded man in a suit walked over from outside the warehouse. He opened his mouth and asked the group of people, "Who is Kay?" Kay frowned at the arrogant tone. He didn't want to pay attention, but it seemed like he thought of something and spoke, "That's me." Without wasting any words, the man said coldly, "Come with me. Someone wants to see you." Saying that, he didn't even look back and left in the direction he came from. Kay, instead of doubting, became excited and couldn't hide it on his face. He gestured to Suen, "Bro, I'll be gone for a while. Can you watch over things for me?" "Sure." Suen nodded and didn't say anything. He knew that this bearded man was probably the person the smoker arranged for Kay to meet. There was nothing more to say. After all, Smokey was Kay's old captain, and the one who had promoted him in the gang. Suen often heard Kay express his admiration for Smokey, like a child idolizing his father. But what Suen found strange was, this bearded man came directly to the warehouse to demand someone. This was the warehouse of Lady Philo's company. If Smokey introduced Kay to a financier who was a friend of Lady Philo, why was he being so secretive? And, that faint gaze from afar at the warehouse entrance, was it a sentry or something else? Many items had already been unloaded from the truck, with large sculptures, metal utensils, and other antiques piled up on the ground. Then there were smaller items like ancient books, scrolls, and cursed materials. Suen had doubts and quietly watched from the side. Gradually, he noticed something. The old butler with the horseshoe mustache seemed to be examining those books very carefully. Even on the list, it only said 100 ancient books, without any detailed names. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of books in that pile. To look through them all would definitely waste a lot of time. But the butler was painstakingly examining each book, as if looking for something. This unusual behavior made Suen suddenly alert. What was this old man looking for? He wasn't this meticulous with the other antiques. Was he looking for a specific book? In that instant, several keywords flashed through Suen's mind: goods, books, gang warehouse? No. Something was wrong. Suddenly, he recalled a related memory through these keywords. It was his first day joining the Cross Society, and the warehouse attack he had participated in. At that time, they had captured an intruder alive, but he was killed by a traitor within the Cross Society on the way. Suen connected these clues and suddenly frowned, guessing a possibility that made him break out in a cold sweat: this guy is looking for Isaac's alchemy manuscript. This thought suddenly popped into his mind, and a huge sense of crisis instantly overwhelmed him. He had originally thought it was just a simple escort and handover mission, but he didn't expect it to be a trap. Suen had already learned through various channels that the Cross Society had lost a copy of Isaac's alchemy manuscript. He had thought that it was just lost, and that such a precious item had nothing to do with him, a low-ranking gang member. But now, he was unexpectedly involved. He immediately thought, the Captain Miller who assassinated the prisoner back then was definitely not the traitor, at least, not the mastermind. This means that there is still a key figure from the original robbery case within the Cross Society that has not been discovered. When President Chuck and the executives suddenly returned to the headquarters, the traitor knew that they could not possibly safely carry the manuscript, so hiding it would be the safest. Moreover, this was not just a guess, but a fact. Suen immediately recalled the key information he had obtained from the soul of the second-order attacker: they would never think that the manuscript would be hidden there. So that's what happened. Suen connected all the clues in his mind, and a huge, far-reaching conspiracy suddenly surfaced. Since the manuscript couldn't be taken away under those circumstances, where would be an unexpected place to hide the manuscript? Naturally, the Cross Society's warehouse. The manuscript has never left the Black Forest building, it just moved from the Cross Society's vault to the ordinary warehouse outside. Connecting all the clues, Suen immediately concluded, the traitor also knows very well that even as an executive, he would be suspected if he went to the warehouse again. But he doesn't need to risk retrieving the manuscript himself, because every once in a while, the Cross Society automatically transports the goods in the ordinary warehouse to the inner city. He just needs to intercept the transport team to find the manuscript hidden among those books. Chapter 118, Suddenly Started Killing People. Damn it! Sandbu, the smoker, is the mole of the Cross Society. Suen reconstructed the truth of the whole incident in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more the various clues matched. If Miller wasn't the real mole, then the one who ordered him to kill the captive was most likely a cotter. Although there were still a few cotters of the Cross Society who hadn't left the city at the time, no one would suspect the old veteran of the Cross Society's merits. But the secret that Kay had told him earlier immediately confirmed that Sandbu was the mole. Suen was certain that Kay had absolutely no knowledge of it, so, now that he was taken away, is it possible that Sandbu really valued his talent and intended to spare Kay's life? Although he didn't know what Kay would encounter when he was taken away, it was not something Suen needed to think about right now. He was well aware that once the alchemy manuscript of Isaac was really found in this batch of goods, it would be the death sentence for the people in this warehouse. Perhaps the other party only wanted the goods and didn't intend to kill? No. Suen didn't hold any illusions because he had already sensed the intent to kill. As he scanned the layout of the warehouse with his gaze, he suddenly felt that the situation was very bad. Their position was in the center of the warehouse, and if the enemies outside the warehouse rushed in, they would be caught in a crossfire from all directions. Even if they used the carriages as cover, they would still be waiting for death. Suen thought that the other employees of the Chamber of Commerce might not have much of a problem, but the old steward who was searching for the documents was definitely in trouble. Suen originally thought that the vague sense of disgust was the inherent superiority of the people in the inner city looking down on the people in the outer city, but now he realized that it was actually a hidden intent to kill. Thinking of this, Suen slowly leaned back and then pretended to help, slipping into the carriage. Although this carriage was not a specially reinforced one, it could withstand a barrage of bullets to a large extent. At this moment, the old steward who was searching through a pile of books suddenly found a thick book with a black embossed cover and his expression subtly changed as if he had discovered something. And just at this moment, the old steward made a seemingly normal gesture, taking off his hat. Suen had been paying close attention to every move of this guy, and when he saw this, his pupils suddenly contracted. This guy was giving a secret signal. Seeing this, Suen didn't wait any longer and took the initiative to ask, "Steward Jackson, have you found what you were looking for?" When the old steward heard this, his expression changed drastically, and he looked at Suen in astonishment. And in that instant, the vague sense of disgust in Suen's perception suddenly turned into a needle-like intent to kill. Even though Suen could now control his emotions very well, he couldn't help but feel furious at being calculated by someone. "You really proved me right." Almost at the moment he sensed the intent to kill, Suen didn't give the old steward any chance to make a move. He quickly pulled out his pistol from his waist and shot the old steward's head, blowing it up on the spot. Killed instantly. Suen suddenly erupted in killing, and whether it was the escorts of the Cross Society or the Chamber of Commerce employees who came with the old steward, they were all stunned. Looking at the head that exploded in front of them, everyone thought Suen had gone mad. They were about to scold him when they saw Suen throw several smoke bombs that exploded with a bang. "Damn it, what are you doing? Have you gone crazy?" Angry curses rang out, but suddenly stopped abruptly. Because before the smoke completely obscured their vision, at this moment, the warehouse door was suddenly kicked open with great force. A group of black-clad men wearing checkered vests, gloves, and newsboy caps entered in an orderly manner, carrying black-wheel submachine guns, and without any useless words, they opened fire on the convoy in the center of the warehouse. Da. More than 10 machine guns fired in unison, and the more than 10 people standing next to the truck didn't even have time to react before they were turned into beehives. 10 seconds later, the drums ran out of bullets, and the sound of changing magazines rang out in the warehouse. These black-clad men were obviously well trained. Seeing the smoke filling the air, they also guessed that the enemy might take advantage of the opportunity to reload. Some of them changed magazines, while others drew their pistols from their waists and cautiously closed in on the smoke-filled truck. Deep inside the truck carriage, Suen, hiding behind a metal sculpture, silently calculated, 3 in the front, 5 on the flank, 8 in the direction of the front of the truck. He heard the footsteps of the enemy clearly and suddenly made his move. Gunshots suddenly rang out from the smoke. Bang! 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 3 consecutive rapid gunshots. Before they even saw any figures, the 3 black-clad men who were surrounding the truck carriage from the front were accurately hit. The group of black-clad men were caught off guard, but they quickly retaliated and unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the smoke. And in the next instant, a blurry figure of an 8-armed monster suddenly rushed out of the smoke. The 2 black-clothed men who had just gathered around to block the truck's compartment hadn't seen what it was when they were suddenly pierced through the chest by 2 spider spears and died on the spot. The black-clothed men instantly reacted and wanted to focus their fire on Suen. However, Suen, who was running with his 8-armed spider spear, was quick on his feet and his hands were not idle either, changing colors as well. Malicious perception allowed him to accurately capture the positions of the enemy gunmen and continuously pull the trigger to kill them. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides fiercely exchanged fire, and the sound of gunfire echoed in the empty warehouse, creating a dull roar. If they were in the outer city, Suen could easily kill these more than 10 gunmen as they posed little threat to him with their ordinary reaction speed and marksmanship. However, the bullets that were enough to kill 10 gang gunmen in the outer city only killed 1 person. The other bullets either missed or were evaded by those guys, only hitting non-lethal areas. They're all professionals. Seeing this, Suen felt that things were not good. He had no intention of fighting and fought while retreating. The 8-armed spider spear vibrated at a high frequency, creating a blur as he moved. He didn't dare to rush out of the warehouse door but instead headed straight for the nearest load-bearing pillar. The 8-armed spider spear climbed up the pillar, appearing as if it was walking on flat ground. Suen took the initiative and caught the black-clothed men off guard. After he rushed out of the compartment, he revealed his extraordinary spider equipment and precise marksmanship, causing the black-clothed men to be surprised. Weren't there supposed to be only 1 professional in the convoy? What's the deal with this spider person? And when did such a powerful first-tier professional appear in the outer city? Although many doubts arose, the actions of the leader of the black-clothed men were not slow. Hee, how could I let you escape? When a contemptuous look flashed in his eyes, the leader of the black-clothed men had already formed the hand seals. In the next moment, a deep blue hexagram alchemy array suddenly lit up under his feet. As soon as this array appeared, the large warehouse suddenly felt like a cold wave had descended, and the temperature dropped significantly. At this moment, Suen, who was still desperately avoiding being hit by bullets while climbing the iron pillar, occasionally counterattacked with a few shots, causing the black-clothed men to dodge and flee. But at this moment, he caught a glimpse of the guy who had activated the hexagram array under his feet, and his heart sank. He thought to himself, a second-tier professional. Such a complex alchemy array, just by looking at it, he knew it was a second-tier spell. It meant that the guy was definitely a second-tier professional. Moreover, this second-tier ice spell was not simple. Suen not only felt the sudden drop in air temperature, but also a sense of death looming over him, making his hair stand on end. Without hesitation, Suen raised his hand and fired 2 shots at the guy. He wanted to interrupt the opponent's spell casting. Bang! Bang! After the 2 gunshots, regardless of whether he hit or not, Suen did not continue shooting. Instead, he turned the barrel of the gun towards the glass roof above his head and fired several shots, creating a large hole next to the load-bearing pillar. Seeing that the opponent had cast an ice spell, he instinctively thought of a way to deal with it, put away his guns, and quickly formed the alchemy seals with both hands. However, none of the second-tier professionals were ordinary, even in the field of magic, they had enough experience in dealing with gunmen. The leader of the black-clothed men looked at Suen pointing the gun at him, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A thought flashed through his mind, the secret technique of double shooting. The Outer City gang actually has such a firearms expert. This guy really knows how to surprise people. Hehe, I bet he's a wanted criminal in the organization. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he watched as sparks flew from the muzzle aimed at him. Without dodging or evading, almost at the same time, the bullets hit his forehead. Clang! Clang! With 2 crisp sounds, the bullet heads bounced off, and a rune gloss flashed, splattering a momentary ice flower. The black-clothed man was unharmed. It turned out that it wasn't real skin, but a layer of frost armor equipment. Just as he was hit, the black-clothed man's alchemy seals had already finished, and he softly chanted, "Alchemy art, extreme frost freeze." With this alchemy seal, a frosty path resembling a white snake spread out from the alchemy array under his feet and swiftly rushed towards the weighing steel pillar not far away. Such fast casting speed! Suen didn't expect these 2 shots to be able to harm the ice mage, but he also didn't expect this guy to withstand the bullets with his head. Since he couldn't stop the opponent from casting the spell, he could only watch as the piercing cold spread to the iron pillar he was climbing. Seeing that he was just over 10 meters away from reaching the rooftop, he suddenly found that the spider spears clinging to the iron wall were becoming increasingly difficult to pull off, as if they had stepped on glue. Looking down, he saw that the entire iron pillar under his feet had been coated with a layer of frost, which was getting thicker and thicker. Almost instantly, the 8 spider spears were not just difficult to lift, but were completely stuck to the iron wall upon contact. Seeing that Suen was about to be completely frozen and unable to move, the leader of the men in black below seemed to think he had the situation under control, and shouted, "Take him alive." The gunfire instantly died down by more than half, but it also gave Suen a chance to breathe. Because at this moment, the last sorcerer's seal he had been holding in his hand was also completed. Just as the frost was about to spread from the spider spears to his body, Suen's body suddenly erupted with a layer of blue-purple cold flame. As the cold flame emerged, the frost on the 8-armed spider spears was instantly melted. He shot up and reached the rooftop in an instant, then disappeared from the sight of the men in black. Hey! Seeing this, the leader of the men in black was taken aback. Looking at the cold flame, a serious expression appeared on his face, the unique alchemical secret technique of the Williams family, mystery no servant. How could an outer city gang possibly know it? A firearms expert, spider arm implants, and even knows no servant, what is this guy's background? Could he be from that organization? Thinking of this, he immediately took out his communicator and shouted, "Attention everyone, issuing a B-level emergency order now. All units search for a fugitive suspect, physical characteristics as follows. The security team checks suspicious individuals in the block, the city guard team strictly verifies the identity of each person leaving the city. The suspect has the strength of a quasi-second-order professional, all units must be careful, try to capture him alive." Seeing Suen escape, a few of the men in black also chased after him. The remaining few, however, were rummaging through the pile of items that had been smashed earlier, seemingly looking for something. Someone reported, "Boss, the stuff isn't here." Hearing this, the face of the man in black grew even darker. Chapter 119, Moon Hotel. Suen leaped onto the roof of the warehouse, and his 8 spider arms displayed superior displacement abilities that ignored the terrain obstacles. Crawling horizontally, moving vertically, jumping. The black-clothed men were more well-trained than expected. As soon as he reached the rooftop, the guards outside noticed him and started shooting wildly. Suen manipulated his spider legs to swiftly dash on the warehouse roof, not daring to touch the ground. Instead, he climbed along the pipeline connecting the warehouse to another building. Fortunately, with the 8 legs able to grip the pipeline and the steel wire traction in his mechanical gloves, he leaped into the opposite building floor. He rushed in and finally shook off the black-clothed men on the ground. Then Suen continued to run without stopping. Fortunately, the buildings in the inner city were very crowded. With his ability to climb walls using spider legs, he quickly reached 2 blocks away. Then, he found a secluded alley and stopped. Suen put away his disguise and quickly used hemostatic powder to treat the wounds on his legs. Although he had tried his best to avoid it, he was shot in the leg when he was stuck to the iron pillar while climbing in the warehouse. He quickly took off his blood-stained clothes, bandaged the wound, and changed into a set of high-end suits similar to those worn by residents in the inner city. He washed off the smoky makeup on his face, put on a wig and a hat, and pressed the brim of the hat down low. He also sprayed himself with deodorant. After doing all this, Suen quickly stored the changed clothes in his storage ring. Then, he looked at the thick book named Precious New Pearl in his hand, with a slightly complicated expression. When he escaped just now, he casually put the book into his pocket with the spider spear. The book cover was naturally a disguise. Even without reading the content, he knew that it was definitely Isaac's alchemy manuscript. In the black market, a page of the manuscript could be auctioned for 3 million Lesuo, and this book had at least 500 pages. However, it was not because he coveted the value of this manuscript. It was because whether he took it or not, his situation couldn't get any worse. The other party came with the intention of killing him. Moreover, as an outer city gangster who managed to escape from a second-tier professional, if he were the previous ice mage, he would definitely not let himself go. More importantly, by killing those black-clothed men during the breakout, he had already sealed his fate. After all, those black-clothed men were not the ordinary thugs Suen had expected, but members of the Umbrella Organization. When the war started earlier, Suen was very puzzled. Although there were many inner-city professionals, it was not necessary to send a second-tier professional and a reorganized professional team to intercept an outer-city gang. After harvesting the memories of the 2 corpses killed by the spider spear, Suen finally knew the true identity of these bandits. At that moment, Suen had no illusions. The Umbrella Organization was the most formidable force in Old Lingdun. He had heard about it when he was in the gang. Others could be killed, but not the people from this organization. Kill one, and they would relentlessly pursue until the end. Now that he had killed so many, they would definitely chase him to the end. Moreover, others didn't know the identity of the original owner, but the Umbrella Organization, the largest intelligence agency in Old Lingdun, definitely knew. Once caught, there was only death. Oh, and they would also extract all the secrets before killing. Suen knew that this escort was not a coincidence. To some extent, he was involved because of K. The coder who arranged for them to be in charge of this escort was most likely the smoker. That guy wanted to send K into the inner city. So, did the smoker want to send K to the Umbrella Organization? This puzzled Suen as well. Since the smoker was a mole, the intelligence about this escort was most likely leaked by him. But how could the smoker be an undercover agent for the Umbrella Organization? Suen felt that there was a problem with this chain of relationships. He had previously speculated that the mole in the Cross Society should be someone from an opposing faction of a hostile conglomerate in the inner city, similar to Lady Philov's level. It shouldn't be someone from an official department. Now, there were more and more doubts. For example, such an important notebook, Chuck, an outer city gangster, definitely couldn't keep it safe. How did it get leaked? Since the smoker was a member of the Umbrella Organization, why didn't the authorities directly intervene at the beginning? Could the smoker be a double agent? Or, within the Cross Society, were there factors that even the Umbrella Organization feared? Too many things didn't make sense. Perhaps the content of the notebook could provide some answers, but it was obviously not suitable to read it now. The notebook couldn't be stored in the storage ring either, but fortunately, it was not big. Suen could stuff it into the inner pocket of his coat. After changing his clothes, he didn't stay in the alley and walked straight out. I definitely can't leave through the city gate. I need to think of another way. As Suen walked, he pondered on the countermeasures in his mind. His steps were light, showing no signs of impatience. Just like an ordinary resident in the inner city, he leisurely walked on the street, not at all like a fugitive. Now, what he needed to do was to escape from the inner city as soon as possible. The Cross Society used to have some channels to smuggle out of the city, but since they found out that the enemy is the Umbrella Organization and that Yangui is a mole, those channels are no longer trustworthy. After excluding several plans to leave the city, he came up with a feasible plan. The No. 7 Research Institute where Danny used to stay is on Queen Street in District 4. The sewer there is connected to the ancient sewer system. This is currently the only safe plan to leave the city. Suen had asked Danny for detailed escape routes and knew the exact location that leads to the outer city sewer. But once the plan was established, another problem arose. To go from District 5 to District 4, he had to cross a large district, which was very risky. Suen thought of Danny's highly sensitive sense of smell. He was certain that even if the Umbrella Organization's intelligence agency didn't have someone with the same ability, they would definitely have similar tracking methods. Now that he had temporarily shaken off the pursuers, the most likely possibility was that they would track him by scent. After all, he had been shot and bleeding, and his scent was left on the truck. There was no room for luck. While thinking about this, Suen walked towards a nearby bus stop. When he reached the bus stop, he stopped in front of the bus route map for a moment and took note of the general road layout in District 5. Then he hailed a taxi and got in. He had to escape as soon as possible before the enemy closed in. Just a few minutes after Suen got on the car, several men in trench coats hurriedly arrived at the bus stop. They were holding a deformed ugly dog. The ugly dog sniffed around the bus route map where Suen had been standing before, then barked towards the East Street. Seeing this, the man holding the dog picked up a communicator and reported, "Attention all units, the target has boarded a transportation vehicle from the West Gate station of Malin Road, heading west towards District 6. Shortly after the report, a car arrived, and the men got in with the dog. On the other hand, Suen, who was riding in the taxi, took the opportunity when the driver wasn't paying attention to stuff the blood-stained clothes he had changed out of into the gap between the back seats. Then, after only 2 stops, he got off and went to the opposite street. He changed to another taxi and headed towards District 4 in the opposite direction. He didn't think that such a small trick could deceive the enemy completely, but he hoped it would buy him some time. However, it was clear that this anti-tracking technique could mislead the pursuers but couldn't stop another inescapable method of the Umbrella Organization roadblocks. Suen was riding in this taxi, about to leave District 5, when he saw a roadblock checkpoint at an intersection. The guys from the Umbrella Organization had obviously already considered this and wanted to trap him in District 5. This was a one-way street, and now even if Suen held a gun to the driver's head and told him to turn around, it would be meaningless. He saw the checkpoint, and the people in the checkpoint naturally saw him too. Turning around would only expose him faster. Seeing the inspection, the taxi driver complained, "Oh, why did they suddenly close the road during the day? It's too early to check for drunk driving. And it's not the guys from the Public Security Bureau, it seems to be the people from the Special Department of the Municipal Government. Could it be to catch fugitives?" The driver muttered to himself, suddenly thinking of something. Then he glanced at the passenger in the back seat from the corner of his eye. Seeing that he was calm as usual, he didn't pay much attention. Suen naturally noticed the driver's gaze on him, but he didn't say anything or jump out of the car. He calmly sat in the back seat. The vehicle drove over and was indeed stopped. Several guys in trench coats knocked on the driver's window. "Sir, please show your identification card." The driver took out his identification card and held it in his hand. The card emitted a green light. The inspector looked at it, compared it, and handed it back. "Thank you for your cooperation." The anti-counterfeiting technology of the inner-city identification card was extremely difficult to forge. It was useless to use someone else's card because it was bound to the biological information of the card holder. It would only emit light when held by the card holder. Suen naturally couldn't produce such a thing, and he didn't have the intention to do so. His actions naturally caught the attention of the inspector, and several people surrounded him. This situation was about to be exposed. But even so, Suen didn't draw his gun. Instead, he calmly rolled down the car window and coldly asked the person next to the door, "Who is in charge here?" When he spoke, he showed no signs of fear as a fugitive. His expression was resolute and calm. He even deliberately released a bit of the killing intent that he had honed in actual combat. This question caught the trench coat man off guard, and his mind was momentarily stunned by the imposing aura. He instinctively responded, "It's Captain Mogos." Suen didn't give him a chance to ask back. He said in a calm but unquestionable tone, "Call him over." The man was stunned for a moment, then turned his body and said a few words to the man with a square face who was inspecting another car at the checkpoint. Before long, the square-faced man walked over and asked, "Sir, did you call for me?" As he spoke, he was also sizing up Suen, clearly taken aback by his imposing aura. Instinctively, he felt that this was a high-ranking professional with authority, strength, and a significant position. Without giving him much time to think, Suen uttered a baffling phrase, "The eternally slumbering are not the deceased, even death itself will dissipate in the mysterious eons." The driver was utterly confused by these words. However, the square-faced man by the door turned pale upon hearing them, suddenly showing respect and saluting on the spot, "Comrade Colonel." Suen waved his hand, not saying anything unnecessary, and ordered the driver, "Drive." Seeing the man outside the car saluting, the driver was stunned for a moment, realizing that there was a big shot in the car. Upon hearing the command to drive, he unconsciously started the vehicle. Although the man in the trench coat felt something was off, before he could react, the car had already left the checkpoint. Suen sat expressionlessly in the back seat, glancing through the rearview mirror at the people in the checkpoint who didn't chase after them. Only then did he relax his hand that was touching the gun. If his previous trick hadn't worked, he would have had to draw his gun and start a firefight by now. This secret phrase was something he had heard when he encountered the blind detective Bill in the cursed space of the basement at 88 Ginkgo Street. He hadn't been able to use it at the time, but now it came in handy. So this is the exclusive secret phrase of the Umbrella Organization's colonels. Suen had a moment of realization. The square-faced man had immediately mentioned a position upon hearing it, which was obviously the correct way to use the secret phrase. But it couldn't be that simple, there must be some follow-up phrases. Suen didn't know the rest, so he intentionally didn't give those guys time to react and urged the driver to start the car. The deliberately revealed murderous aura was also to make that man instinctively think that he was a high-ranking official within the organization. But this method had too many flaws. It might have worked on a normal day, but it was bound to cause trouble today. Seeing the taxi leaving the site of the checkpoint, Suen got out of the car. He couldn't take public transportation anymore. Meanwhile, at the Umbrella Organization's District 5 Command Center. Command Center, we have intercepted a suspect in a taxi and found a set of blood-stained clothes. The information was incorrect, the suspect has switched to the opposite direction towards District 4. All units be advised, check every vehicle passing through the related routes, especially public transportation. The suspect is heading towards District 4, urgently call for the secret files of smuggling channels. We just received urgent intelligence, the suspect is impersonating an internal cadre of the organization and has used a Class A secret phrase. Everyone, switch to Class B codes and change communication to the emergency channel. Messages from agents all over the city converged at the command center, and the massive machinery of the Umbrella Organization began to operate, gradually closing in an invisible net. Suen knew that it was no longer safe to take a car, but thinking that he had already entered District 4, he decided to go on foot. But walking on the street, he quickly encountered the patrol security team and the city guards in frost giant armor. Being alone, he was once again asked for his identification. Suen thought about using the same trick again, to deceive them. But this time, as soon as he began to utter the secret phrase, the other party raised their guns. After a fierce battle, he barely escaped. But his whereabouts were also exposed. Suen knew that the Umbrella Organization had completely grasped his movements. Being unfamiliar with the place, it was impossible to go to the vicinity of Research Institute No. 7 like this. For anyone, this would almost be a dead end. It was already impressive to have held out this long against the entire city defense system. But Suen still didn't give up. He thought of the last escape method that required a gamble on luck, the Moon Hotel. Chapter 120, Should He Dance? Hey. On the corner of a steel-structured high-rise building in District 4, Suen hung there using his spider arms, gasping heavily. The position he was in was as high as 40 floors, and the wind was strong. Looking down, he could see the security teams in uniforms, the umbrella organization in windbreakers, and the fully armed mechanical city guards searching around the building. Occasionally, people from the bottom of the building looked up, seemingly noticing his traces of climbing the wall. Suen narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed, the umbrella organization's tracking ability is indeed well deserved. There was a widely circulated saying in the outer city's underworld, beware, even the street fruit vendors may be peripheral informants of the umbrella organization. Just now, Suen experienced it firsthand. As he was walking on the streets 2 blocks away, he suddenly noticed a fruit vendor staring at him with malicious intent. Without hesitation, Suen shot the guy in the head, and then he saw the military standard pistol hidden in his fruit stall. This triggered the fierce battle that forced him to hang on the outer wall to stay alive. After gasping for a few breaths, Suen finally had the strength to remove the alloy bulletproof plate from his chest. He looked at his pale muscles that were almost frozen, his gaze slightly solemn. He searched through his storage ring and found an advanced frost healing potion. After injecting it, he gradually felt the sensation of blood circulation returning to the muscle tissues in that area. His complexion gradually recovered, and the restoration of body temperature also made him feel warmth. If it weren't for the lightweight bulletproof armor he had dismantled from the chest plate of the PX-911 mechanical limbs, which blocked most of the frost injuries, the previous round of frost bombardment might have taken half of his life. It has to be said that the frost giant battle armor of the city guards is indeed a headache. Fortunately, he had obtained several sets from the previous robbery, and Suen had already done some research. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a chance to escape if he didn't know the weak points of this thing. They can fight, resist, and even use high-pressure bombardment to output frost wind cannons to control targets in a wide range. With Suen's current strength and methods, he might be able to kill 1 or 2, but they wouldn't give him a chance to fight one-on-one. They would immediately surround him with a well-trained tactical encirclement. He could only flee in a sorry state. 2 minutes later, the potent effect of the medicine took effect, and the frost sensation dissipated over a large area. His limbs finally stopped being stiff. Suen tried to move his spider legs, and the sluggish feeling in his nerves had also disappeared for the most part. He knew that he couldn't hide on this outer wall for much longer before he would be discovered. He looked up at the mid-level city district that was still 70 to 80 floors high. The lights there were dazzling and exceptionally prosperous. This was the last possible escape method he could think of. Because the Moonlight Inn was located in the business district right above his head. Without wasting any time, Suen used his spider arms to climb up the building. When Suen first joined the Cross Society, he witnessed the spectacular death match between the Red Demon Gaelong and the Shadow Scorpion Abook in the Colosseum of the Crimson Fortress. In the end, Gaelong survived, and Abook was killed. Abook was an A-level wanted criminal who was active in the inner city at that time and was also a notorious thief. Leaving aside other things, this guy's ability to escape was indeed remarkable. Today, Suen also witnessed firsthand the Umbrella Organization's control over the inner city, which shocked him even more that this guy had been able to commit crimes frequently and still remain at large for so many years. At that time, Suen also extracted a memory fragment from Abook's soul. It's a pity that the forbidden item is still in the Moonlight Inn and hasn't been taken out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been caught. Now pushed to the extreme, he thought of this obsession of Abook's. If having that thing could allow such a notorious thief to evade the Umbrella Organization's pursuit, Suen believed it could also solve his own predicament. However, what worried him was that if that thing was no longer in the inn, then he would truly be in a desperate situation. After all, the mid-level city district belonged to the wealthy area of the inner city, where the city's defense forces were several times stronger, and there were also many high-level professionals. This required taking a gamble. The buildings in the inner city were densely packed, and almost all high-rise buildings were connected by various linking structures such as steam pipes, sky bridges, and iron frames. This also made it convenient for Suen. He climbed to the rooftop of a building and then used the attached structures to climb onto the outer wall of another building, deliberately avoiding the attention of the crowd. He quickly arrived at the commercial district. The good news was that the Moonlight Inn was a very high-end inn in the inner city, and its pink neon sign hanging on the building could be seen from far away. But the bad news was that it was located right in the center of the commercial district. If Suen wanted to enter the inn, he only had one choice, which was to walk directly from the street. This street called Dunwich Street was similar to the upscale venues in his previous life, with various colorful signs hanging on both sides of the street. Unlike the streets in the outer city, where only essential goods like rice and flour were sold. There were many luxury shops here, jewelry stores where rich ladies gathered, high-end tailor shops where gentlemen frequented, luggage shops, cane shops, instrument shops. The people on the street all looked wealthy and noble, and their clothes and jewelry gave off a strong visual impact. The scenes in the outer city felt like scenes from a black and white movie, while here, it truly felt like the era of color films. While Suen observed the street with his gaze, he casually glanced at a storefront selling men's canes and saw a cane with a silver lion head, priced at 348,888 Lesuo. Then, in a glass display case of a jewelry store, he looked at a diamond necklace that was purely decorative, priced at 1,256,666 Lesuo. A silk scarf was priced at 7,777 Lesuo, equivalent to 3 months' salary of an ordinary worker in the outer city. Before Suen had a chance to take a closer look at the bustling street, his brows suddenly furrowed. Because at this moment, as soon as he appeared in the district, several gazes immediately fell upon him. But then, a relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He muttered to himself, "So I was discovered so quickly." This time, Suen didn't avoid or draw his gun when he felt the malicious gaze. Putting on his suit jacket and tidying up his messy wig from climbing the wall, he calmly walked out without trying to hide his face under the brim of his hat. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew bigger and suddenly turned into a bright grin. He was as happy as a child. Could the situation get any worse? No, it couldn't. This was his last chance. Should he dance? Of course. Suen was like a dancer on stage. At this moment, all the spotlights were on him. He was the only protagonist. Walking to the soothing melody playing in the mall, he made a grand entrance. His steps were light and agile, occasionally spinning to avoid others, his clothes swaying gently. He even gave friendly smiles to strangers passing by. He danced like a waltz, proud, elegant, calm, and composed. He really enjoyed the feeling of dancing in such a desperate situation. At this moment, it felt like there was only the stage, the music, and the audience in the world. The undercover agents, whether they were from the Umbrella Organization or the City Guard, thought that Suen hadn't noticed them yet and slowly surrounded him. But after taking a few steps, they clearly saw Suen raise his hand to adjust his wig, holding a device with a red button. Seeing the inconspicuous button, the undercover agents' faces turned pale, and their encirclement instantly dispersed. They no longer had any intention of forcibly arresting him. An urgent report came through the communicator. "Withdraw, retreat immediately. The target has appeared at Dunwich Commercial Street. The suspect is holding an unknown device resembling a pressure detonator. Please advise. There are a large number of civilians at the scene. Do not use area attack weapons. Do not approach the suspect. Do not cause panic. Start evacuating the crowd from the periphery. Top-level professionals have been notified to handle the situation." Understood. At this moment, Suen's eyes were focused on nothing else. He walked confidently, looking around. Suddenly, a colorful ball rolled to his feet. Suen bent down to pick up the ball and handed it to the blonde boy who was chasing after it. The boy, wearing a checkered shirt, politely said, "Thank you, sir." Suen touched his forehead and gave a bright smile, "You're welcome." The boy's parents were a few meters away, looking at their polite and adorable son, with smiles of happiness on their faces. "Goodbye, uncle." "Goodbye, little friend." Suen smiled. What a beautiful world. He didn't feel that picking up the ball had delayed his time. Instead, he suddenly felt joyful. Pinching the lighter with the red button, Suen put his hand back into his pocket and walked towards the Moon Hotel with a swagger. He would probably be mistaken for a bomb by those guys, right? Suen thought so. But even I believe it, who wouldn't? Not far from the entrance of the Moon Hotel, there was a boutique jewelry store with shining samples in the display window. This was a shop that young girls liked to visit. And just at this moment, a 15 or 16-year-old girl with black hair and a blonde girl happened to walk out of the store together. "Rena, I heard you went to the outer city yesterday?" "The outer city is dangerous, why would you want to go to such a place?" "Well, just to broaden my horizons." "What kind of knowledge can you gain from a place full of crime, filth, and plague?" "Yulia, the outer city isn't as bad as everyone says. I found that it's not as terrifying as people make it out to be." "How is that possible?" "My mother said the outer city is a paradise for gangs and criminals." Poverty makes them do crazy and unreasonable things, like kidnapping, child trafficking, and it's dangerous for girls like us to go there. I will never leave the city in my lifetime." Upon hearing her best friend say such things, Rena suddenly had a flash of insight in her mind and muttered softly, "Gangs, there are good people among them." Yulia argued, "No way. There are." And just as Rena was about to argue further, she suddenly heard someone on the street call out her name, "Miss Rena." Rena looked up and saw a stranger walking towards her. She felt that the voice was familiar but furrowed her brows, as if trying hard to remember. Because she had never seen this face before. At this moment, the burly bodyguard not far away also noticed her expression and immediately stood in front of her. Suen didn't expect to encounter Rena, who was out shopping. He didn't show any fear when the bodyguard suddenly appeared beside Rena. Instead, he waved at her with a smile, as if they were old friends. "Hey, Miss Rena, long time no see." Rena had just thought that she didn't recognize this person, but upon hearing his voice, she suddenly, in those sparkling eyes, showed a look of pleasant surprise and blurted out, "Mr. Suen." Suen, who didn't have smoky makeup on, actually had a very handsome appearance. Wearing a well-fitted suit, he exuded elegance and composure with every move. The faint, confident smile on his face made people feel a warm familiarity. Looking at Suen, who suddenly changed his style, Rena hesitated and asked, "Mr. Suen, why are you here?" She originally wanted to ask why Suen had changed like this, but changed her question, "How did you come here?" Yulia, who was beside them, looked at the well-mannered Suen and was curious about when her best friend had met such a handsome guy. She asked with gossip in her eyes, "Rena, who is this?" Suen had a strong and resolute temperament that was completely different from that of a pampered young master, which suddenly made him stand out. Rena paused for a moment before introducing, "Mr. Suen, is my friend." Suen naturally bent down, taking the slender hand of the blonde girl that was extended a second late, and performed a hand-kissing gesture. "Oh, beautiful lady, the dimples that overflow from the corners of your mouth when you smile are truly captivating." His words were smooth, like a seasoned charmer, something that a noble lady would have encountered many times. Yet at this moment, Yulia felt strange. In this man's eyes, she saw no hint of the detestable light she was accustomed to. She withdrew her kissed hand, returning the courtesy with equal elegance, "Thank you for your compliment." Seeing that he was indeed a friend of the young lady, the second-tier professional bodyguard subtly increased his distance. Rena was still curious about why Suen had suddenly come to the inner city, and asked again, "Mr. Suen?" But before she could finish her sentence, a pair of large hands had already draped over her shoulders, like an extremely intimate friend. Suen's sudden intimate gesture made Rena's pretty face stiffen, her words instantly evaporating. Before she could react, she felt a warm breath by her ear. It was Suen whispering, "Don't move, help me out." Hearing this, Rena didn't know why she suddenly felt less nervous. It was as if they were back in the dungeon, where this man would always command her to do things in a commanding tone, but each time, it saved her life. Suen wasn't here to flirt. Just a second ago, he had noticed that he was being targeted by a high-ranking professional. The gaze felt extremely dangerous. Suen knew very well that the other party would definitely not give him time to go to the hotel to find the sealed object. They would seize the opportunity to strike. So, he needed a presence that would make the other party hesitate to act. Originally, he planned to find a rich young master on the street, but he ran into the more suitable Rena. In terms of weight, the young lady of the race family was naturally the most suitable. When he took Rena away, Suen didn't forget to turn his head and ask her best friend cheerfully, "Beautiful lady, you don't mind if I occupy a little bit of your best friend's time, do you?" Yulia, thinking they were close friends, smiled and said, "Of course." Suen responded with a friendly smile and led Rena away. Only Rena, the person involved, was still in a state of confusion. After all, it wasn't just the monster-filled dungeon where no one was watching. In public, she also felt it was inappropriate for a man to be holding the neck of the young lady of the race family. Especially in front of her best friend and bodyguard. Could it be that in the outer city, the way friends greet each other is so passionate? Her cheeks slightly hot, her mind in a whirl, she took the initiative to ask, "Mr. Suen, what do you need my help with?" Suen was straightforward, "I'm being targeted, and the situation is very dangerous." "Hey!" Rena looked up at the face that still wore a smile, and couldn't reconcile his casual tone with the urgent situation he described. But thinking about how he always spoke in this tone in the dungeon, she understood. Thinking about it, she asked softly, "Then, what can I do to help you?" Suen gave a slight smile and said directly, "You've been kidnapped by me." The abruptness of the topic made Rina feel like her brain had short-circuited, losing the ability to think. Kidnapped? A moment later, it clicked. So, being held around the neck meant she was being kidnapped? No wonder Mr. Suen would do such a strange thing. She suddenly understood something. But it seemed that she had no realization of being a hostage, and there was no panic in her heart. Instead, because of the skin contact, she smelled a faint bloody scent on Suen. She guessed that behind Mr. Suen's calm demeanor, the situation was already very urgent. Rina thought for a moment, then asked weakly, then, do I need to cooperate with you?" "No need, just follow me," Suen said, looking at the very cooperative hostage. He was in a good mood, and added, "If possible, you can show a little more nervousness." With that, Suen had already pulled Rina into the Moon Hotel. Only then did Rina belatedly respond with an "oh." Not far away, Rina's best friend Yulia was dumbfounded. "Is this what you meant by occupying a little time? Heading straight for the hotel? Showing off so blatantly in front of a single girl, is that really okay?" Chapter 121, Shroud. In the moment when Suen embraced Rina's arm, the killing intent that was aimed at him from behind suddenly weakened. As the eldest daughter of the Reyes family, Rina had a lot of influence. Even the members of the umbrella organization would have to consider her safety if they wanted to pursue the culprit. Suen didn't waste any time and took advantage of the small number of people surrounding them. He had to find the ceiling object as soon as possible. Thanks to Rina's cooperation, the two of them smoothly entered the lobby of the hotel. Upon entering, Suen immediately recalled some scenes in his mind and became certain of where the ceiling object was hidden. Suen wasn't sure about the room key for this hotel, so he didn't plan on going directly to the room. It would be troublesome if he couldn't forcefully open it. He went to the front desk and intended to check in normally and get the key. He originally thought that he would need to show identification, but unexpectedly, the manager at the front desk warmly greeted them. No payment was collected, and no identification was checked. The manager had a flattering smile on his face. They didn't ask for a luxurious suite, just a regular room with a double bed in room 505. After going upstairs, "Our meat ticket Miss Rina weakly said that this hotel was her family's property." The manager knew her. Furthermore, half of the real estate on this commercial street belonged to her family. Suen almost forgot that she was a heartless rich woman. On the 5th floor, that gaze that had been focused on him still hadn't disappeared. Suen ignored it and opened the door to the room. The Moon Hotel was a high-end hotel, and its decoration was not inferior to the 5-star hotels from his previous life. The price of this kind of room was not cheap, and the infamous thief A Tong chose this place not only for the enjoyment but also for safety. The more luxurious the hotel, the less likely they would check the rooms. Behind this hotel was the Reyes family, and the people who came and went were all important figures. There were fewer room checks, and the frequency of people staying was low, making it difficult to discover hidden things. Although Rina didn't mind helping Suen, she was also puzzled as to why he brought her to a hotel room. But before she could ask, as soon as they entered the room, Suen said, "Close your eyes. Otherwise, you'll have a lot of trouble later." Oh. Although Rina didn't understand what Suen was doing, she didn't ask any further questions and obediently closed her eyes. Suen really didn't want Rina to see what he was about to do, otherwise, she would be in trouble. The more he said, the more he would expose himself. As soon as he entered the room, the images in his mind became clear. Then, his gaze fell on the corner of the ceiling. With the naked eye, he couldn't see anything, just a white paint. He stepped on a stool and reached out to the corner, as if grabbing an invisible strip. "Found it! It's really here!" Suen felt delighted. He didn't know what this ceiling object was, but he knew it was hidden in that inconspicuous corner. Now that he had it in his hands, he used his all-knowing eye to immediately see what this transparent thing was. The Shroud of Ounce the Iceman. Description: it is the shroud that covers the body of the deceased and the lifeline of the living. Curse characteristics: it can seal a corpse on the level of the item itself, preventing it from emitting any aura. Of course, if you are willing to pay the price of your lifespan, you can use it as an invisibility cloak that no one can detect your whereabouts or aura. When you get close to the shroud, it will absorb your life tenfold. If you insist on wrapping it around yourself, the necromantic aura will cause your life to wither 1,000-fold. Explanation: this is a strip of shroud that was stripped from a mysterious ancient corpse at least 20,000 years ago. It has absorbed very powerful curse characteristics. Can you see it? No, no one can see it. When Suen touched this transparent strip earlier, he felt something strange. Now that he saw the explanation, he realized that it was the feeling of his life being drained tenfold. And the curse characteristics of this sealing object were with him at all times, ready to absorb his life tenfold. Wearing it for a day would consume 1,000 times more life, equivalent to losing more than 3 years of lifespan. However, compared to being caught and killed on the spot, this price was definitely worth it. No wonder A Tong believed that he could confidently escape the Umbrella Organization's pursuit with this thing. This thing is simply a life-saving artifact. Suen felt a large part of the death cloud that had been shrouding his heart disappear when he obtained this thing. Gambling with his life, it seemed like he had won again. But now was not the time for sentimentality. Suen picked up the 2-meter-long bandage and started wrapping it around his body. Just as he was wondering how to wrap his whole body with such a short strip, the bandage seemed to come alive on its own. It was like a transparent little snake greedily sucking the life force of a living person as it slithered around Suen, circling him layer by layer, tightly binding him. At this moment, Suen could feel that he had been bound like a mummy, tightly and securely. He lowered his head and looked at his own hands, which were still visible. But when he looked at the mirror in the room, it was very strange. Even though there were 2 living people in the room, he only saw Rina, who had her eyes closed. The place where Suen was standing was empty. Completely disappeared. Seeing himself disappear in the mirror, Suen finally saw a glimmer of hope for escape. However, he also discovered a problem. He had only disappeared in an optical sense, his body still existed. The ground beneath his feet showed clear footprints. Suen knew that some highly perceptive experts would definitely notice this anomaly, so he didn't dare to stay in the room any longer. Before leaving, he glanced at Rina, who was still standing obediently, and said, "Remember, no matter what happens. If someone asks, just insist that I kidnapped you and threatened you with death to force you upstairs." Rina obediently nodded, "Okay." Suen thought for a moment and said softly, "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Rina didn't open her eyes, but a faint smile appeared on her pretty face. Then, she heard the sound of the door closing. For a long time, there was no sound in the room. Rina guessed what had happened and cautiously asked, "Mr. Suen, are you still here?" No one responded. She asked again, "Can I open my eyes now?" Still no response. At this moment, Rina still didn't dare to open her eyes because she remembered Mr. Suen saying that it would cause trouble. After waiting for a while, she suddenly heard a noise outside the window. A person jumped in and anxiously asked, "Miss Rina, are you okay?" Rina opened her eyes again. Mr. Suen was no longer there. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. The kidnapping of the young lady of the Reyes family quickly reached the higher-ups of the Umbrella Organization. This heinous kidnapping immediately caused a violent upheaval in high society. When the top professionals at headquarters rushed to rescue the hostage, they suddenly heard that the situation had already been resolved. The hostage had been rescued. But the suspect had disappeared. The technicians of the Umbrella Organization carefully examined room 505 of the Moon Hotel. A middle-aged man with a stern face listened to the report from his subordinates in the room. "So, you and the City Defense Department and the security team, a total of 30 elite squads, let the suspect escape right under your noses." "Sorry, General. We did see him kidnap the young lady of the Reyes family into the room. Then, we didn't rush to take action because we were afraid he would harm the hostage. But when the higher-ranked professionals of the organization arrived, there was only Miss Rina left in the room." "Hat." The middle-aged man suppressed his anger. Originally, intercepting the cross-society escort team was just a small task. Eliminate all the people, contain the contaminants, and there would be no ripples at all. But unexpectedly, a second-tier professional led a team to intercept a group of small-time thugs from the outer city, and they were counter-killed, and the suspect escaped? Then they mobilized so many resources and failed to capture the person. Now there was a well-known kidnapping case in the whole city, and the person had escaped again? If it weren't for the fact that the capable subordinates in front of him were brought out by himself and their abilities had been recognized, the middle-aged man would really suspect that the new recruits in the Umbrella Organization were all idiots. Although it was confirmed that the fugitive had the strength of a quasi-second-tier professional, it also proved that there was a major loophole in the organization's internal intelligence system. Otherwise, how could such a powerful person be just an unknown figure in the cross-society and completely blank within the umbrella organization? Thinking of this, the high-ranking member of the umbrella organization naturally became furious. Do you have any clues about the suspect's identity? With such a distinctive disguise, don't tell me you didn't find anything. We do have clues. Based on the clues, we retrieved the files and found that a few months ago, the Shadow Alley black market did indeed auction off a previously unrecorded golden quality spider disguise blueprint. And from the effects, it basically matches. A few months ago? Are you saying that the fugitive, who is at least an experienced firearms expert and can use the secret technique Mushin, only advanced to a formal professional a few months ago? A few months as a novice professional, and he managed to outwit dozens of your reorganized squads. The atmosphere was very awkward. The employee was scolded throughout. But the fact was just like that, these were the clues they found. Although they themselves didn't believe it. The middle-aged man knew that getting angry now wouldn't solve the problem, so he asked again, "Have you figured out why the kidnapper came to abduct the young lady of the Reyes family? I heard before I came that the two of them seemed to know each other." Yes. The young lady of the Reyes family was accompanied by her bodyguard and the young lady of the Cortez family, Yulia. They both confirmed that the two of them knew each other. But Miss Rena couldn't provide any more information, she just said she was coerced by someone, and we didn't want to ask too much. What about this room? There are some unusual marks in the corner of the ceiling. After comparing the marks, the forensic personnel found that there should have been a transparent object attached there before. We investigated the relevant files and speculated that it might be the Shroud of the Iceman of Ounce, which was lost in the Bravo family's treasure theft case. So, you mean, the stolen goods that you investigated for several years were taken away directly by the suspect, and then he escaped using that sealed item? Yes. After listening to the report from his subordinates, the middle-aged man looked through the records of the entire arrest process and his angry expression turned into a solemn contemplation. From the very beginning, whether it was using a taxi to mislead the pursuers or using a fake code to break through the blockade, the suspect has shown an extraordinary calmness. His thinking is very clear, and he has shown a very accurate purpose throughout the anti-hunt process. He first went to District 4, and after being blocked, he came to the Moon Hotel to retrieve the sealed object. So, his purpose is very clear, he wants to escape. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's gaze sharpened. Notify everyone to focus on blocking and investigating District 4. The suspect's destination is still in District 4, especially check the rivers, sewers, and smuggling channels leading to the outer city. Yes. After the middle-aged man gave the order, his brows still didn't relax. Being able to respond so quickly in the warehouse, it can't be ruled out that he knew in advance that Isaac's alchemy notebook was hidden in this batch of goods. This is strange, Sambio should not have been exposed yet. How did the news leak? Right, has there been any movement from Mrs. Philo and the forces behind her? Not for the moment. Keep a close eye on them. Yes. Also, there's a high chance you won't be able to catch that guy. Prepare to intercept and kill him in the outer city. Don't you have that kid's bloody clothes? Notify the plague doctor Sergei of the Crow Gang to find him. Notify Sambio to intercept and kill. We absolutely cannot let the suspect meet with the high-ranking members of the Cross Society. Yes. The most important point, the Duke's mansion has issued a death order, the notebook must not be lost. If it falls into the wrong hands and contaminates others, it will have a huge impact on our Dawn City. Remember, anyone who comes into contact with the notebook must be completely eliminated. If you let someone escape after making such a big fuss, don't bother coming back. Yes. Chapter 122, Plague Doctor. Half a day later, outside the city. Suen, covered in dirt, rushed out of a sewer in the northern part of the city. As soon as he emerged, he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Although the air quality in the industrial area of the northern city was so poor that one could inhale dust with every breath, it was still much better than the toxic gas in the sewer. After taking a few breaths, the discoloration on his face disappeared. He quickly took out a potent detoxification potion and injected it into his neck. The black poison on his face stopped spreading. After injecting the detoxification needle, Suen let out a long sigh of relief. So many terrifying monsters were created by the leaked X serum. The sewer is almost filled with them. Looking at the dark sewer entrance, he still felt lingering fear. The danger in the underground dungeon was even greater than being chased in the inner city. If it weren't for his fast 8-legged running, the millipede with over 1,000 legs that could spew fire and poison would have killed him on the spot. If this had happened 3 years ago when Danny escaped, with his over 100 kilograms of flesh, it wouldn't have been enough to fill the gaps between those terrifying mutant monsters' teeth. But in the end, he was lucky enough to survive. Suen looked back at the towering walls of the inner city, his gaze filled with complexity. Originally, he had planned to follow the escort team to broaden his horizons, but he didn't expect this trip to the inner city to turn into a day trip to Hell's Gate. Being chased and blocked from all sides made him feel like he was constantly jumping around at the gates of hell. However, although he almost lost his life, he also gained 2 things. Not far behind him, there was a steel wire tied to something invisible. That was naturally the shroud of the Ounce Iceman that saved his life this time. Just spending half a day in the city had already consumed 1 or 2 years of his lifespan. He survived, and the price was worth it, but he didn't dare to keep it by his side anymore. This thing was indeed a good life-saving treasure, but it couldn't be put into a storage ring, nor could it be tied to his body at all times. He could only drag it from a distance like this. Although the lifespan couldn't be seen on the data panel, as long as this thing was within 1 meter of him, he noticed some slight changes in certain physical values. So he also deduced that the range of influence of this seal was about 1 meter. Suen thought that if he wanted to carry it with him in the future, he could only tie it to a living corpse. Living corpses didn't have a lifespan, so they should ignore this curse. He even came up with a suitable puppet tactic. When the time came, he would create an invisible living corpse, which would be a natural-born assassin. If the sickle could also be tied to the invisible state, it would be a top-notch killer. Even top professionals might be killed by him. For now, he could only drag the shroud like this. Taking advantage of the time to catch his breath, Suen took out the alchemy manuscript of Isaac from his arms. The previous cover, titled Precious New Pearl, had already been soaked and ruined in the sewer, revealing the true appearance of the manuscript. The cover felt rough, like crocodile skin, and was engraved with a very complex octagram alchemy array. The identification showed it as an unrecognized advanced sealing technique. Just by looking at the cover, a heavy sense of mystery came over him. When he opened it, the pages were even more bizarre. They didn't feel dry like parchment, but more like human skin. When touched, the pages even trembled lightly, like the sensitive skin of a young girl. If Suen didn't know what this thing was, he would probably find a place to hide it because it looked so sinister. But with the true sight identification, this manuscript was not only not sinister, but also very useful. However, its curse had some special characteristics. Isaac's Alchemy Manuscript 3. Description: a alchemical notebook written on the skin of an unrecognized creature. Curse characteristic: fate is an endless chain of causality, and the development of the world itself follows this principle and causal relationship. This is a notebook tainted with fate, and it will involve the causality of anyone who comes into contact with it. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, who knows? Explanation: carrying it with you will gain the aura Sir Isaac's blessing, which will make your study of alchemy twice as effective. You will frequently have enlightenment and flashes of inspiration to understand some profound alchemical knowledge. The curse characteristic is that the notebook will involve causality. Suen didn't think this was a big deal at all. There are causes and effects, and everything in the world follows this rule. Afraid of getting into trouble? He had already been passively involved in trouble when he was chosen as part of the escort team. Even if he threw away the notebook now, he couldn't get rid of it. Therefore, this curse characteristic had no effect on Suen at all. Moreover, it was clearly stated that whether it was a blessing or a curse, who knows? Instead, the positive enhancement aura, Isaac's blessing, made Suen feel that this manuscript was very useful. He was now exposed to more and more alchemical knowledge, and it was becoming more and more profound. Many deep-level alchemy required not only time to study, but also intelligence to understand. This notebook would increase his learning efficiency by n-fold. The benefits were absolutely immeasurable. Moreover, the notebook was labeled 3, which meant there were at least 2 more of them. Unsurprisingly, one of them was likely in the possession of the person who had left words on his retina. As for the content, it was encrypted as well, and it wasn't the time to decipher it. After catching his breath for a moment, Suen put away the notebook. Now, he had another important thing to do: run away. Escaping from the inner city was just the first step. The crisis was far from over. Although Suen had been a wanted man before, his low profile didn't affect his life in the underworld. Now, being hunted by the Umbrella Organization, the situation was completely different. Moreover, now that he knew that Smoky Sangbu was a mole, there must be more undercover agents in the Cross Society. He couldn't go back to the Cross Society, and even his identity as Suen couldn't be used in the outer city for the time being. He could only leave the city and hide. After all, even the most powerful tracking has its geographical and temporal limitations. As long as he ran far enough, all tracking methods would be useless. Fortunately, a large hunting camp had been built near Dawn City, providing a guarantee for long-term life outside the city. Suen had originally planned to check it out, and now was the perfect time. What he needed to do now was to go back to Green Street, pack up his belongings, and run away. After all, he had to leave the city, and he had to take with him life-saving items like the sickle and the living dead. Suen had already planned his escape route in his mind, and he was running wildly. Before long, Suen unlocked a motorcycle on the road in the north of the city and drove towards the south of the city. Because he had anticipated that he might have to run away one day, he was well prepared and had mastered several secret channels to leave the city. Moreover, the outer city was not like the inner city, he was very familiar with the roads. There were not so many professionals in the outer city, and the pursuers did not have such good mechanical equipment. Even if he was surrounded, the danger level was not high. The premise was not to encounter second-order professionals. But the outer city was vast and sparsely populated, and the chance of encountering a second-order professional was 1,000 times lower than in the inner city. Before long, the motorcycle was speeding along, and had already entered the territory of the Cross Society in the south of the city. This also meant that the number of enemies would drastically decrease. But Suen was not careless. He knew very well that the guys from the Umbrella Organization, not having caught him, must have guessed that he was already in the outer city. Suen didn't know what methods the other party had, but such a large organization would definitely not give up so easily. He was very careful all the way, always on guard for someone chasing him. The motorcycle was very fast, and at this speed, not to mention that ordinary people couldn't catch up. Even if someone was tracking him, they would be discovered instantly. But no matter how careful he was still pursued. He had guarded against people, but there were other things. While riding, Suen suddenly noticed a red-eyed crow following his motorcycle. After turning a corner, the crow was still following. He shot at it casually, and the crow fell to the ground with a caw. However, after this shot, Suen had a very bad premonition. In Old Lingdun, crows only liked to gather in the east of the city. Because only the old-school sorcerers of the Crow Gang would feed these ominous scavengers. Crows were their faith and their power. Sure enough, his premonition became reality. After Suen killed the first crow, he gradually noticed that more and more crows were following him. They were like surveillance cameras, their red eyes making people feel uneasy. As the number of crows increased, Suen fired a burst of shots, and the crows exploded into clouds of green blood mist. In an instant, he recognized who the user of this ability was, and was surprised, the plague doctor Sergei of the Crow Gang. How could this guy be working for the Umbrella Organization? Sergei was the younger brother of the Crow Gang's leader, the Crow Godfather Gwenbu, a terrifying old-school second-order professional. These old-school alchemists all mastered some strange abilities, which were weird and very tricky. This Sergei was a professional known as the Plague Doctor, proficient in various curses and tracking, killing people invisibly. He was the one that even the executives of the Cross Society least liked to see. Legend has it that Sergei had a tracking secret technique. As long as his crows swallowed the target's blood, nails, or hair, his crows would help him find the target. Seeing this flock of crows, Suen had no doubt that he had been discovered. At this moment, as he was about to raise his gun while riding the motorcycle, he felt a tickle in his throat, as if something was blocking it, and he retched. The next second, with a vomit sound, he suddenly spat out a feathered black crow, which caught and flew away. Seeing this, Suen felt a chill in his heart. Curse magic. Chapter 123, Seduce and Kill Sergei. For ordinary people, curse magic is simply the devil's technique. But for alchemists with a certain amount of knowledge, any technique can be traced back to its origin. Curse magic, is it essentially something similar to a parasitic nature? It must be because I breathed in or had skin contact with the green blood of those crows earlier, that I got infected. Suen automatically recalled related knowledge in his mind. He also guessed the process of how he got cursed. The red-eyed crows from earlier were not only used for surveillance, but more importantly, they were the medium for the plague doctor Sergei to cast curse magic. Those crows were shot and their green blood splattered everywhere, which was unavoidable. Whether they were shot or not, the crows themselves were the source of the plague. Suen looked at his attribute panel, his brows furrowing. At this moment, a negative status prompt appeared, Raven's Blood Curse, consuming 1% of vitality per minute, giving birth to green blood ravens. Just now, he spat out a live crow, which was a distorted monster born from the curse using its flesh and blood. Being cursed was equivalent to having a continuous blood loss status in the game. The consumption of 1% vitality per minute did not mean that a person would die when it reached 100%. In fact, when it reached around 30%, a person would fall into a weakened state, and at most 60%, their life would be in danger. The psychological damage was also quite significant. If an ordinary person encountered suddenly spitting out a living creature with feathers in their mouth, not to mention the extent of the damage, they would be scared half to death. Suen now felt strange even swallowing saliva. There seemed to be something foreign in his throat that he couldn't swallow. He thought and injected himself with a recovery potion. The momentum of vitality loss eased, but it didn't cure it. If recovery potions were continuously injected, their effectiveness would gradually decrease, and the body would not be able to withstand it. To completely resolve it, he could only find the correct method to lift the curse. Otherwise, he would be sucked to death. At this moment, a red-eyed crow suddenly flew onto the handlebar of the motorcycle and cawed, "Kid, you have been cursed by me. I'll give you a chance to survive." But before the crow could finish speaking, Suen seemed to have no interest in listening and shot it, turning it into a mass of green blood mist with feathers flying everywhere. "Survive? I fucking believe you." After causing such a big commotion in the inner city, Suen had killed more than 10 members of the Umbrella organization. He didn't have any hope of being caught and still staying alive. Even if he wanted to survive, it definitely wouldn't be relying on this guy. He could only rely on himself. Without thinking, Suen knew that the crow's words were either asking him to surrender or trying to buy time. Suen knew very well that this was also Sergei's method. The crows themselves didn't have much combat power, and now with the curse being applied, they could only engage in verbal battles. But it also revealed one thing, which was that Sergei's main body was still some distance away from here. Otherwise, there would be no need to use crows to relay messages. Sergei was indeed very strong, but no matter how strong he was, he couldn't kill someone from a distance. How could he take advantage of a few crows? Suen didn't pay attention to this guy's intentions. Then, another crow flew over and threatened, "You're looking for death. I know." Before it could finish speaking, it was shot again. This action completely enraged the flock of crows. At this moment, these hundreds of crows unexpectedly formed a formation and charged towards Suen's motorcycle. The damage wasn't significant, but it disturbed his line of sight and slowed down his riding speed. As expected, they want to buy time. Suen looked at the increasing number of crows in the sky and decided not to escape. The buildings in the block became the crows' cover, making it inconvenient to shoot. So he simply drove the motorcycle to an open area. Once he arrived at the open area, the flock of crows immediately followed, their imposing manner wanting to peck at Suen's eyes and obstruct his vision. Suen squeezed the brakes, and the motorcycle abruptly stopped. Then, he extended his hands into the air, conjuring 2 puppets without any hesitation, and unleashed a barrage of phosphorus fire into the sky. Can't do anything to you second-tier professionals, can't do anything to a few dumb birds? The flames caught the crows off guard, and hundreds of them were instantly burned to death. Their bodies fell like rain, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt meat. The surviving crows flew away in panic, screeching in fear from a distance. But Suen wasn't polite either, both guns firing. As a firearms expert, he might not be able to kill professionals, but shooting these stupid birds was like shooting one with each bullet, or even shooting several at once. With a few shots, the remaining 2 or 3% of the crows in the sky exploded into blood mist. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of crows scattered and fled, leaving only one crow flying while shouting in anger, "Damn it, kid, I will definitely tear you into pieces." Suen listened to this threat without any change in his expression. Without aiming, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger in the direction where the sound came from, instantly killing it. It's no wonder that Sergei, the plague doctor, cursed and cursed. Suen's actions just now caused him quite a bit of loss. These green blood crows were not ordinary crows. To train them to their current state, it required a large amount of money, energy, and time. Every death was like plucking a hair from the top of the Mediterranean head, one pluck, one heartache. And those 3 crows that could speak were especially precious. After Suen finished this, he ignored the crows that were hiding far away and rode the motorcycle towards Green Street once again. He also knew that his whereabouts were exposed now, and he would be surrounded at any moment. Moreover, there is a second-order professional who is good at tracking, which is the most troublesome. I must find a way to kill Sergei first, otherwise I won't be able to escape back to Green Street. Suen rode his bike, a coldness appearing in his eyes. To kill a second-order professional, the most reliable method he could think of now was the zombies and scythes in the basement of Green Street. However, Sergei, the plague doctor, had a very strange ability. It was said that he had a special curse technique that allowed him to use crows to take damage in his place, making him immune to physical injuries such as knives and guns. There were rumors in the underworld that he could resurrect after being killed. Suen didn't know what that ability was, but since it had been spread, it meant that Sergei definitely had a similar ability and should not be underestimated. After all, the scythe caused physical damage. If he couldn't kill Sergei, Suen felt that his situation would be very bad. Qiantiao is on Norton Street. No, besides the smoke ghost, there must be other moles in the cross society. Suen trusted Qiantiao, but he knew that Qiantiao couldn't protect him. Although the Crow Gang was fearless, there was an umbrella organization behind them. Moreover, if he couldn't find anyone on Norton Street at the first moment and instead attracted other smoke ghosts or moles, that would be the worst. As for the communicator, Suen dared not use it now. The communication range of a regular gang member's communicator was only a few kilometers, and it received on all channels, so the level of confidentiality was very low. Once he spoke, the undercover agents of the umbrella organization in the outer city would receive the message first, exposing his approximate location. Just shouting "the smoke ghost is a mole" wouldn't be of much significance. First, there was no evidence. Second, it would be harmful to his escape route. What he might receive then would not be help, but killers. And the only expert he knew seemed to be Mr. Hay. Although that elusive top professional was not afraid of the umbrella organization, he had no obligation to help. It seems that I can only use that method. With a flash of thought, Suen frowned and muttered to himself. The crow flock was dispersed, but Suen knew that his whereabouts must have been exposed. He was certain that the plague doctor Sergei must be chasing after him now. However, the situation was not too bad. That was because the southern city was the territory of the Cross Society, and the Crow Gang couldn't cross the border on a large scale. Suen believed that it was very likely that Sergei came alone. Suen thought of a plan to kill him. Just now, he had frightened the flock of crows, and those crows had learned their lesson and no longer came out to intimidate him. But he had the ability of malicious perception, and although those crows hid well, they couldn't escape his perception. Suen pretended not to notice and rode his motorcycle not to Green Street, but to Ginkgo Street a few blocks away. After leaving the motorcycle behind, he deliberately circled around and made enough anti-tracking movements before entering the small Western-style building at number 88. After entering the house, Suen no longer felt anxious. He sat on the sofa in the living room and took the time to deal with the wounds on his body. Then he checked his ammunition, firearms, and equipment. After doing all this, he lay back on the sofa to rest. Looking at the ceiling, he muttered to himself, "I hope Mr. Hay doesn't mind me leading someone into his trap." Yes, this was a plan he had thought of a long time ago. Suen had imagined that if he encountered an unbeatable enemy, number 88 Green Street would be an excellent ambush location. Because there was a T-level curse space in the basement. And Suen knew the way out. Although he might encounter the terrifying super-tier zombies after entering, compared to the enemy who was lured in, it was a nightmare. But this Raven hematopoietic curse is indeed a problem. If I can't find a way to break it, I might really be sucked to death. Nearly 20 minutes had passed, and even though he had injected the healing potion, Suen still felt dizzy and weak, a sign of blood loss. And at this moment, a familiar foreign object sensation appeared in his throat again. Suen's face turned slightly pale, and in an instant, with a vomit, another crow flew out. The caw-caw-caw sound seemed to be mocking his incompetence. As soon as he vomited, Suen instantly felt even weaker, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Finally, it's here. Although Suen had no surprise in his heart when the crow flew out of his mouth, he still reacted as if his whereabouts had been discovered and turned to rush out of the door. But obviously, the enemy wouldn't let him escape so easily. Just at this moment, the glass of the second-floor window suddenly shattered, and a group of crows flew in, blocking his way. Among the flock of crows, a middle-aged man with large black feather wings and a crow mask on his face flew in. "Your talent for flying is indeed fast." Seeing the newcomer, Suen naturally guessed that this was the real plague Dr. Sergei. This guy had the rare beastification talent B055 Crowman. As soon as the crow flock entered the room, the imposing pressure of a second-order professional immediately made Suen feel a strong sense of malice. Sergei looked at Suen, who was trapped like a turtle in a jar, sneered and didn't rush to attack. He coldly taunted, "Kid, do you think you can escape?" In response, 2 bullets were fired in rapid succession. 2 crows were killed, but Sergei's main body was unharmed. Seeing this, Suen's face was full of panic. Without any hesitation, he turned and rushed into the basement. Sergei, seeing that Suen had been discovered, naturally guessed that there might be an ambush or tunnel in the basement. He didn't rush to chase after him, but controlled the flock of crows to fly down first. Through the shared vision of his crow, he found that it was just an empty, enclosed basement. Then, the basement was filled with the sound of gunfire again. His crow was shot down by Suen once more. "Damn bastard!" Sergei cursed, feeling his pet being killed. His eyes twitched, and his anger surged instantly. Knowing that there was no ambush in the basement, he pursued. Sergei cornered Suen in the basement. Originally, he wanted to persuade him to surrender in a victorious posture, but before he could, a strange scene occurred. The space around Suen in the basement twisted, and then, without any warning, he disappeared. Teleportation? Or invisibility? Sergei watched as a living person in front of him vanished, his face changing drastically. Where Suen disappeared, a piece of paper slowly fell to the ground. Sergei widened his eyes, trying to find Suen's figure in the basement, but to no avail. No seals, no alchemy array lighting up. How did he escape? Sergei was full of doubts. At this time, he also saw the paper, so he controlled the crow to fetch it. Upon reading it, the paper read, "The basement is a cursed space." Cursed space. Sergei instinctively muttered something in his heart, and suddenly found the surroundings twisting and changing. He instantly realized something and muttered, "Not good." Chapter 124, A Knife. Suen tried his best to control his thoughts, not thinking about the fact that the basement was a cursed space. He was afraid that if he was sucked in too early, he would encounter the blue-skin zombie. If he was killed instantly, or had to leave early, the ambush would be meaningless. However, after entering, he found the situation was not bad. The familiar surroundings were clearly the 3rd floor of the Javier Hospital inpatient department. It was also empty, with no people or monsters. Suen breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he was glad that his ambush plan had been mostly successful. After killing someone in this cursed space, it could trap the person's soul here. Then the plot after the person's death would be repeatedly rewound. Now that there was no blue-skin zombie on the 3rd floor, Suen guessed that the plot might have been rewound again. As long as he didn't trigger the safe in the director's office on the 2nd floor, the zombie should not come up to the 3rd floor. If there was no blue-skin zombie, Suen would be very curious whether blind explorer Bill was still sitting on the 2nd floor. After all, the last time he was killed, he only stripped away a part of his soul. He might be able to strip away a few more times. But he definitely couldn't go now. Then, Suen began to implement his plan B. Without any delay, he formed the warlock seal with both hands, unlocked the implant, and cold flames rose from his body. This time, he not only wanted to leave Plague Dr. Sergei in this cursed space. He also wanted to kill him face to face and find a way to lift the curse. Because usually, the person who poisons others would carry the antidote with them. Sure enough, not long after, the space twisted not far away, and Sergei suddenly appeared in the corridor. The guy looked around at the changing scenery, his eyes full of confusion, obviously not understanding what had happened. But when he saw Suen, who was menacing with his 8-armed spider spear not far away, he immediately realized that he had been set up, and his face was full of caution. Seeing the man coming, Suen raised a corner of his mouth, and greeted warmly like a host welcoming a guest, "You're here, Mr. Sergei." But while speaking, he didn't give the enemy any chance to cast a curse. immediately controlled his emotions, and thought of a scene in his mind. A menacing spider queen appeared in the middle of the corridor, facing Sergei at close range. As soon as this thought arose, a huge creature suddenly appeared in the corridor. The bloated spider butt, the menacing 8-armed spider spear, the beautiful upper body, this was clearly the Lord-level spider queen that Suen had encountered in the dungeon. Yes, the method Suen thought of was to use the terror manifestation rule of this space to kill the enemy. If he just lured people in, he could indeed kill them. But there was a problem, he couldn't get the enemy's loot. Even if he came in again next time and the enemy was already dead, he would still encounter the enemy's soul manifestation. At that time, he would not only have to face the enemy, but also the monsters he imagined, which would be more troublesome. But now Suen was afflicted with the Raven Blood curse, he had to get Sergei's storage ring and memory fragments. So, this guy had to die here. He had to die in front of him. And the most difficult part of this ambush plan. That was the monsters manifested in this space attacked indiscriminately. This meant that Suen had to imagine a target that could kill the enemy, but he could survive from the monster's hands. The enemy that could make him risk luring in must be a second-tier professional. A monster that could kill a second-tier could usually easily kill Suen, a first-tier. But, there was an exception. That was the mentally strong Spider Queen. Back in the dungeon, Suen had seen that monster easily kill a second-tier assassin, which meant that the Spider Queen's mental control was effective against most second-tier professionals. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Suen speculated that there was a hidden rule in this space, that was, the more realistic the details of the terror manifestation monster, the more controllable its abilities. If you imagine Thulhu, the most likely outcome is a common octopus-headed monster. After all, you don't know what that level of power means. So it's best to have personally experienced and thoroughly understood the monster's abilities. Coincidentally, he almost knew all the detailed data of the Spider Queen, even the intensity of the mental shock wave was very clear. Especially after merging with the 8-armed spider spear, that monster had almost no secrets in Suen's eyes. It was like playing a game, fighting a new boss could easily lead to a team wipe, but after fighting a few times and finding the pattern, the casualties would become smaller and smaller. The Spider Queen was strong, its mental control could affect people even without direct eye contact, moreover, its skin could resist face alchemy bullets. But Suen was very clear that the gaze of the Spider Queen was like a beam of light, and it could only attack what the eyes could see. That's why the monster Suen imagined was facing away from him, with its face towards Sergei. This narrow corridor was spacious enough for humans, but it was difficult for the bulky Spider Queen to turn around. The moment this monster appeared, Sergei also felt the threat of death and instinctively wanted to resist with magic. But the Spider Queen looked at the human in front of her, her eyes filled with a strong red light, and a powerful spiritual force washed over the entire corridor like a tide. Even Suen, who was behind her, felt a moment of confusion. And Sergei, who was facing her, was instantly knocked unconscious. The Spider Queen was not polite at all. She raised her spear and stabbed it, piercing through the head of that guy. A second-tier professional was killed in one encounter. When Suen saw this from a distance, he felt delighted, killed him. If he couldn't control Sergei, he would immediately chant the name of the Grudge Master. Now, it seemed that the plan was going smoothly. But suddenly, Suen's gaze focused on Sergei's body, and no mist appeared. His pupils contracted, something's not right, he's not dead yet. The spear pierced through Sergei's skull, but at this moment, the corpse turned into a crow corpse as tall as a person. And the back of the corpse tore open like a cicada shedding its skin, and a pale middle-aged man stumbled out from behind the shell. So this is his legendary ability to avoid physical damage. Suen also understood. This guy seemed to have a crow puppet with a similar effect to the stand puppet. Fortunately, he didn't choose to use a sickle before, otherwise, if he didn't kill him with one strike, it would have been a disaster. At this moment, Sergei, because of his resurrection, temporarily regained consciousness. Unfortunately, he was still close to the monster. The Spider Queen was not surprised either. Her gaze narrowed, and once again, she unleashed a spiritual shockwave on the human in front of her. Then, she took control and stabbed him directly in the chest with her spear. Seeing the mist floating above the corpse, Suen finally confirmed that the guy was really dead this time. There was nowhere to escape when facing this kind of spiritual monster up close. Even though this plague doctor had countless mysterious and unpredictable spells, he didn't use any of them and was directly killed twice in a row. After Sergei died, the Spider Queen naturally noticed another human behind her. Just as the bloated spider body showed signs of turning around, Suen's two puppets suddenly entangled and sprayed black oil and phosphorus fire towards the queen. The flames instantly ignited the spider's body and the corridor. Suen didn't continue to attack. The 8-armed spider spear quickly flipped, and he rushed towards the spider queen. Just as the monster turned 180 degrees, Suen arrived behind it, and with a pull of the steel wire in his mechanical gloves, he pulled himself away from the burning back of the monster. Unlike the previous time in the underground dungeon, he didn't need to kill this monster at all. He just brushed past it and leaped close to it, perfectly avoiding the mental shockwave from the Spider Queen's direct gaze. In mid-air, he instantly retracted his equipment, then rolled and landed, peeled off the storage ring from the corpse, swallowed the mist floating above it, and chanted the syllables in his mouth, Terumado M. Chekhov. The whole process went exactly as planned, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. In the next moment, the light and shadows around him changed, and Suen had already returned to the basement of 88 Green Street. There weren't many things in Sergei's storage ring, and Suen poured everything out. There were some strange bottles and jars, most of which looked dangerous and strange materials. Mummy's pituitary gland, plague rat's short tail, decaying giant's tear gland, Komodo dragon's saliva. Then he used the true eye to identify them, but he didn't pay attention to those strange plague materials. After searching, he successfully found a way to lift the acroseptic curse. It was a kind of internal medicine powder. After seeing its effects, he didn't hesitate to take it. Before long, the curse mark on the attribute panel disappeared. By killing Sergei, a second-tier professional who excelled in curses, and lifting the curse, Suen's sense of oppression eased, and he let out a long breath. Phew, lucky. At this moment, he finally had the mind to recall the memories he had harvested. Obtain Sergei Mari memory fragments 4. You have obtained some information. It seems that there is an ancient battlefield in the ruins of Dawn City, and many incredible treasures have been discovered in the city. You have mastered some curse knowledge. You have comprehended the skill curse art, Strawman. You have gained some raven taming knowledge. Alchemy casting experience plus 31. Mental strength plus 0.8. After devouring the grey mist, Suen found that his mind was filled with new information, mostly about ravens and curse arts. Moreover, he had directly mastered a new skill. Strawman? A long-range attack method using the target's blood, tormenting the target's mind and body. The further the distance, the weaker the effect. The detailed information of this skill flashed through Suen's mind. This curse art seemed useful, but its usefulness seemed limited. It could harm people from a distance, which was a strange attack method. But if the distance was too far, it could only create nightmares and illusions to torment the target's mind, which was not very useful. It seemed suitable for some venomous women to torment their love rivals. But suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. If the closer the distance, the greater the damage. If I solidify this curse art into a puppet doll, and if the doll absorbs the enemy's blood during the fight, wouldn't the enemy hurt themselves if they attack the doll? This curse art seems pretty good. Suen only had a beginner's guide to puppet making in his hand, which explained various basic methods and theories of making puppets, but there were not many design blueprints for finished products. However, it contained a sentence with infinite possibilities. Creativity and imagination are the most precious potentials of a puppet master. A qualified puppet master needs to create runes puppets suitable for themselves. Suen felt that this idea of curse art and doll was a good one. The idea flashed through his mind, thinking that he could try it out in the future. After digesting the harvested memories, he picked up the beak mask that he had casually plucked from Sergei's corpse. Upon inspection, it was also a powerful cursed item. Plague Doctor's Beak Mask. Quality, silver. Description, is the Plague Doctor a death god spreading plague, or a doctor saving people? Cursed trait, this gas mask has a cursed trait. Wearing it, you can filter out more than 99% of the toxins in the air. Wearing the mask for a long time, you will slowly increase your toxin resistance, and your plague resistance will greatly increase, but occasionally, you will be poisoned inexplicably due to the residual old poison in the mask, or catch the plague. Explanation: 8,800 years ago, during a plague outbreak in a city, a kind doctor wore it to deal with the terrifying plague. After his death, the reputation of the plague doctor was passed down. The attributes of this mask were very good, almost 100% toxin filtration, which was a lot better than the top gas masks on the market. Moreover, wearing it for a long time could slowly increase the body's toxin resistance. This was also a very good growth attribute, the later the higher the toxin resistance. The item is good, but it's too recognizable. If I wear this, I'm afraid the whole old Lingdun will know that I killed Sergei. Suen's eyebrows raised slightly. For him, this was a rather useless item. He was not a professional doctor, and the occasional poisoning cursed trait was very luck-based. One breath, the toxin might not be filtered, and he might even be infected with ancient old poison. He couldn't guarantee that he could definitely cure the poisoning. Moreover, he dared to say that if he wore this mask, the members of the Raven gang would definitely not let him off. It was a bit of a pity that due to the urgency of time, he didn't take the official documents and implants from Sergei's body. But it was not bad. Killing was the goal, escaping was the purpose, and the harvest was just incidental. Suen felt quite satisfied. He thought that after triggering the cursed space, Mr. Black would appear. Suen wanted to apologize to him. But after waiting for a while, he didn't come, and Suen didn't stay in the apartment for long. In order to kill Sergei, he had wasted a lot of time, and the vanguard of the umbrella organization in the inner city had probably already reached the South City. What he needed to do now was to return to Green Street immediately, pack up his belongings, and leave the city. Chapter 125, A Knife for the Chain Smoker. After leaving the apartment at number 88 Ginkgo Street, Suen hurriedly walked through various alleys. He was very familiar with the neighborhood near Green Street, and quickly took shortcuts to reach the rented house. There were no signs of the small mechanism set at the door being touched, so he entered the basement with peace of mind. The basement was filled with various instruments and mechanical equipment, which couldn't be taken away or packed up in time, so they had to be left here temporarily. Because he had always been prepared to run away early on, Suen's residence was always equipped with things to escape. He supplemented several storage rings filled with ammunition and supplies, and went straight to the dissecting table. On the dissecting table lay a corpse with healing scars all over its body, covered in runic symbols. Suen looked at it and muttered, "Old buddy, whether we can escape this time depends on you." Without delay, he went to the corner and took out the black scythe hidden in a secret compartment, and tied it to the hands of the corpse. Then he tried to wrap them all up with the ounce Iceman's shroud, so that everything could be taken away. Originally, it was just a trial, and he didn't expect the shroud to be able to wrap the black scythe, which was also a sealed object. Unexpectedly, after wrapping it, it completely disappeared from sight. The scythe and the body immediately disappeared before his eyes. An invisible weapon composed of two sealed objects and a corpse appeared in the world. Now it's much more convenient. Suen was pleasantly surprised, and with a slight lift of his fingers, he controlled the corpse to walk out. Although he couldn't see it, he could clearly sense its position. After nearly a month of practice, he had become adept at manipulating the corpse accurately and smoothly, without any hiccups, and successfully rushed the corpse out of the door. However, the only imperfection was that although the spiritual threads were thin, there were still some traces. He thought that he would need to obtain the curse hair of the Morning Witch in the future to completely solve this problem. After all, Suen used to be the head of a gang active on Green Street, so he was very familiar with everything here, and he could even recognize almost all the vendors and residents. No one else knew the location of the rented basement, so his previous caution saved him a lot of trouble now. He came to the street, but he hadn't walked far when he noticed a problem. The entire Green Street was surrounded. Some unfamiliar faces appeared on the streets and alleys, wearing checkered suits, draped in cold-colored tweed coats, and wearing gloves and newsboy caps. Although ordinary people couldn't see anything unusual, those skilled in tracking could immediately tell that the gazes of those people were different from those of ordinary residents. The members of the umbrella organization came so quickly? It seems they have other ways to track and locate me. Although he never held any illusions, Suen felt a bit troubled now that he was surrounded. But the timing was just right. He now had the corpse and the scythe. Even if there were high-level professionals in the encirclement team, he wouldn't be completely at their mercy. Thinking of this, Suen tightened the spiritual threads connecting him and the corpse. His expression remained unchanged as he walked down the street like a normal person. Since the enemies had already appeared on Green Street, Suen didn't think they couldn't see through his disguise. This was the last moment of tranquility before the battle. Sure enough, after walking a few steps, he suddenly found everything in front of him turned pitch black. It was like the lights had been turned off, and he couldn't see anything. Visual deprivation. Suen instantly realized what was happening and his heart skipped a beat. This was a highly advanced control spell. At the same time, he also found that he couldn't hear any sound. Auditory deprivation. Unable to see or hear, in an instant, it felt like he had fallen into an endless black hole, and a tremendous sense of terror washed over him. What made Suen even more serious was that even with his high mental power, he was instantly affected, which meant that the person who attacked him was of a higher rank. It must be a second-rank professional. Hehe, 3 second-rank professionals came to capture a small gang member like me. They really think highly of me. Suen sneered in his heart and immediately sensed something. Although his vision and hearing were deprived, he remained calm. The needle-like malice burned like a flame in the dark night, allowing him to see clearly. The first wave of hostility came from the direction of the person who cast the control spell. 10 o'clock direction. Suen coldly hummed in his heart, already prepared for a decisive battle. In the moment of sensory deprivation, he used one hand to make a grabbing motion, driving the invisible corpse near him to swing the scythe towards the direction where the malice came from. Whoosh! It was as if he heard a sharp sound of breaking wind. Just as the scythe struck, Suen suddenly found that his eyes could see normally again, and his perception was restored. With a glance, he sensed the malice coming from the 10 o'clock direction, and saw that the red brick chimney on the rooftop had a smooth cut, and a female corpse cut in half lay beside it. Got him! Suen's eyes lit up, and he could already see the mist on the body. And obviously, the person who came was not alone. There were 2 more second-rank professionals. He had already experienced it in the city before. The Umbrella Organization was a well-trained elite group that often used a set of tactics that made the target unable to resist. After the control, there must be other means. In an instant, even without sensing the malice, Suen instantly sensed the bone-chilling coldness coming from under his feet. That familiar sensation of freezing, it was the second-rank ice mage who attacked the escort team in the White Alum warehouse in the inner city, a high-level sorcerer who can even harm alchemical bullets. His body froze stiffly, but when his gaze passed, Suen immediately controlled the zombie without hesitation and slashed it again. This time, with visual capture, Suen accurately aimed at the neck of the man in black. His fingers grabbed the void and pulled down forcefully, causing the man in black who was still casting a spell 100 meters away to change his expression drastically. He was full of astonishment. The target had clearly been deprived of perception, so why could he still counterattack accurately? Doubts flashed through his mind. Because he was caught off guard and still casting a spell, the man in black wanted to avoid it, but it was already too late. When he saw Suen swinging his sword, a black spatial crack appeared at his Adam's apple, and death came without warning. The smooth cutting sensation passed by, the head fell to the ground, and blood sprayed high like a fountain. Nocturnal black scythe of Sophonos? But how can he control it so accurately? Before he died, the man in black had one last thought. He recognized that spatial crack. But he couldn't figure out why that slash was so accurate. No one else would ever think that Suen was probably the only person in this world who could precisely control the distance and power of the scythe. Because of the terrifying curse backlash, ordinary people would never practice how to control the scythe accurately at the cost of their lives. But Suen could. Because he had zombies that he could use repeatedly. That was why he risked going back to his residence to get the scythe, even if it took more time. With the scythe in hand, he truly had the confidence to escape. With just these 2 slashes, he instantly broke the 3-person combo that was supposed to be a sure kill move by killing 2 second-tier professionals. But it's not over yet. In Suen's perception, there was still a very strong killing intent hidden in a nearby tavern, a threat that a first-tier professional could never pose. Just as Suen was about to make his second slash, the window of the tavern suddenly exploded, and a burst of gunfire rushed out. Suen had already sensed his presence, so how could he not be prepared? While controlling the zombie to kill the man in black with his right hand, his left hand had already pulled out a puppet to block beside him. Almost at the same time, the cannonball and the puppet collided. With a boom, the puppet covered in defensive runes was blasted to pieces, showing the power of the cannonball. Suen was also shaken and flew out due to the impact, spitting out a mouthful of blood, puh. And because the puppet blocked this supposed to be fatal attack, he didn't care about his own injuries. In the process of flying out, he raised his hand and slashed in the direction of the cannonball. Although the person didn't see the existence of the invisible zombie, he heard the sound of the blade cutting through the air. The instinctive sense of crisis as a high-level professional made him break through the glass and jump out after firing the cannon. But even with such a quick reaction, his heavily armored thighs were still chilled, and they were cut off neatly by the sudden spatial crack. His legs remained in the tavern, and his body, gushing with blood, jumped out of the window. The spatial crack of the scythe blinked, and with Suen's precise slashing ability, the spatial crack appeared wherever his gaze fell. How could it be easy for someone to dodge? With both legs cut off, the amount of blood loss was enough to cause instant shock, but this guy bit his teeth and pulled the trigger with his last bit of belief. Suen originally wanted to make another slash to completely solve this trouble, but at this moment, a burst of blood mist suddenly exploded beside him. He realized what was happening and quickly dodged. Fortunately, the guy with the severed legs was seriously injured, and this shot didn't have any locking technique. Suen rolled on the ground in a sorry state, avoiding this deadly attack. Looking again, after the guy with severed legs fired the cannon, he completely passed out. Suen didn't look at the bodies for long, but looked at the blood mist beside him, frowning slightly. It's reached the limit. It turned out that he used the scythe too frequently, and the backlash occurred prematurely. 3 long cuts divided the zombie into several pieces, instantly losing its vital signs. The black scythe also fell out. Suen looked at the old buddy who had helped him a lot, feeling a little emotional. I don't know if it was because of the lack of time or because the Umbrella organization didn't think it was necessary to send too many high-level professionals to deal with Suen. Fortunately, it seemed that there were only these 3 second-tier professionals near Green Street. The old buddy had completed its glorious mission. Suen didn't look much. He reached out and shot the steel wire from the mechanical glove back, pulling the scythe and bandages back onto his back. He also threw an incendiary bomb on the corpse, completely destroying the evidence. Then he drew out his dual pistols and opened fire at the members of the Umbrella organization across the street. The 3 most troublesome second-tier professionals were killed in a few encounters, and Suen's crisis was instantly relieved by 90%. Ordinary professionals posed limited threats to him. Moreover, there weren't as many people wearing frost giant battle armor in the outer city as in the inner city. These people wearing coats and hats were the favorite targets of gunmen. Even if they were wearing bulletproof vests, they exposed too many fatal weaknesses. Suen took off his disguise, using the buildings on Green Street to attack and retreat, suppressing the opponents with his dual pistols so that they didn't dare to show their heads. Because this was his territory, he was familiar with every alley here. After tearing open a gap in the encirclement, Suen came to an alley. As long as he climbed over this wall, he could immediately jump out of the encirclement. Just then, he suddenly noticed a thick fog spreading through the streets and alleys. Suen immediately knew who it was. But the hostility he sensed was somewhat elusive, so he didn't rush to act. He knew very well that this was the ability of the smoke ghost. Seeing the smoke, Suen deliberately lowered his gun barrel, feigning a face of surprise and joy, and excitedly said to the thick smoke, "Boss Smoke Ghost, is that you? Have you come to save me?" Upon hearing this, the figure of the smoke ghost slowly emerged from the smoke. This grim-faced man looked at Suen, who had caused a huge commotion. A trace of complexity flashed in his eyes, but he said, I'll take care of this. You find a chance to leave first." He never expected that a seemingly insignificant small fry by K's side would cause him such trouble. With that, the smoke ghost, shrouded in thick smoke, slowly walked towards Suen. The thick malice became more and more solid. Great! Suen seemed completely unguarded, his face filled with the wild joy of a narrow escape. He even put his gun back in its holster. But before his smile could fully spread, it suddenly froze. The next moment, he drew the black scythe from his back and slashed it down at the figure in front of him. The smoke ghost on the other side was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 126, Do you think I dare to make a second cut? The smoke ghost always thought he was hiding well. After all, the fact that the book Isaac's Alchemy notes could be hidden in the guild warehouse for so long without being discovered proved that his plan to deceive others was successful. But what he couldn't understand was why, even though the items had already been delivered to the inner city, they were still stolen. The higher-ups in the organization had previously questioned him about why he had missed such important information and arranged for a thunderstorm to be sent to the escort team. Not only did they take the manuscript, but they also caused such a big commotion. I don't know anything about it. Do you guys not know the strength of the ordinary gang members in the outer city? There are only a few members of the Cross Society in Green Street. Who in the guild doesn't know? The only professional in the escort team is K. Who knew that he had a little brother who was a quasi-second-order expert by his side? A firearms expert, a spider alchemical plant with suspected golden quality, and the secret technique mushy. If an ordinary professional has one of these, they would definitely be a core member of the Cross Society. Who would have thought that Suen had not leaked any information about it before? The smoke ghost felt very aggrieved when questioned by his superiors. Are you sure you don't investigate whether there are any elite defectors from the special organizations in the inner city, and instead come to question when the outer city has raised such a monster? Can a first-order professional like this be cultivated in a resource-poor place like the outer city? And another thing. Are you telling me that the umbrella organization in the inner city, the mechanical city guards, and the security department experts couldn't handle a single first-order professional? The smoke ghost felt that those guys had lost their basic hunting abilities because their living environment was too comfortable. No matter how powerful Suen is, he is still just a first-order professional. Even just 15 minutes ago, when the smoke ghost was notified to join the joint interception, he couldn't believe that the unknown little gang member named Suen had just killed 20 or 30 people who were trying to capture him in the inner city and escaped. But now, seeing everything in front of him, he believed it. Just a minute ago, he heard the report on the communicator that 3 second-order members of the Umbrella organization who participated in the interception were killed. The smoke ghost blocked Suen, his expression complicated. So it was because he had a forbidden item in his hand? How could the smoke ghost not be familiar with that large black scythe? They used this forbidden item to break into the headquarters of the Cross Society. Afterward, the scythe was taken away by a comrade. Later, when he didn't hear any news of his comrade returning to the city, he thought he had died in some corner of the sewer. He didn't expect it ended up in this kid's hands. The power of that forbidden item was indeed almost unbeatable, but its cursed nature was also deadly. It was impossible to use it as a regular weapon. However, even with the black scythe that had the forbidden item, if a professional used it to kill 3 people in a row, they should have exploded and died. The smoke ghost was not present during the previous battle, so now he looked at Suen, who was greeting him with a smile, and thought that he hadn't been exposed. Then, unexpectedly, he was suddenly struck by a slash. Damn! How could this kid suddenly attack? Could it be that I've been exposed? If the smoke ghost assassin's thoughts could be heard at this moment, it would definitely be this curse word. In a state of confusion, another moment of terrifying death made his hair stand on end. The black scythe swung down, and a spatial crack immediately appeared in front of the smoke ghost. If this slash hit, it would have diagonally split his entire neck in half. But the smoke ghost was, after all, a veteran second-order professional. Although Suen's movements were seamless and he took the initiative with a surprise attack, the slashing motion was too easy to predict. At the moment he started, the smoke ghost instinctively reacted to the crisis and began to dodge with all his might. But the black scythe slash was too fast. As the scythe swung, the crack appeared. With a sharp sound of a blade cutting through silk, blood sprayed, and a broken wall fell to the ground with a snap. And the smoke ghost's body disintegrated into thick mist, instantly blending with the surrounding mist. I didn't kill him. Suen looked at the broken wall, his pupils slightly contracted. With a pull of the 8-armed spider spear, his robe tore, instantly revealing several wailing dolls and sly smile dolls protecting his body. He tightly gripped the black scythe in his hand, staring intently at the mist surrounding him. He had expected that he wouldn't be able to kill the smoke ghost with one slash. The reason he was able to successfully kill the 3 second-order professionals from the Umbrella organization earlier was mainly because they didn't know he had the black scythe and didn't notice the invisible zombie, so they were completely defenseless. But now the smoke ghost had already seen the scythe on him and would instinctively be on guard. Moreover, the smoke ghost's ability was very special. Suen had heard Kay boast about how powerful the old Captain Smoke Ghost, who had brought him out, was, and he had also mentioned in detail how he had witnessed the smoke ghost's strange abilities in battle. Although the smoke ghost believed Suen's words and walked out without any defenses, in fact, this old cunning guy had habitual defensive measures. The smoke constantly lingering behind him served as cover, with a similar ability to refract illusions. You see a person right in front of you, but their actual specific location is not there. It's like a fish in clear water. If you stab the harpoon according to its shadow, you will definitely miss. This is very practical in battle. Even if the enemy aims at his heart, after firing, they will find that they missed or hit a non-lethal area. The smoke was so thick that it could confuse the perception of any professional. So, just now, Suen only predicted the approximate position of the smoke ghost with that slash. Being able to cut off an arm was already a good result. Don't ask why he didn't cut horizontally, a wide horizontal slash would undoubtedly result in a backlash. With just one blow, the smoke ghost's arm was severed. In addition to anger, he also felt a strong sense of fear. In the moment when Suen revealed his killing intent, he truly felt the threat of death. Looking at the eerie and grotesque runes floating around Suen, as well as the black scythe in his hand, the smoke ghost dared not easily show himself in the smoke, for fear of being struck again. How did you get the Night Reaper's scythe of Sopnos? A voice echoed from all directions, like an echo in a valley, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. Suen looked at him with a smirk and coldly said, "Why don't you guess?" In his perception, that malice also spread out, as if it appeared from all directions. The mist could conceal all traces of his existence. A very troublesome ability. A cold laugh came from the smoke. Hee, so what if you have it? You just made one slash, but if you try to make a second one, the curse backlash will immediately take your life. The smoke ghost thought that Suen didn't know about the curse of the black scythe, so he specially reminded him. Oh. Suen smiled indifferently, showing his white teeth, and sarcastically asked, "Do you dare to come out and try if I can make a second slash?" The smoke ghost was right. The curse backlash is directly related to the user's physical strength. The body of an ordinary person is much weaker than that of a rune zombie. If 2 slashes are made in succession, there is a high probability of instant death. But the smoke ghost didn't know that Suen had precise control over the power of the spatial rift. The previous slash was close enough, and the wound was not large, so the backlash would be much smaller than in the underground cave. If the damage calculation was correct, he estimated that he could make at least 4 or 5 slashes before triggering an immediate backlash. As soon as these words were spoken, there was no sound from the smoke. The smoke ghost didn't dare to gamble with his own life. Moreover, he didn't need to show himself to kill. Why? Mr. Sambu doesn't dare to show himself. Suen continued to provoke with his words. Both of them chose to engage in verbal warfare at this time, each with their own purpose. Suen wanted to make the enemy speak, exposing more flaws and locking in his position. And the cunning smoke ghost, who was afraid to show himself with the black scythe in his hand, spoke to cover up his invisible killer move. The smoke around them became denser and denser, seemingly only affecting their vision, but actually hiding a deadly threat. Suen looked at the anomalies on the data panel and sneered in his heart. He calmly took out the plague doctor's crow mask he had before and put it on his face. Because, there is a special fire poison in this mist that even a gas mask cannot filter. Seeing Suen suddenly take out the gas mask and put it on, the smoke ghost also realized that his methods had been seen through. Originally, he had some contempt in his heart. After all, his fire poison was a mixed injury spell of smoke and technique, which ordinary gas masks couldn't filter. But looking at the special crow-shaped mask, the smoke ghost immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Is this Sergei's crow mask?" Then, he immediately realized something, and a shocked voice came from the smoke, "Did you kill Sergei?" "Yet. Mr. Smoke Ghost, it will be your turn soon." Suen continued to provoke, and through the emotional fluctuations just now, he roughly determined the smoke ghost's position. But as soon as he gripped the black blade, that guy disappeared again. Several eerie dolls were also wandering around him. Once they found an opportunity, he would not hesitate to swing his blade. At this time, Suen continued to stimulate him, saying, "I'm also curious, how did you become a member of the Umbrella Organization?" "Mr. Mole." A contemptuous laughter came from the smoke, guessing Suen's thoughts. "Hee, you want to anger me. Now the fog has filled the entire alley, no one will come in, and the sound cannot escape." He knew that as long as he didn't show himself, he would undoubtedly die. When smart people compete, victory or defeat lies in the details. Now it's about who can remain calm. Suen looked at the increasingly dense smoke around him and said, "Oh? Do you think that if you don't show yourself, the fire poison will definitely kill me?" The smoke ghost responded contemptuously, "Haven't you already felt it?" Hee. A sinister smile gradually appeared in Suen's eyes. He had indeed felt the damage from the fire poison. Looking at his own skin, the burning sensation was intensely piercing his nerves. This was a severe pain that ordinary people could hardly bear. This dense white smoke not only burned the heart and lungs, but could also seep into the pores. In just a moment, Suen felt a scorching sensation on his skin. His skin gradually dried up and heated up, slowly turning into the charred yellow color of burnt tree bark, and then into a layer of burnt ashes. Without the smoke ghost taking action, if this continued, he would be burned to death. And now more members of the umbrella organization were coming, he couldn't afford to delay, he had to force the smoke ghost to make a move. Originally, he still had some concerns, but now it seemed that he had no choice. Suen took out a green syringe, glanced at it, and decisively stabbed it into his own neck. In the smoke, the smoky phantom saw what was happening and let out a cold laugh. Healing potion? Haha. You underestimate my ash poison. Suen tilted his head and injected the potion, a cool sensation immediately rushed to his forehead. The smirk on his face was increasingly inscrutable, he mocked with a dismissive tone, "Oh, is that so?" Because he could see his own data panel, he had thoroughly tested the healing data of various healing potions. He was also very clear that even the best potion in his hand could not offset the continuous stacking of fire burns. But as soon as this potion was injected, a miraculous scene occurred. The skin on Suen's body that had just been scorched and dried was slowly healing. Moreover, as if the healing amount was overflowing, his whole body was flowing with a majestic life force, completely offsetting the burning damage of the fire poison. Hey! Upon seeing this, a light exclamation came from the smoke. Obviously, the smoky phantom also found it incredible and asked, "What kind of potion is this? Do you want to know?" Suen felt that his current state was excellent, he grinned provocatively, "Too bad, I'm not telling you." However, after the violent energy healed the injury, it did not stop. Like a breached dam, it initially moistened the soil like a spring, then it was a violent flood, rampaging through his meridians and muscles. It seemed to want to destroy everything and reshape the chaos. So this is what the mutation precursor feels like? Suen felt the sensation of a balloon about to burst, teetering on the brink of life and death. But it was also within his expectations. He calmly injected another potion into his neck. The cool sensation poured into his brain, and the feeling of explosion was instantly suppressed. Good. What Suen injected was not a common potion, but the X serum and mutation suppression potion. The serum would transform his body, causing his cell activity to skyrocket several times in a very short time, greatly enhancing his self-healing ability. Although it couldn't reach the level of that abhorrent warrior, it seemed to be enough to resist the fire poison. The serum only had a 75% success rate, but Suen couldn't afford to hesitate at this critical moment. Now the smoky phantom was obviously stalling for time, if he continued to delay, even if Suen could kill him, he would not be able to escape the city. Moreover, he had another plan for injecting the X serum. He had already used the black scythe once, and the backlash would appear in an hour. Although the wound wouldn't be large, if he wanted to be safe, his best choice would be to find a skilled doctor to save his life, like Danny on Green Street. But he was currently being hunted and had to leave the city, so he had no chance to wait for treatment. And to kill the smoky phantom, he would need at least one more strike. By the time the curse of the two scythes backlash, his situation would be very bad. So, he came up with this fight poison with poison method. The super recovery ability brought by the X serum could allow him to preserve his life to the greatest extent after a sudden wound appeared. The serum could not only solve the current fire poison problem but also solve the hidden danger of backlash. A 75% success rate was enough for him to make a decision. Moreover, after injecting the potion, Suen had the confidence to fight back. Chapter 127. Now the fire poison cannot harm Suen, and the plan of the smoke ghost has also failed. If he doesn't show up and attack, he can't do anything to Suen. And Suen won't just sit and wait for death. He controls the 8-armed spider spear and starts running. He used to be afraid of being found by the smoke ghost and being killed with one fatal blow. But now, after injecting the X potion, his body's resilience, resistance, and recovery ability have become stronger and stronger. He is now confident that the smoke ghost cannot kill him with one blow. On the contrary, once the opponent can't help but make a move, it will be the time to determine the outcome. Although he can't see the surroundings, Suen can roughly distinguish that the direction he is heading is south. He rushes straight towards that direction. The spider legs have the ability to move without obstacles, climbing walls and stairs without caring about whether there is a way or not. The speed is getting faster and faster. However, even so, the cloud of smoke follows closely behind. Even though there are many flaws in his running, Suen doesn't care at all. The two of them chase each other from Green Street all the way south. Suen thought that the smoke ghost would not be able to resist attacking him when he saw his flaws. After all, if they really went outside the complex terrain of the city, the situation would be even more unfavorable for the pursuers. But unexpectedly, when both of them were looking for opportunities to kill each other, something unexpected happened. A cloaked figure rushed towards them, blocking their way. The person spoke and questioned, "Sanbu, are you from the Umbrella Organization?" The voice was disguised, and it was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. Suen looked at the person who blocked their way, thinking that it must be a high-ranking member of the Umbrella Organization. But when he saw the cloak, his expression immediately became subtle. The person was wearing a black cloak with an ancient style, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. It looked a bit like the hidden cloaks in the high-ranking professional circles of the black market, but both the material and workmanship were visibly several levels higher. It was not the ordinary pure black color. The cloak had beautiful patterns outlined by golden lines, including snakes, eagles, lizards, fire dragons, thorn flowers. These were metaphorical patterns that appeared in alchemy classics. The golden patterns on the cloak looked like decorations, but when combined, they seemed to form some kind of profound alchemy formation. Upon closer inspection, there was a strong sense of mystery. This cloak seemed to belong to those ancient noble families with profound backgrounds. What caught Suen's attention even more was another factor. When the person caught up with them just now, Suen saw a golden symbol on the back of the cloak. Suen had seen this symbol twice before. One was when he first crossed over, in the underground altar of the Storm Manor, one of the 5 statues was carved with this symbol. The other was the 8-pointed star alchemy formation core on the back of the book Isaac's Alchemy Manuscript 3 he was holding. And now, it appeared on this cloak for the 3rd time. Suen speculated that this symbol was related to some kind of S-level talent. Because when he awakened the S018 all-seeing eye, the statue with the symbol shattered, and when he awakened the S004 Death Reaper, the statue with the symbol also shattered. Usually, obvious markings on clothing represent a certain organization. Like the Iron Cross of the Templar. This cloaked person should be from a mysterious organization. Suen's first reaction was that the person was Mr. Black, because he should already know that Suen had been to the basement of 88 Ginkgo Street. But looking at the imposing manner of this cloaked person, he immediately ruled it out. Mr. Black always gave people the feeling of being calm and composed, while this person exuded a strong and domineering aura, as if flames were burning all over him. Since he couldn't sense any malice, Suen also stopped and didn't make any moves. The fact that the person caught up with them in just a few leaps showed that his physical strength must be extremely strong. Now that he came to question the smoke ghost, the situation didn't seem like they were enemies. Upon hearing the question from the cloaked person, the smoke ghost asked in a deep voice, "Who are you, sir?" The cloaked person didn't answer at all and asked again, "You just need to answer yes or no." The smoke ghost naturally couldn't lie, especially with Suen, who knew the truth, by his side. He had to change the topic and said, "What does it have to do with you since you know I am from the Umbrella?" "That's it then." The tone of the cloaked person was a bit domineering. "If you don't admit it, then forget it. If I say you are, then you are." As he spoke, his aura soared, as if he was about to make a move. The smoke ghost found it inexplicable that the imposing manner of the other party made him coldly snort. But realizing that the other party's intentions were not good, he didn't hide anymore and said directly, "Since you know I am from the Umbrella, what is your purpose in stopping me?" From the cloaked person's aura, the smoke ghost could tell that he must be a high-ranking professional. If they really fought now, with his arm already severed, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, there was also a guy holding a scythe staring at them. Once he revealed his identity, he knew that his situation would be very dangerous. "What's my purpose?" "Naturally, to kill you." But unexpectedly, bringing up the identity of the Umbrella Organization not only didn't improve the smoke ghost's situation, but also made the cloaked person unleash his full power. With a stomp of his foot, he rushed towards the cloud of smoke. So strong! Suen's pupils contracted. Seeing the movement of the cloaked person stomping on the ground and creating a shockwave, he knew that this guy must have extremely strong close combat abilities. This was a very advanced rushing body technique. The stomp not only exerted force on the ground, but also compressed the air into an air burst, using it to propel himself forward. However, they started fighting as soon as they met. This person's temperament is really hot-tempered. But even though he knew that the smoke ghost was from the Umbrella Organization, he still dared to make a move? In the entire Old Lingdun, there were not many people or forces that dared to actively oppose the Umbrella Organization. Seeing this, a thought suddenly flashed through Suen's mind. When he was gathering information in the black market before, people had mentioned that a month ago, the woman who had bombed the West City laboratory and was wanted, was cornered by the Umbrella organization in North City. Just when they were about to successfully encircle and kill her, a third-party force suddenly appeared, breaking the Umbrella organization's encirclement and allowing the woman to escape again. Could this cloaked figure be that third-party force? Although he had guessed this, Suen had no intention of watching the fight between high-ranking professionals. Now that someone was holding off the smoky ghost, he didn't need to risk using his black scythe for a second strike. Just as he was preparing to slip away in the chaos, he didn't expect. The fight came suddenly, and ended even more abruptly. Even though Suen had mentally prepared for the cloaked figure to intercept the smoky ghost, he knew the figure must be quite powerful. But looking at the scene before him, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. The smoky ghost hid in the fog, making it a significant challenge for anyone to kill him. Unexpectedly, the cloaked figure launched a major attack as soon as they met. When he rushed out, the murderous aura that was like a flame suddenly surged, growing higher and higher. In that instant, the purple-black flame suddenly condensed into a strange phantom with delicate features, yet exuding a dignified aura. With flaming hair and 6 arms each holding a weapon, it was clearly the image of a Rakshasi from ancient mythology. A mythological talent, a 022 Rakshasi. Suen's gaze faltered, recalling the introduction of this rare talent in the classics. No, even an A-level talent couldn't be this strong. He remembered the description of this talent in the classics, which said it could greatly enhance physical strength, but he had never heard of a talent that could manifest in such a way. Moreover, in the entire outer city of Old Lingdun, those with A-level talents were all well-known figures, and he had never heard of anyone awakening this kind of mythological talent. Could it be a second awakening of talent like Danny's? Who could this person be? Suen didn't have time to ponder. Because the fight was already over. The cloaked figure moved so fast, like a meteor, so powerful, that with a single encounter, the smoky ghost hiding in the thick fog was hammered to spit blood and fly out. Even though the smoky ghost had lost an arm, he was a genuine second-tier professional. Defeated in a single encounter? The smoky ghost, lying on the ground spitting blood, his face as pale as gold paper, obviously recognized who the cloaked figure was, and was terrified. "It's you. How can you be so strong?" But in the next instant, the cloaked figure didn't give him a chance to speak, flashed and kicked him in the head again. A chilling sound of bone cracking rang out. The veteran member of the Cross Society, a long-established second-tier professional, Smoky Ghost Sambio Kaczynski, was killed on the spot. Before he had a chance to escape, the fight was over. Looking at the explosive crime scene, Suen tightened his grip on the big black scythe in his hand, then loosened it again, a complex expression of confusion, shock, and emotion appearing on his face. Voice, face, even body shape could be changed by the cloak. But the style of doing things had a strong sense of déjà vu. Thinking back to the smoky ghost's familiar expression before his death, Suen had a rough guess who this person was. He just didn't expect her to be so incredibly strong. What on earth was going on with the Cross Society? It was one thing to have a mole in the Umbrella organization, but how could she be that third-party force? At this time, the cloaked figure looked at Suen, who hadn't run away, and was staring at her in surprise. She seemed equally incredulous, asking, "Do you recognize me?" Hearing her tone, Suen was even more certain of his guess, and said with a complex expression, "Yes, Sister Qiantiao." Chapter 128, Leave the City. Suen had thought before that Qiantiao might come to save him. But he never expected that this gambling addict would be so powerful. She was only a second-tier member, just like a smoker, but now she showed a strength that completely overwhelmed others of the same level. She killed someone with just one blow. And if she really was the third party opposing the Umbrella organization, the situation would become even more delicate. She was Rena's aunt, so could there be other reasons behind the recent turmoil in the Reyes family? What about the mysterious benefactor behind the Cross Society, Mrs. Philov? And Mr. Black? A series of questions. In an instant, Suen formed a network of underground forces involving both the inner and outer cities in his mind. Qunei Shao's appearance was just the tip of the iceberg, but there were still larger unknowns and mysteries hidden beneath the surface. To counter the Black Tower, one must have corresponding strength, wealth, and manpower. This third party already possessed all of these. Although unknown to outsiders, it couldn't be denied that this organization was very powerful. Suen knew that since Jiantiao came wearing this special cloak, it was inconvenient for her to reveal her true identity. Perhaps the Cross Society couldn't afford the cost of opposing the umbrella organization now and wanted the third party to take on that role. Jiantiao walked over without taking off her cloak. But as soon as she spoke, the sense of mystery disappeared. "Hey, you actually recognized me. I didn't plan to meet you in this way, but you should understand that it would be inconvenient for me to come in my original identity." From her tone of voice and content, Suen was certain that this was the gambling addict. As a member of the Cross Society, it was naturally inconvenient for her to kill members of the umbrella organization. Upon hearing Qunei Xiao's words, he asked, "Jiantiao, did you come to save me?" Jiantiao straightforwardly replied, "Yes. Rina sent me a message in a hurry, saying that you were in danger in the inner city and asked me to think of a solution. Originally, my plan was to use my connections in the inner city to help you, but I was intercepted by the umbrella organization on the way and obtained their battle information. I found out that you actually escaped. So I rushed back, but it took some time." Suen sincerely said, "Thank you, Jiantiao. I told you, you are under my protection. Do you need to be so polite?" Jiantiao said indifferently. Suen also knew her personality and didn't say much polite words. After a pause, Jiantiao glanced at Suen and said with a hint of teasing in her tone, "I heard that you even kidnapped Rina. I don't know why that girl is still helping you." Suen shrugged self-deprecatingly and naturally knew she was joking. He smiled and said, "You know about that?" Qunei Xiao's tone was a bit strange. "Yes. Not only me, but all the major families in the inner city are making a fuss about it. They thought another purge was going to happen in the past few months. Many people were scared and inquired about the origin of this kidnapper who dared to kidnap the young lady of the Reyes family in the inner city in broad daylight." Suen raised his eyebrows as he listened. The umbrella organization would definitely not mention that the cause of the incident was their attempt to ambush a transport team of an outer city gang, which resulted in them being counter-killed. But he couldn't hide the commotion he caused on the Dunwich commercial street before. In the end, it would probably be concluded as an ordinary kidnapper. Jiantiao didn't intend to say much. "Let's go, we'll talk while walking." Suen asked, "Where are we going?" "To send you outside the city." Jiantiao explained, "There are powerful trackers in the umbrella organization. Now that you have caused such a big commotion, they will spare no effort to hunt you down. It's not safe for you to stay in Old Lingdun City. Leave the city to avoid trouble. I can't expose myself right now, otherwise, I might not be able to take care of you if something happens." "Oh, then wait for me," Suen said and walked towards the body of the smoker. While removing the storage ring and the official materials from the body, he also harvested the soul fragments. The silver official material, Hai Ying's rune pipe, is the professional material of a second-tier Ashen Warlock. The second-level silver equipment, Food Light Hourglass, can give people the ability to distort light and hide in smoke. They were both very practical materials for an assassin. If it weren't for the fact that it didn't suit Suen's career plan as a puppeteer, he would have liked the smoker's ability to produce smoke and conceal himself. Curse aggregation principle: after the advancement of a professional, the curse characteristics of the official materials will merge. Usually, a corpse will only yield one high-level official material and equipment. As for the memories he extracted, Suen guessed that they contained some information about the smoker being a mole in the umbrella organization. The rest was just a bonus of experience. Jiantiao didn't say anything as she watched Suen collect the spoils from the smoker's body. Their relationship wasn't so distant. But at this moment, she also noticed that Suen hadn't taken off the crow mask on his face and curiously asked, "Did you kill the plague Dr. Sergei?" "Yes." Suen nodded. Jiantiao felt it was unbelievable and said, "That guy's ability is quite tricky, he is good at curse magic, and he can even resurrect. Most second-tier professionals can't do anything to him. I didn't expect that you could actually defeat him." Well, Suen didn't know how to explain to him. After all, it was Mr. Hei's trap. He saw the cloak on Qunei Xiao's body. Although he had guessed what it was a long time ago, he still asked, "Jiantiao, do you know Mr. Hei?" Hearing this, Qunei Xiao's tone was surprised, and she asked back, "Hey, how do you know Mr. Hei?" Upon hearing this, Suen sighed in his heart, as expected. That third-party force, Mr. Hei, or the mysterious organizer of the Shadow Lane black market, had a direct relationship with him. He said straightforwardly, "I used some special means to kill Sergei. But it involves some secrets of Mr. He, and I can't say it. Since you know him, you can just ask Mr. He directly. Oh. Qiantiao didn't continue to ask. After Suen finished collecting the spoils of the smoke ghost and threw a burning bomb to destroy the body, the two of them walked towards the south city wall. With such a powerful expert escorting him, Suen finally felt relieved from the urgency of being chased for a day. Compared to Qunei Shao's hidden identity, Qiantiao was more curious about the various incredible methods Suen displayed. She looked at Suen, who had a calm expression, and her tone was quite complicated. Even if I didn't come, the smoke ghost wouldn't necessarily be able to kill you, right? Yet. Suen didn't deny it and calmly responded, but the possibility of me dying is also quite high. Tisk tisk, you really are quite amazing. Although that smoke ghost guy has a strong assassination ability, even ordinary second-tier professionals would suffer a lot, but he couldn't do anything to you. Instead, he lost an arm. As Qiantiao spoke, she seemed to have thought of something. Hey, could it be that you already knew the smoke ghost's identity in advance? Suen felt that there was nothing to hide, and Qiantiao would eventually know about the hand note in the escort. He said, yes. We were going to escort a batch of goods to the inner city before. He briefly explained a few sentences, explaining how he discovered the hand note and deduced that the smoke ghost was the mole. Qiantiao listened with amazement. You really have a meticulous mind. At this moment, she looked at the large scythe behind Suen and asked, how did you get this scythe? I picked it up when I went to the underground dungeon for a trial. You used that scythe to cut off the smoke ghost's arm just now. Yet. Now it's a bit troublesome, the curse backlash of this banned item is very deadly. Wait a moment, I'll contact a medical team outside the city for you, but time is tight, and they may not make it in time. Hopefully, they can save your life. I think it shouldn't be that bad. I can handle it myself to some extent. If possible, having a doctor to help would be good. I think you may not be aware of the curse characteristics of that black scythe. No, I am aware. Suen now had spider arms, so sewing needles and the like were no problem at all. Moreover, during this short period of time, he had specifically studied surgical emergency techniques and learned how to use the emergency equipment from the Black Tower Academy. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury like having his brain split in half, there shouldn't be a big problem. He could handle it himself. Besides, now he had the super strong recovery ability after the transformation with the X serum, and he also learned the life conversion alchemy array from Rina. With multiple safeguards, Suen felt that the possibility of dying a violent death was not high. But it would be better to have one or two doctors to help. The two of them soon arrived at the South City wall. They didn't go through the main gate. Suen climbed the wall with his spider arms, while Qiantiao leaped over the wall with a few jumps. I have arranged a hunting team from the inner city for you. They will give you a new identity, and you will follow them. There is a great opportunity at the ruins of Dawn City, but it is also very dangerous. You are even more cautious than I expected, I don't need to say much more. As they walked and talked, Qiantiao had already arranged everything for Suen. Originally, it was supposed to be an escape, but it sounded more like following the hunting team for a casual stroll. Yet. Qiantiao, there's something I need your help with. I have a basement on Green Street, and there are some things inside. If it's convenient for you, can you help me clean it up? Okay. Oh, and there's one more thing. In the basement of number 16 Green Street, there is my friend. His name is Danny, and he is a very powerful alchemist. I'm afraid the Umbrella organization will trace it back to him, so please take care of him for me. Okay. Qiantiao, that visible illusion you just showed, is it a second awakening of your talent? Hey, how do you know about this? This is an area that only top professionals would be involved in. It's advanced knowledge that even the inner city has sealed off. As the two of them chatted, Qiantiao noticed that Suen's face had turned into a strange blue color. She asked, Hey, are you poisoned? Why did your skin turn blue? Suen listened helplessly. If she had appeared earlier, he wouldn't have had to take the risk of injecting the X serum. However, it seemed like a blessing in disguise. There were no abnormalities now, it should be a success. Throughout, Qiantiao never explained the identity of her cloak, and Suen never asked. But when parting, Qiantiao gave him a profound piece of advice: strive to become stronger. Only from a high place can you see a different scenery. Okay. Suen smiled slightly. Although it was just one sentence, Suen understood the implied meaning. He was not yet qualified to touch those high-end secrets. Chapter 129, Voodoo Doll. The energy in both the inner and outer cities is immense. Even though Suen caused quite a commotion in Old Lingdun, she managed to find a good doctor within an hour to help her solve the backlash from the Black Scythe curse. Because Suen controlled the strength of her attacks precisely, the wounds from the curse were not severe. With the help of the life conversion alchemy array and the X serum, she was able to survive without any major issues. Next was the plan to leave the city. Originally, Suen planned to go alone and find an opportunity to join a wild team to Dawn City. However, Qunei Xiao's arrangement seemed more appropriate. She arranged a legal identity for Suen. In order to avoid exposing his identity, Jiantiao did not arrange for him to join a hunting team related to the Cross Society. Instead, she had him join a transportation team in the inner city. Suen became a casual sniper hired for a hunting guild mission, with a registered medal and a series of certification documents issued by the hunting guild. His identity was well-founded. He replaced the original hunter named Johnny. On this day, a large transportation team was slowly moving through the dark underground passage. This was Suen's 7th day following the Thornbird Merchant Guild transport team. The sound of steam-powered mechanical dogs filled the air in the team. These simple mechanical animals did not have combat capabilities, but they could carry heavy goods and adapt to the rugged mines in the underground. They were the mainstream transportation tools used by hunters to transport heavy objects. Currently, a large hunting camp was being built in Dawn City, requiring a large amount of construction materials. This was a good opportunity for merchants to make money, so there were many transportation teams heading underground during this time. Since the hunters were going to explore ruins anyway, they also accepted the guild's employment and earned some money for escorting along the way. This transportation team hired 5 small hunting teams and some reputable solo hunters from the hunting guild. Suen, who took on the identity of Johnny, was among them. There were a total of 1 to 200 people in the team, and Suen blended in without attracting attention. In the past few days, they had encountered 2 small-scale attacks from aberrant monster groups, resulting in a few deaths, but fortunately, there were no major losses. And because he was a hired freelance hunter, he didn't have many acquaintances and hung at the back of the team, appearing quite aloof. Of course, this was a deliberate image created by Suen to conceal the abnormalities in his body. Due to injecting the X potion, his entire skin had turned blue due to the side effects. To prevent anyone from noticing, he wore a gas mask throughout the journey, and his hands were covered with expensive synthetic skin gloves, leaving no skin exposed. Fortunately, most hunters who explored the underground were fully armed, so this attire didn't seem out of place. The transportation team continued to move steadily towards the underground. Suen carried a black box, which was used to disguise the presence of the scythe by making it look like a sniper rifle case since they hadn't found a new corpse in the past few days. As they walked, a 13 or 14-year-old boy happily ran towards the back of the team. He waved his gas mask in his hand and greeted Suen excitedly, "Mr. Johnny, can you help me check what's wrong with my mask?" This boy was named Tommy and was the son of the leader of the drunkard hunting team. Because he loved adventure, his big-hearted father brought him along. 2 days ago, the transportation team encountered an attack from an aberrant monster. Suen happened to kill one of the monsters and saved this little guy from almost having his neck bitten off. As a result, he gained the friendship of the drunkard team. This unreserved little guy would occasionally seek advice on marksmanship and mechanical matters besides expressing his gratitude. "Mr. Johnny, your parrot mask is so beautiful." Tommy looked at Suen's mask with envy and pouted, "Compared to yours, mine looks like an ugly duckling mask." "Hehe, let me take a look." Suen took the ugly duckling mask from him without any trouble and carefully examined it. Of course, it couldn't compare. The mask Suen wore on his face was not an ordinary gas mask but a modified plague doctor's crow mask. Initially, he thought he wouldn't need it after killing Sergei, but after injecting the X serum, Suen found that his cell activity had become extremely strong, and his body could automatically metabolize minor toxins without any effect. He had also tested the curse properties of the mask in the past 2 days and concluded from observing the attribute panel that his cell activity could withstand the side effects of this mask. With the detoxification potion, he was at least less likely to be poisoned. Since he had to wear a gas mask to cover his face anyway, he decided to modify the appearance of the crow mask. After all, there was no better gas mask than one with a 99% probability of protection against toxins and the ability to enhance toxin resistance when worn for a long time. But because it was spoils of war, in order to avoid being recognized, Suen also transformed the originally cool and mysterious crow mouth mask into a flashy parrot mask. Not only did he change the black mane color to the parrot's yellow-green color, he also added a chicken rib mechanical device that cleans the goggles like a windshield wiper, and also casually covered the crow's mouth with a piece of mysterious black cloth. This is the mainstream punk style on the market. It was a simple mechanical modification, but it completely changed the appearance and made it look instantly common. However, this chicken rib modification attracted Tommy's strong interest. Watching Suen inspecting his own work, Tommy muttered on the side, "Mr. Johnny, I want to make a mechanical goggles that can automatically flip open, so that when I need a wide field of vision, it can stay on my hat. But it always creaks and is stiff even after I oiled it." Oh! Suen found that Tommy had a talent for mechanics and had come up with something interesting in just one day. He took a quick look and found the root of the problem, saying, "Actually, you're already doing pretty well. You can slightly move the gears here, and the power transmission of the steel wire will be smoother. The reason it gets stuck is because you designed the device to be too complicated. The more complicated the machinery, the more likely it is to malfunction." Tommy followed Suen closely, listening carefully. Before long, Suen handed the mask back to him. The boy had a good understanding, and he seemed to completely understand. He smiled and said, "Oh, thank you, Mr. Johnny. I know how to modify my ugly duckling mask now." With that, he happily ran off. Suen smiled as he watched him. The boring escort mission had some small pleasures after all. After walking for a few more hours, the team stopped. "All right, we can stop here. We'll set up camp here today." The one shouting was Abagon, a tall and thin old man. His appearance matched his personality, always making people feel harsh. He was the most respected person in this transport team and also a steward of the Thornburg Trading Company in the inner city. With this command, excited cheers came from the team. Finally, they could rest again. The mechanical dogs surrounded the perimeter, protecting the members of the trading company inside. Those people from the inner city always looked down on the people from the outer city. As for the hunters, they had to set up their own camps. Suen also took out the marching tent from his backpack and set up a sleeping place for himself in an inconspicuous corner, then crawled inside. Finally, it was time to rest, and Suen felt that this was the most comfortable time of the day. He brought the invisible corpse into the tent and then unwrapped the shroud, revealing the runic corpse and the large black scythe inside. Suen also took off his gas mask, exposing his eerie blue-skinned face to the air. If there were outsiders here, seeing the two blue-skinned monsters in the tent would surely scare them. But Suen was used to it. He took out a rune pen and began to redraw the alchemical materials on the dimming runes. This was a hunter who died in an attack 2 days ago. The body was intact, so Suen collected it to use as materials. While he repaired the runes on the living corpse, he also examined the changes in the muscles of the body and muttered to himself, "The amplification effect of the X serum on the body varies greatly among individuals. Melee professionals should be more suitable for making living corpses. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to bring out the body of the second-tier professional from before. If I had used the body of that kind of professional, it should have been able to withstand more strikes." Although the backlash was the same, the recovery ability was much worse. Even though the living corpse had also been injected with 3 doses of the second-generation X serum, Suen found that this female corpse was much worse than the previous male corpse under the same circumstances. In the same situation, there would be a significant difference in the number of backlashes it could withstand. But it didn't matter, they were all consumables anyway. Speaking of the X serum, Suen lowered his head and looked at the bulging and knotted muscles under his blue skin on his arm, his expression complex. They had been on the road for several days, and even though he didn't have intense training, his muscles were constantly filled with a sense of expansion. That was a sign of muscle growth. It was even more evident on his data panel. Except for mental power, almost all the physical-related data had increased by more than double. And this growth process was still continuing in a decreasing pattern, and it would probably be completely digested in the next few months. After fully absorbing the serum, Suen could predict that his physical fitness would be much stronger than that of an ordinary melee professional. In addition to the increase in physical data, there was another very obvious enhancement. That was the efficiency of his meditation in absorbing dark spiritual power, which was significantly different from before he injected the serum. Before, Suen could increase his dark spiritual power by 1 unit after meditating for a night. But now, after meditating for a night, he could increase it by 3 units, although the dark spiritual power in the cave was indeed denser than that in Old Ling Dun, it did not reach 3 times the density. Moreover, it was not just about the density, but also the absorption efficiency and the feeling. Suen felt that his previous meditation was like forcibly infusing his body with dark spiritual power. Now, even if he didn't actively use the breathing method, the dark spiritual power would automatically penetrate his pores. His body not only showed no signs of distortion, but also had a pleasant feeling like drawing silk. It felt like a significant increase in the elemental affinity mentioned by the spellcasters. Suen also estimated that he should soon be able to meet the minimum attribute requirements for advancing to the second-tier profession. Even because of the strengthening of his body and the surge of dark spiritual power, his capacity would also become very high, estimating that he could at least withstand the advancement materials and alchemical implants of second-tier gold quality and above. This also made Suen look forward to his trip to Dawn City even more. If he could find a powerful space-cursed object, he wouldn't have to worry about his body not being able to withstand it and miss the opportunity to fuse with such high-level professional materials. Suen had almost finished drawing the runes on the zombie, and then wrapped it up again with the shroud. At this time, he thought of something and took out a pitch-black doll from his storage ring. This was an experimental product, a solidified cursed doll of the spellcaster. Suen named it Voodoo Doll. But because this was a new work, there were still too many functions and data that needed to be tested before it could be used in actual combat. Suen thought that this boring escort still had half a month to go, so he collected some blood samples for testing. It just so happened that Mr. Abagon, the steward, fell off the mechanical dog during the previous downhill journey and bled a little. Suen didn't know what he thought of, and a slight smile of apology appeared on his face. With a distance of more than 100 meters, the effect should not be bad. Mr. Abagon, I'm sorry, I can only use you for the test. Muttering to himself, he took the collected blood sample and smeared it on the alchemical array on the back of the doll. The gloss flashed and disappeared, and the doll seemed to have a spirit in an instant. A layer of grey mist appeared on the face of the doll, which had no facial features. It was somewhat similar to Mr. Abagon, and it looked a bit terrifying. Suen was very familiar with the straw man spell in his memory, so there was no reason for him to fail. He picked up a rune steel needle and then poked it into the doll's leg. This spell was not the kind of method that could easily kill with one blow. The distance was far, there were not enough blood samples, and if you didn't stab the heart and head, you could only torture people. As soon as this needle was inserted, Suen's keen hearing allowed him to hear a scream instantly. Ouch! He didn't know what Mr. Abagon was doing, but it seemed quite painful to hear him yell. Subtracting the time consumed by the sound propagating in the air, from the moment of stabbing to the target's scream, there was a delay of about 1.3 seconds. I don't know if his reaction was slow, or the spell was delayed due to distance. Suen muttered to himself, and then recorded his experimental data. September 1st, test target number 001, ordinary middle-aged man, blood sample quality E, 130 meters, needle stabbing the calf, delay 1.3 seconds scream. After recording the data, Suen thought for a while, picked up the rune steel needle again, and stabbed the same leg of the doll, then listened carefully. Hey! The reaction to this scream is obviously slower, maybe he was prepared for the leg that was stabbed? Try another one. Suen thought for a while, then changed his leg and stabbed it again. In an instant, he heard Mr. Abagon scream and cursing. Suen finally confirmed something, and added a sentence in his notes. It is basically confirmed that the casting distance and reaction speed are inversely proportional, and the precise values of distance and delay can be tested in the future. Then he stabbed a few more needles, almost no screams were heard, and the blood samples became very light. Suen recorded again, casting will consume the target's biological samples, greatly reducing the curse effect, and the casting distance will be greatly reduced. Suen tested the properties of the first version of the voodoo doll and got some new inspirations. He took out a new piece of wood, planning to carve a doll that had improved some of the spellcaster's attributes. But as he was carving, footsteps approached from outside the tent. Tommy came to inform him that Mr. Abagon had called all the mercenaries to hold an emergency meeting. Chapter 130, Search. Suen put away the half-carved wooden doll and put on his gas mask again. Just as he walked out of the tent, he heard Mr. Abagon rubbing his leg and cursing as he walked out of his luxurious marching tent. Damn it, this dungeon is not a place for humans. My old cold legs have relapsed. Suen listened to this and the corners of his mouth under the mask lifted slightly. This time, the Thornburg Trading Company hired a total of 5 small hunting teams and some scattered hunters. These 50 to 60 fully armed hunters were also the main force for transportation security. Suen found a corner and listened quietly. If there was an emergency meeting, it meant that there was a problem somewhere. Before long, everyone arrived, and Mr. Abagon got straight to the point. I just received the latest news. In the D24 area, which we will enter in about 3 days, several transport teams were attacked by mutated monsters and almost completely wiped out. But we must deliver the supplies to the campsite of the Dawn City ruins on time. So, I hope you can be prepared, send more people on guard duty during the night, and ensure the safety of the transport teams. It was clear that this manager, who had never been outside the city, was nervous, and he spread his fear to the entire transport team. The more hunters headed to the Dawn City ruins, the more dangerous the journey became. It was like fishing, attracting more and more mutated monsters with the scent of human beings. The dungeon was not a human territory, it was always a paradise for monsters. Humans were just a kind of delicious food in the eyes of monsters. The deeper underground, the stronger and more numerous the monsters. With that said, the hunters began to discuss. I heard about it before. It seems that there is a large group of 3-eyed poison lizards active near the D24 area. Several hunting teams have encountered small-scale monster groups and suffered losses. That kind of mutated monster is quite troublesome. They are fast, move in groups, and a bite can infect people with toxic substances that cause flesh to rot. Do we have enough antidotes prepared? Not many. Hopefully, we won't encounter a large-scale monster group, otherwise, we'll be in trouble. Everyone, prepare in advance. Place the outposts farther away when setting up camp. Yes, that's the only way. The leaders of the 5 hunting teams gathered together to discuss. After all, they all made a living from this, and no one was scared away by the danger. In an inconspicuous corner, Suen also quietly listened to the battle plan arrangements discussed by several team leaders. The underground passages were complex and winding, and there were many routes to the Dawn City. The transport team was currently taking this route, which was the closest one discovered by the hunters so far. But it was not the artificial secret passage that Suen knew before. They took a detour and passed through some dangerous areas marked on the map. However, Suen didn't care since he was traveling with the team. He didn't feel any urgency while listening. He knew about the 3-eyed poison lizards, which posed a significant threat to non-professionals. But for him, those monsters that could be killed with a regular firearm were not a threat. Moreover, with the invisible corpse as his trump card, even if high-level mutated monsters appeared, he had a way to fight back. Even if they really had to run, most mutated monsters wouldn't be able to outrun him, who had the 8-armed spider spear. After a while, the meeting ended. Suen was about to go back to rest. But Benson, the leader of the Boozehound hunting team, came up to him. "Johnny, my brother. What's up, Captain Benson? Hehe, that kid Tommy has been causing you trouble these past few days." Benson was a big bearded man with a boozy nose and a hearty personality. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Suen had a good impression of him. Because of saving Tommy before, this big bearded man was always very polite to him. Suen smiled, "It's not really trouble." Benson looked helpless like an old father. "Ah, this kid is driving me crazy. I heard that he likes to tinker with those mechanical things. I wanted to send him to the repair shop as an apprentice. It may not be wealthy, but at least he can live a comfortable life. But he doesn't want to. He keeps shouting that he wants to be an adventurer, a real mechanic. So, I thought of taking him out to see the world, but we almost had a problem on the way. If it weren't for you, that kid would have suffered a big loss. Tommy actually has a talent for mechanics." Suen smiled. He felt that this big bearded man must have something else to talk to him about. Sure enough, after being polite for a while, Benson finally said, "By the way, Johnny, the route ahead may be dangerous. If we really encounter a large-scale attack from mutated monsters, stay closer to our team. We can take care of each other." He said it politely and took Suen's face into consideration. He said it was taking care of each other, but he actually wanted to take care of this lone wolf. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, gunmen are a profession that needs to be protected by teammates, especially snipers. Once they are approached by monsters, they become weak in close combat. Suen understood. This was to repay the favor of saving Tommy before. He didn't say much, just smiled and nodded, okay, thank you. In this way, the transport team continued to move towards the depths of the dungeon. Along the way, they encountered several small-scale attacks from distorted monsters, but because the transport team had enough manpower and firepower, they were able to repel them without any danger. Suen was a sniper and didn't need to engage in close combat. Occasionally taking a shot was enough. No one cared about this lazy and unsociable guy in the team. Suen's daily life was also very regular. He studied the voodoo doll, tinkered with some machinery, meditated to increase his dark spiritual power, and recorded detailed changes in his body data after injecting the X serum. Then he studied and interpreted Isaac's alchemy manuscript. When Suen was ambushed by the umbrella organization in the White Sail warehouse before, he was puzzled as to why those guys could quietly take things away but chose to kill to cover their tracks. Later, in the battle on Green Street, Suen killed 3 second-tier professionals from the umbrella organization. After extracting the memory fragments of the ice mage who ambushed them in the warehouse, he finally understood that the reason the umbrella organization wanted to cover their tracks was because they considered this manuscript as a contaminant and believed that its curse would contaminate anyone who came into contact with the notes, causing great harm. Their orders were to eliminate anyone who had come into contact with the notes and retrieve the manuscript. Moreover, this was a direct order from the Duke of Black Tower. But this made Suen very puzzled. He identified the detailed information of this manuscript and found that it didn't have any contaminating properties at all. The only curse mentioned was that coming into contact with the manuscript would involve certain causality of the manuscript, and it was unknown whether it would bring fortune or disaster. How could this be considered contamination? Suen felt that this was probably a move by the high-level officials of the Black Tower to monopolize the knowledge of super-tier alchemy. After all, he also learned from the memory of another second-tier professional that the Umbrella organization knew about the existence of this manuscript. Moreover, they speculated that it was one of the 5 manuscripts left by Sir Isaac, which recorded the divine tier alchemy. After much contemplation, Suen wanted to find answers in the notes. He had been deciphering this manuscript for the past few days. Unexpectedly, using his not-so-clever deciphering methods, he managed to translate the contents of the manuscript. The result was, he found that this notebook was just an ordinary alchemy notebook, at least from what he had seen so far. The contents recorded on it were a special alchemical prosthetic. The Sir Isaac of that year wanted to use a heart prosthetic to bear additional dark spiritual power and also give the human body a continuous recovery blue buff. This would allow alchemists to never lack dark spiritual power in battle and freely unleash more powerful spells without worrying about consuming their mana. Moreover, the contents of this notebook were also very user-friendly. It seemed that the half-god alchemist was afraid that future generations would not understand his brilliant ideas, so he gradually explained from the basics, step by step, how to successfully create that heart prosthetic. Suen understood the first few pages, which recorded the manufacturing blueprint of the Isaac's alchemical heart, level 1. The main material used was the heart of a first-tier distorted monster. Although the runes and refining formulas were complex, they were entry-level knowledge that low-tier professionals could gradually learn and master. And miraculously, he could only see the later contents after understanding the previous ones. These past 2 days, he understood the first few pages and then deciphered the later pages, which contained the contents of the Isaac's alchemical heart, level 2. Thinking about it, there were still level 3, level 4, and level 5 contents in this notebook. It was simply an ordinary notebook. This book was completely a collection of alchemical knowledge. Apart from alchemy, it contained even more advanced alchemical knowledge. There was nothing that could be considered contamination in it. The only special thing Suen felt was the sentence that was suspected of blaspheming the gods. Sir Isaac wrote this sentence on the first page with a disdainful tone, so-called divine tier creatures are nothing more than high-level materials in the face of great alchemy. Suen speculated that the final part of this notebook might be about using the so-called divine heart to refine an Isaac's heart. The transport team continued to walk towards the depths of the dungeon for several days and finally entered a high-risk area. The atmosphere in the team gradually became tense. On this day, they chose a relatively safe place to set up camp as usual and assigned more people to guard at night. Suen also set up his tent and began his daily research. But unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, a group of uninvited guests broke into the camp. Someone attacked the camp. Everyone, prepare for battle. The sentry sounded the alarm, and suddenly there was a commotion outside. Suen didn't dare to be careless. He cleaned up the invisible zombie and stepped out of the tent. To his surprise, despite the commotion, no fight had broken out. The intruders were not mutated monsters, but a renowned bounty hunter group from Old Lingdun. The members of the wilderness hunting team guarding the camp were angry, but they didn't dare to fight back. Among these rude intruders was a second-tier professional, Flower Sword Hall, a sub-leader of the Iron Knight bounty hunter group, an experienced swordsman who excelled in court fencing. After all, they had signed a protection contract. The wilderness hunters of the transport team also had the duty to protect the transport. They stood their ground with their weapons, not allowing this group of uninvited guests to break into the core of the camp. Although the other party had a second-tier professional, the transport team also had 100 to 200 people. If a real fight broke out, it would undoubtedly end in mutual destruction. The other party didn't dare to act rashly either. Then Hall negotiated with Abagon, and it seemed that he said something. The manager of the merchant group actually easily agreed to their search in the camp. "We are pursuing a very dangerous fugitive. Please cooperate with us for your own safety. Everyone, step out of your tents, open your tents and large bags, we need to check. Take off your masks, please show your faces." There were 10 people from the Iron Knight group. Judging by their demeanor, besides the second-tier Hall, there were several other formal professionals. This was already a strong team configuration. Suen watched this group of people storm into the camp, seemingly looking for a fugitive. Hearing this, he frowned. Because he himself was a fugitive. Could it be that the Umbrella organization had tracked him here? That was his first reaction. These guys drove everyone out of their tents and then checked one by one. Suen was now in blue skin, which couldn't be exposed to light. Once he took off his mask, he would definitely attract attention. But he was also a bit puzzled. The Iron Knight group's handling method was a bit overbearing, wasn't it? After all, the people in this transport team were all legal wilderness hunters. Bounty hunters were not law enforcement agencies and had no right to search. This was the most important reason why Chien arranged this legal identity for him, to avoid unnecessary trouble. And this rude behavior naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of several wilderness hunting team leaders. Benson, the team leader, spoke up directly, Hey, Iron Knight group, don't go too far. We are a wilderness hunting team, not some fugitives. We have no obligation to cooperate with your search." With that, the leaders of the other 4 teams also echoed, "Exactly. On what grounds are you searching us?" The wilderness hunters were not cowards, and it seemed that an armed conflict was about to break out. The search was obstructed, and Hall's face turned pale. Ordinary bounty hunters wouldn't dare to kill legal wilderness hunters. But he seemed to be carrying some urgent order, didn't have time to argue, took out a wanted order and a gold badge, directly revealed his identity, and coldly said, "This is the highest level wanted order issued by the Black Tower. I am a special law enforcement officer of the Umbrella in the outer city. Just half an hour ago, this extremely vicious fugitive assassinated Lord House, the chief intelligence officer of Old Lingdun. Anyone who obstructs the pursuit will be treated as an accomplice of the fugitive and killed without mercy." Seeing the gold badge that Hall showed, the faces of several wilderness hunting team leaders changed drastically, and they didn't dare to speak anymore. No one dared to provoke the Umbrella organization. On the other hand, Suen's expression became somewhat strange. Was it really the Umbrella organization's undercover? So a high-ranking official had just been assassinated? Looking at the wanted order, he also understood that these people were not here to catch him. From a distance, he could clearly see the portrait on the wanted order. Wasn't that the woman who had blown up the experiment? That woman had made a bigger fuss than him before, and she definitely couldn't stay in Old Lingdun. It was expected that she would flee the city. But she didn't keep a low profile after escaping, and caused a big commotion again? Suen's eyebrows twitched. The legendary super-mechanical warrior who existed only for battle, was she really so troublesome? The fact that Hall was in a hurry to reveal his identity and search the camp meant that they were sure that the woman was nearby at this moment. However, what Suen cared about was not the woman's situation, but his own. Because at this moment, a guy from the Iron Knight group had already come to his tent, and then, holding a gun, he ordered, "Hey, you, take off your mask." Hearing this, the gaze hidden under Suen's gas mask also cooled down. A thought flashed through his mind, should I kill them all?